They go. Tixie picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only automatic.
PUBG Mobile version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livik, and Sanhok. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
and they're trying to keep this one going. Look at the contact, Eugene, from the sideline. A game of push and pull that's resulting in them popping off. Frozen, he's got to be ice cold. There needs to be ice in his veins to keep himself composed in a spot like this. Nice maneuvement. He's chicaning his way back up as he gets closer in.
And Pusher might have found him, but the smoke just blooms at the wrong time, and that's all down to Zerich, all on his lonesome. He's played such a mad game so far, finds the initial, we'll look for the MG3 next.
Oh, Zerich! The spray transferred clean, got utility as well that could be obscene. Needs to dash this nade out and blow them away. Wide lob on that one. Same could be said for Pusher, but he lands it, and that's the way they finish it. MADBULLS!
Welcome to PUBG Regional Clash. It is Europe up against Africa, and it is day 2 of the competition. 4 days of epic PUBG Mobile. 6 games a day, 16 teams, 8 from each region, battling it out, not only for glory, but regional pride as well. My name is Tekel. I'm going to be your host, and joining me on the desk to give us that big brain analysis, I have Maxman and Crowns. Of course, Maxman representing Europe, Crowns representing Africa. We weren't only going to battle in the server, we got a battle on the desk as well. And of course, day number 1, done and dusted. Maxman, we had some epic PUBG Mobile going down yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the European teams, some of that we were expecting to perform well, such as Gladiators, Titan, were doing extremely good on that first day. But okay, I'm seeing you shaking your head, Crowns. Okay, I do have to give it to you. I have been surprised and impressed with what the Africa teams were able to bring to the table yesterday.
Crowns, I'm going to let you have a chance to defend Africa's honor in a little bit. But first, I figure maybe you've joined us and you didn't get to see the action yesterday. So let's have a quick recap of some of the best performances from our squads.
Zerich, all on his lonesome. He's played such a mad game so far, finds the initial, we'll look for the MG3 next.
Oh, Zerich! The spray transferred clean, got utility as well that could be obscene. Needs to dash this nade out and blow them away. Wide lob on that one. Same could be said for Pusher, but he lands it, and that's the way they finish. The timing and the flank that could have been made of absolute magic. Now we flick back on the Titan we've been talking about on the whole time, and Havlik, he's a mean machine. Matic, can this man do something ridiculous? Being pushed from all angles, wide swing towards the right, winding up for a left hook as well. Has the HE ready to detonate, and he could peek off the back of this. He's being spammed upon, but it's good damage, and he's shot.
Just a quick reminder of how our teams score points in order to make sure that they can climb to the top of the leaderboard. And now, Crowns, of course, let's talk about Africa, because we had some pop-off performances yesterday.
Yeah, I tell you, and it almost seems like the teams there from Africa are perfectly finding a way to use the point system to their advantage, looking at how much they've been able to get those eliminations.
Definitely, and of course we do need to see how all of those teams are performing, but while we're looking at this, you just want to finish high in the game. You want to get those eliminations and you'll be able to rack up the points. Rook Esports, for me, definitely the standout African team yesterday, Max.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to bring up, is when it comes to placement points, Rook Esports is the standout team. They just consistently making it to the late game stage. I still have some gripes with the way they play things. I feel like they can still try and be a little bit more confident, maybe focus a bit more on those elimination points, but when it comes to placement points, they're beating everyone so dominantly too in these 6 games of yesterday. So if that continues and transitions into today, Africa could be looking good to dominate. But as of right now, Sam, Europe is winning with the overall points.
Well, this is the thing, right? So the 2 regions are battling it out. We want to see which region comes out on top. Not only are the squads wanting to finish in that top spot, but they obviously want that regional pride. On your screen right now, getting an idea of how those European teams did. And of course, Crowns, the African teams as well. I think maybe a little bit... People were a little bit concerned that maybe Africa wouldn't be able to hold their own in this lobby because of the way that they play, but they proved to us yesterday not the case at all.
Yeah, definitely they did do that. At this point, I'm confident in the way they've been playing so far, but looking at this little graphic we've got up on board, it almost makes me feel like the lowest we're seeing there from Europe side is 21, and then we come over to Africa, we're seeing 8, right? It almost doesn't want to give you that much of a confidence boost. But hey, I still feel like seeing that the teams that have low points in Africa are the likes of Xenon and Falcon, I kind of have a little bit of high hopes going into today's games.
That's the thing that's really important for PMRC, right, is that you need also every single team, not only the top few teams to do well for your region. It's not the first place team that allows Africa or Europe to win. The bulk of the teams need to do well if you want your whole region to be champions at the end of this event. So mainly I'm looking at Falcons here. Still 0 placement points after the 6 matches of yesterday. Not able to really capitalize, especially on that final Miramar game that we said is their main battleground. It is their bread and butter. They were not able to quite capitalize on that map. So yeah, the teams like Xenon and Falcon White need to start popping off a little bit more today so they can close that gap with Europe.
Yeah, and then...
I mean, boys, I was just going to say, we're going really hard on Africa here, but I don't know if you know this, but the team in the top spot there on your screens right now, Rook Esports, they are the African representatives here, and they popped off yesterday. I think they're like 12 points ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, and I'm going to agree with Max on this one where, yes, we get it that, you know, Rook Esports is currently at the top, doing great numbers, average damage of 1,300 per game is absolutely sick. But we're just saying, like, you know, the rest of Africa also have to meet up to these numbers. We started to see a couple of teams do that yesterday, but then towards the end of the game, we started to see a little bit of a decline. I'm talking about the side there of, you know, Clear Vision, Black Hand. We started seeing that little bit of a decline heading towards the final 2 games yesterday.
That's true, and we need to see them try and get back on board. Like, a lot of the teams on this second page has the potential. We witnessed it in spring season. Of course, there's been quite a few roster changes for some of these teams, so they still need to make these adaptations entering in the second day of PMRC Africa versus Europe. But they can make it. But looking at the rankings right now, you can see there's a lot of blue, Sam, right now on that first half of the page. So, of course, that's going to help Europe stand out by just about 40, 50 points when it comes to the regional points. But I want to see more presence from Africa, from the teams that struggled a little bit. The cool thing, right, is that, as we said, it's not a 3-day tournament. It's a 4-day tournament. So at this point, every team still has a massive, massive opportunity to make a comeback and be on that front page.
Yeah, and speaking of comebacks, I'm actually quite excited about the way things ended yesterday because it kind of makes me feel like now there will be a comeback. We saw that little bit of an incline coming through from 77k yesterday. They didn't start off too well, but heading towards the later phases and later games, they started to play a little bit better. So I'm getting a little bit of hope from some of those teams. And not just, you know, 77k, also the side of Nexus Gaming. They didn't start off yesterday well, but then going towards the end of yesterday, they put up some points up on board that would act as, you know, a confidence boost going into today's games.
Let's talk about those bottom 3 teams, though, because if you take a look at the sort of top 3 teams, there is a big difference in numbers, which means those teams are going to have really good high placements throughout today if they want to be in a chance, Max, to get into the top 8 when we hit the halfway mark of the competition.
You could say you want them to have Rook Esports kind of numbers, right? If they want to initiate that comeback towards the top, which is possible. I mean, we saw what Falcons White were able to do back in PMRC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So there's a big opportunity there. And Xenon, I mean, I'm not even really part of the region, right, Crowns, but I've also, as an outsider, been watching what's been happening in PMPL Africa and even throughout 2022, and I've been able to witness how strong this roster actually is. It's been a rough start because we expected these teams to struggle against the aggressive nature and playstyle of these European teams, so maybe just a little bit of a slower start in this PMRC, but Xenon's roster is absolutely goated. So if there's any team at the bottom that we can expect to do a comeback alongside Falcon White, it has to be Xenon.
Yeah, I mean, we already even had the caster say that is the team that had the boys in it. You know, we would expect them to, you know, put in to put in the work. We saw a lot of scattered rotation coming through from the side there of Xenon yesterday, and I'm really hoping not to see that come through today. And good thing you even actually spoke about placement there, Sam, because I look at you know, Falcon 0 placement points. How are you doing that?
That is going to have to change today. You saw the schedule there, 6 games. We're starting on Sanhok, and here was the thing. Yesterday, we spoke a lot about the aggressive playstyle coming in that first game, and of course, that didn't happen because the circle did not allow it. The terrain was pretty difficult. I mean, I'm presuming, Crowns, we're probably going to hopefully see something a little bit different in game number 1 today.
I personally don't want it to be so, right? I want a situation whereby the Sanhok would pull up in that way and it's going to favor the African teams once more. Because I feel like having a great game for the African teams in the first game actually boosts them for the next couple of games, you know, going towards the end of the day.
Look, Sam, I'm a very simple man when it comes to Sanhok. There's 2 circles I just don't want to see. Don't go around Paradise Resort and don't go to Quarry. If we don't get a circle over there, I'm a happy man. So please just go elsewhere.
Okay. There we go. So we've heard what the analysts want. I'd love to know what you want. Let us know in the chat. And now we're going to do some predictions. We're going to try and figure out who is going to claim the first chicken dinner. So pulling up right now, Maxman, who do you think is going to take it?
So I was looking at Nexus Gaming this time around, actually, because one of the other teams, not only for Africa, but here for Europe, that needs to start stepping up. We saw this team what they could bring in the spring season. Doran and Exo in particular were just standout players. But the transition as of not only PMRC MEA versus EU, but also this PMRC has been really, really rough for them. And they have a new player, right? Redox as a sub, so I wonder if they're going to maybe try and bring Redox into the team. But we need to see this team, alongside so many others, start to step up. So I hope this might be Nexus's day.
Yeah, and I'm going to piggyback off of that, Redox points that you brought up. Redox has also played in the African region, right, in the spring split. So hopefully we'll be able to bring a little bit of that experience that he's got on that side to the team here. I went with Clear Vision, and this is not more of a prediction. This is more of like a challenge to Clear Vision there, because I'd like to see them actually do better. They were on the decline yesterday, and I did not like that decline, given that they started off on a strong foot. So I'm really hoping they can pull up that, game 1, game 2 performance we saw from them today.
So I went with Titan Gaming just because I think they were very consistent yesterday, and I'm hoping that that consistency will follow through throughout the course of today. But it's going to be really interesting. All the teams have a feel for one another now, Crown, so they kind of know what to expect, hopefully, from each other.
Yeah, I would love to say that, but I've seen European teams play. I know these guys have a ton of strategies in their heads and in their books, right? They could have played like that yesterday, and then they come in today and totally switch things up. So I'm really looking forward to... I feel like it's going to be adaptation over adaptation over adaptation, and it's a huge challenge for the teams in the lobby.
We're going to see so many changes, I would say, throughout today, because we had 3 Erangels yesterday. You could adapt on a game-per-game basis. You only had 1 Sanhok, 1 Vikendi, 1 Miramar. So now those games are played out. If you had a rough time on those individual maps, you can bring massive changes in a second day. So teams that maybe struggled on day 1 couldn't do a good comeback on this second day.
It's time to get into the action. We've spoken enough. We've got you excited. And now we are jumping into game. The first game of day 2 here at the PUBG Regional Clash. Europe up against Africa. And Jackie and Blank. I got his name wrong. What a way to start the show. Boys, I'm sorry.
It's fine. We'll let you off. Don't worry. In future, you can refer to us as Blanky, Sam, because we're a bit of a duo that likes to keep everyone wrapped up and warm. We give a nice wholesome vibe, and that's what we're here for. Day 2 Blank. We're strapped in. It's set to be a banger. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling like I am enjoying the cozy and comforting environment that is Blanky, and that's okay. I 100% also forgive you, Sam. Not a problem. Heading straight into the map, though, Sanhok to kick things off. Obviously, yesterday we did have Rook Esports taking that initial game, which looked pretty decent, to be honest with you. Again, that was just a case of picking up one of the best compounds, not spreading out too far, and waiting to pull the trigger. And I think a lot of times that's what some of these teams need to start figuring out, which is when to pull the trigger on those matches. And Rook have actually been very, very good at it. Almost picking themselves up a second chicken dinner at the end of yesterday, right, on Miramar. If it wasn't for the fact that Zerich was not such a nut job when it came to using that MG3, able to clutch MADBULLS out, a chicken dinner right at the end. In the meantime, we've got Mandarin trying to take down Corker from MUERTE with the vehicle. He's not doing all that hot though, Jackie, honestly.
He's not. I enjoyed the points you were making, but I couldn't help but let out a little wheeze by just watching Corker bob and weave on that one. The fact he's actually kind of like outplayed him, he was ego challenged by a car and he's got away. He's literally just given up. He went, actually, you know what? Mandarin out. I can't handle it. Corker's too quick.
He was really giving him the quick feet as well. I actually like that. Yeah, looked like an Irish tap dancer there. Good job. Well played. Corker's out of there. And Mandarin's going to head back to the rest of his team. Pretty standard actual drop spot for Alpha. Back when they played Sly, they also played this kind of drop spot with Mandarin, heading a little bit further down towards Cave to get information. Regardless, right, at least he has the knowledge that MUERTE is playing down towards Bantai and can move towards that north edge. So if Alpha need to gatekeep them, they can head down towards that southeast side before working their way over towards Ruins. Maybe camp out.
world. Greedy for Kills not going to have the best start this time around as they get absolutely overwhelmed by SBG. Relatively split up in terms of their positioning as well, but you can't really clash back from that one. The whole group of SBG is there, so it's worth just trying to create some distance and stay alive for a bit longer. Unfortunate for fans of Old Boy as well. He's been buckled straight away as 77k. One of the teams yesterday that we were touching on quite a lot. Good for eliminations, good for aggression, but just didn't quite have the sea legs on them to withstand the full length of the game. Here again, they've kicked off a bit of an engagement, and we're going to see how they can deal with this one. Havlik's looking to shut things down quite quickly, and his DBS will lick up the first peak that comes his way, Blank. And they've actually recovered from this quite nicely. Havlik loves a challenge, doesn't he? Swings round and deals with 4 in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Fajita comes in, but it's Havlik to wrap him up. So, honestly, as things should be at the end of the day. Old Boy able to get off that top side as well with the barest amount of life still available. The fact that Havlik's able to work well underneath that pressure, gets the res off, gets both players back on the feet, and then just absolutely decimates the rest 77k, but feeds back into our storyline, Jackie. You know, Morteza, the rest 77k, able to do a couple of things here and there, but majority of the damage being done is by Morteza himself. He does so well. I love that angle he took up towards the hillside just behind Painan, up towards that north, to be able to get that pick off towards Old Boy in the beginning. Really, really well played, but I feel like the rest of 77k have to step up. It can't all be on poor Morteza's back.
No, yeah, you need a bit of an assist at that point, right? You've got to be the 4 fingers on one hand. Well, more so the 5 fingers on one hand, I suppose. You can still make a fist with 4, though, and that's what they need to do. Land a few heavy hits and try and establish a bit of extra help for the team. Switching over to the encounter we got going on here, though, it's Nexus that are looking to get the chip damage out and potentially clean up on this one, as they've already found the initial knock they're looking for, and they're just swarming around this compound. You can see through the mini map there in terms of the angles, they've got a good spread. Sure, there's some high ground to be played with for Xeno, but I don't know if you're actually going to be able to hold on to this. You've got the door being watched at least on the entry, so if they go running up the stairs, maybe you can hold them back. HE through the window, though, does a good job of at least getting the splash damage out and keeping this encounter a bit rough for them.
Yeah, 3v4 currently. Nexus don't want to make too many misplays at least. You know, losing one player here is not worth it for the 3 elimination points you're going to pick up. So just take this one slow and patiently. They do drop the super sub Redox into the mix, and typically Nexus starts to do well when they do bring in the super sub. So Maxman's probably happy about this one. He was wondering whether they get Redox in there. This is his prediction for the match as well. He wants to see this team do a little bit better. Up to 11th place at the moment, so not down in the sticks, Jackie. They're still getting things happening.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow burn for them yesterday, like a candle with a really long wick, Blank. It felt like at times you could see the idea behind their gameplay, but they just quite weren't on the form that we expected from them. This is a lot cleaner, as they've got the confidence back. They strike as a unit on that one, clear out the top layer of the compound quite quickly, good close quarters gameplay, and Xenon, they've gone from being level pegging in a 3 versus 3 to now being brought down to just Lazy Boy, who's got to be the opposite of lazy, as he's got to run a bit of a fun run, try and create some distance as Octavian is chasing him down and Kapahala's flanking from the front.
Practically just all out at this point in time. As 12k though can do a fair bit of damage. What we'll talk about before, you do not want to lose a player on this engagement. Redox will find at least one there. Jackie takes him down. And I think we will just get EXO back upon his feet. So it's really, really good news for them. I think we were worried that perhaps they might lose EXO there. Going down to 3 players, which is all but surely a full squad wipe, is great news. Now, the biggest thing for Nexus, they want to dissuade Xenon from continuing to drop in Cal, because if that happens for the next 2 days, right? Again, yeah, it's a potential at 3-4 eliminations, but sometimes you might be dropped down to 2 players after winning it. You might just fully lose the fight as well, and then your Sanhok dreams are over. this is quite an unreliable map in terms of point scoring. So you want to be able to at least get in towards that 10-minute mark where you might be able to set yourself up for that win. And typically you can get big elimination games during this map. So it's not one you just want to throw away in the first couple of minutes. At this point in time, though, I am thinking Xenon probably should give it up. There is a fairly decent position up towards the northeast side of Mongnai that's not really being taken up at the moment. It's not the best of rotations, but at least it is a compound to play around with.
And I like the point you're making there as well, because obviously coming in, you know, first game of the day here, really, on our second set of days over the course of the tournament. This is where you want to set your pace, show what your squad is bringing, completely reset from what you displayed yesterday. So if you can have a big game, even individually as a squad, if we're talking elims or placement, it just gets the blood pumping a little bit earlier and sets you up for the course of things. You know, otherwise it's quite a large down period where you're watching, waiting. Sure, that can provide information in its own right for you to adapt throughout the day, but you'd much rather be the one setting the plays and making the difference off your own back. I'm curious how well we're going to see the African region teams perform over the course of the day as well. Because yesterday, one of the crazy things is how quickly they pushed into that top 5 and actually had the majority of teams in the top 5 up until the last game of the day. They took a few chicken dinners themselves. Individually, we've seen a ton of talent as well. And I think that's one of the fun things that we took away from it, is even though there is still differences in the meta, the adaptation from them has actually been quite good. You've definitely seen blow for blow between these EU teams and the teams from the African region. It's been a great...
Those teams yesterday on Miramar all just flooded the city, right? Rook takes a completely different approach, and they're prioritizing space as well as positioning over the lobby, as opposed to maybe getting that star spot within the city itself. So they take the entirety of that ridge side, almost win the game off the back of it. Right now, though, despite not winning that Miramar, they're still head and shoulders above a lot of teams in first place with 68 points. And it is just those differences in play style that maybe maybe Europe could learn from, honestly. There is a few things where that easy, simple spot, Europe doesn't always take that. A lot of times we'll see European teams play on the edge side. We see that a lot of times with Gladiators. Blackhand, again, another example from yesterday, just pick up chopsticks. No one thinks to go there. They're in both the chopsticks, which is unheard of, and they just win the game off the back of it. So I think that Africa is really good as a region at just identifying those strong positions on the map and just being decisive enough to make that simple solution happen.
Yeah, a lot of confidence in their own plays, right? And I think that's one of the things that has just made such a difference over the course of the first day. We'll see if that trend continues here. You just saw Furia as well, already showing that he's nice and warmed up. We spoke a lot about him yesterday for MUERTE because he really can be one of those high-impact fraggers and single-handedly cause reverberations throughout the battleground. Again, here, he takes a fight that he feels comfortable in, doesn't over-egg the pudding, knows that he's got the one pickup on that, and it makes it so much harder for clear vision. I say clear vision yesterday as well. At times they were kind of hit and miss. You know, they go by the beat of their own drum. They had some nice plays, but it just felt like you got a little bit more you're desiring from them. So I hope we get an extra little bit of flavor, because in terms of the plays they were making, moving as a unit, the way they would play around compounds, you could see the base mechanics really good. Solid foundations. You just want to see how far they can build it.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday we saw them go up against Titans, right? And I think they did a great job. It was just a case the Titans were so damn ethereal inside that compound. Really hard to pin down. By the time Gladiators came into third party on that Erangel, it was just too little too late for them. But they were making a lot of the right decisions, and it doesn't feel like a team that deserves to be in 11th place right now, tied up with NEXUS. Gladiators, though, will have to back off as Tixie takes a nasty hit there, but they are on this north side of the river. They will have to move down towards the south here, Jackie, with a circle, heading over towards just that northwest side of Painan, right? So we still have a lot of river in play. But I guess it's these crossings which are going to be the biggest deal for a lot of teams, because you have Blackhand having to make this decision. SBG, NEXUS, and Falcons heading over towards this north side of the Northwest Island is going to leave you very exposed to teams like MADBULLS and Major Pride, who've already taken the top side of Ruins, as well as the Confluence compound itself.
And that's your overall third ranking team at the minute in Titans, that have been wiped off of our first game relatively quickly into this one. The second entire squad to fall, they were punished quite fast. For the world of battle, it seems like they're being hit with the same stick as well, in a bit of a rough encounter with how this has gone. They got the odd elimination in already though, 4 to their name, so not looking too bad. And this is a fight where you're basically battling downhill onto MUERTE. They've got hill control to work with. Corker's going to quickly rotate in and look to assist towards Furia. Oh, that is rough. Okay, 2 for the price of 1, nearly on that. If he could blow up the vehicle, maybe there's enough damage done. Corker barely staying alive to get the heal off. If he can get Furia back on his feet, maybe they can recover.
Yeah, feels the heat of the explosion, but able to just about get away from it. Corker, though, this is the best friend that you need. He comes in for your help, your safety. Unfortunately, he's not able to get his buddy back up again in Furia. The backside of this rock, and now he's lost a vehicle as well, so getting away from this position will be slightly more difficult. And you mentioned that high ground advantage that the world of battle have been using to their own advantage. It's working really well. Now Corker's gonna have to expend a lot up the hill.
That's so rough as well. The reason he's actually been able to get away from Mohamed is purely based off of the scope itself blocking the angle just as he got ahead of the smokes. But luckily the teamwork will work out, and Mohamed can hard commit to first onto that one and finish the down man off the back of the hit from his teammate. So the world of battle today coming out swinging, pulling no punches already with some big name kills.
Yeah, very good stuff. I mean, MUERTE we had a lot of hopes for yesterday. They were making some pretty decent plays, some good rotations. Feels just sometimes that is a case where your boy goes down, he has to make the call himself on that side. Look, I'm not safe. Don't come get me. I'm down the hill. Carry on as 3 players. Add 3 players on the Sanhok as well, just because of the way the terrain is set up. You can see right here, there's tons of natural cover. As 3 players, you can still pull off a chicken dinner. So the fact that they went for him, the fact they went to try and pick him up, that's just eliminated their chances at a potential chicken dinner on this game. SBG tries to move through. This is one of the rotations we said would be very difficult to make happen. It was only a matter of time before they got sandwiched between 2 teams.
Mandarin is the one that's taking a bite clean out of that proverbial sandwich. The actual tracing that he had there with its spray was really nice. Great control on the vehicle to be able to get the knock across, follows it up with the frags as well to make it awkward, and just constantly applying that pressure. Nexus then eventually going on to do a bit more damage as SBG constantly showing up in the elim feed. The MUERTE also suffering from success, it seems, as Rook are rocking the boat and everyone's upping the ante. The pace steadily increasing on this one, Blank, and it's looking like it could keep going down that road. You can see here MADBULLS now in close proximity to Falcons White with GG in the backline fairly fragmented. This is really setting up to be quite an intense affair in the next few moments potentially.
Yeah, with the way that they do have a little bit of a slope down towards that north side of ruins, I think Falcons White have no idea that right now MADBULLS are just on their horizon as they start to crest this lip side. Unfortunately, Fleek gives the game away, will lob a grenade into the shack, but Puncher's already out the way. And we'll have to reposition here. You can see Tulika all the way in the backside. He's just running away from the blue, ensuring that no one comes over that bridge towards the western side too earlier on. But it is Major Pride that has surprised me. This instantaneous approach to take up Confluence Compound this early on in the game, really smart. Now, Gladiators have sent 2 across in the first place. This tiny little beachhead on the coastal side will give them a bit of time to work with, and they can support their fellow teammates in Matic and as well as Kitsune to get across, unless Zerich has something to say about this.
And now Zerich yesterday as well, I think he just went above and beyond and showed us, you know, that high level of skill ceiling that we always talk about. He can push even further than that, especially in situations where you basically have to be that big stage player. You're the one in a 1v3, 1v2, and it's down to you to not only have the correct decision making, but also hit those decisive shots. And he was doing that on the regular. So if he can continue with that form as well, that's a great storyline that we can build into, because the whole team gets an extra upward draft with Zerich playing well like that.
Dude, you could not have said it better as well, because I was about to piggyback on that point and say that, look, when they came onto the team, Fleek, Frozen, Tulika, you know, Zerich was the guy they were rallying around a lot, right? You come on the team with Zerich, you're like, I'm playing with one of the famed legends of PUBG Mobile, and then he's just not on form a lot of times, and Tulika has to take the reins, Fleek has to take the reins. You come into this tournament now, Zerich is on point, he's looking good. The rest of the team is relieved by that more than anything, understanding this guy is playing up to to the level they expect him to, in which case a lot of the other guys can rely on him to make those plays, to play those off angles, and really get ahead of because of it. Circle heads over towards the east side, once again favouring Major Pride. Obviously, they are a little bit on the edge here, and eventually this will shift away, considering the majority of the circle on that east is in the water. But they've got to worry about Alpha Team, Blackhand, all trying to make their way across. They'll have to stop them in their tracks. And I think right now, Major Pride can be pretty happy that MADBULLS will be keeping Gladiators in this position for as long as possible. They won't have the chance to push Major Pride just yet.
And look at this on the minimap as well. The flank that we've had developing for such a large period of time. 77k's last man, the solo individual in Morticia. He's been making a very slow rotate with his belly on his back. You can see it here in the overview, right? Trying to just get himself close enough to play directly behind MADBULLS in a position where they're not going to expect to need to clear it. You're not going to be looking back towards the blue. He could play this as a prime time position to strike at just the right time. But Flique, he's going to find him and deal with that. It's smart. Smart snaky gameplay. Problem is, they always check the rear.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, any other team that might have worked out, but MADBULLS, again, we've said it before and we'll say it now, they are really on fire this tournament. They're looking way, way better. Being at 4th place at this point in time in this PMRC between Europe and Africa, that is a really good sign for MADBULLS. A lot of times, the signs of life just aren't there at the start, Jackie. The fact that their heart is pumping, it's beating away at a fast pace at the start of the tournament, that's really, really promising. Blackhand, the other time, they've been promised nothing but bullets and grenades coming their way as Alpha keeps them off their back.
Yeah, this has been a squad that Crowns has given us so much to be excited about on the desk. At the minute, though, let's see what they can do in the hand-to-hand combat as they're struggling blank. They've suffered from a few big blows. It's brought them down to just one man who can't withstand the pain from Alpha as Blackhand exits stage left in 11th place on our first outing of the day. And its fight isn't going to end here. You've got Alpha and Nexus scrapping over the control of these two compounds back-to-back effectively. Ooh, nades in the back pocket, but the problem is the rifle will deal the damage as Reflex swings at just the right time, fins the herd, but he's confident to keep on pushing with this. Another good follow-up. Nice chunk of chip damage from a distance. Has he got the confidence to go for the wide swing? Off the back of the nade, you could potentially peek into this and really try shut things down. He will just play the edge game at the minute, using the geometry to his aid. Swang from the left, gets the heal in. Nade's coming over top, but Kapahala's gone. Same could be said for Reflect in the trade.
Really important play there from Alpha. They took down Blackhand, immediately reset focus over towards Nexus. And that had to happen, Jackie, at that point in time. If they didn't do that, they'd have no hope in hell at getting across the river itself. Luckily for them, there is a tiny bit of crossing where it is shallow enough to walk across. But coming against Major Pride, as we talked about earlier, all their focus had to be over towards that eastern side. They've started looking there now. They've already found a singular knock over towards Alpha, and the blue is just going to push them in. So I think Alpha has done a great job, but this might just be as far as they go. In the meantime, Meku starts things off strong versus MADBULLS for a lovely place nade.
Yeah, this is really clean so far from Kitsune. We always talk about this guy's brain, and you can see it here. Human mortar with the way that he's lining up the arcs on these. The first one's perfect, second not so much, but he's got backup. Matic's close enough that they can keep the attention. Meanwhile, Flique, he just runs in and flicks them all to bits.
Rook's gone down. Flique basically does that all on his loan, so it's a great molly over towards MADBULLS though. Zerich goes low because of it. Tulika's also down on his knees. I think for Gladiators, even though Kitsune didn't find anything with that grenade, what it did do was provide them the amount of info they needed, and now Matic has to clean things up, and he does. He's been so good yesterday in terms of those clutches, and once again, the rest of the team can breathe happy, understand they can believe in this guy to take them to higher heights.
That's ridiculous. Surgical play from him. He was basically the scalpel on that one, as it was just clinical. Nice play as well from Toxing, making the best of a bad situation, lurking on the off angle. Someone comes running by, you swing out and reveal your card. Exchange of nades, but one of them hits far harder.
Major Pride, though, losing one player. It's not the greatest thing in the world for them. 3 versus 2 now for Gladiators. Pusher will go down. Great shots coming through from Kitsune to take him out. He is quite low, but there's a lot of loot crates around to pick up some more loot. And more crucially than anything, it's those nades. Now, Major Pride have been in this building for a long time. The amount of players being able to get close to them means that they shouldn't have too much utility. Diana moves forward. There is some cover here for Matic to play around, but 3 players, it's going to be a difficult test now for Gladiators.
For the MUERTE, the job is done as the zone will finish them off and we get left in a position to decide the outcome of our opening game of the day. Gladiators up against Major Pride. 3 versus 2 on the head count for the squads. Low HP bars though for Gladiators. That'll be the critical talking point. And know me, you can always trust this man to deliver in positions like this. Hits the first shot. Kitsune with a fast rotate. A flank here could be pivotal. Right now it's if they know exactly where he is positionally. You've got to somehow get behind the back, not take too much damage in your first encounter, and then keep the good times rolling. Trying to switch the weapons out. He's seen the top of Nomi's head. Strikes with a DBS. Leaves him left on the floor. Trade back coming across though, and that's Major Pride as they will pick that one up and walk away with a chicken dinner to start us off.
Difficult game there for Major Pride in the end, where there were so many teams assaulting their position. Obviously, they have one of the strongest spot for the longest time, but they take the time to move out of their compound, try and clear out as much as possible. Yes, they took a risk heading down towards the south side of that compound, but clearing out that singular player in Toxin and losing a player, it was not a bad trade at the end of the day. With the way the terrain was on the western side, they could be certain that those teams, it was very unlikely for a four-man team to still be up at that time. Then they spread out. Jackie, they try and go for a big split. Yes, Kitsune is able to pick up 1 elimination, which is great news for the Gladiators. Just another point on the cards for them, which can be the difference maker at the end of the day. But you know, another chicken dinner under the belts of Major Pride.
There will be a huge chicken dinner for them. A good one, a feast to get them ready for the day and hopefully give them a lot of energy. But the energetic desk will dice this one down and tell you everything you need to know. So let's get back to Sam and Co on the desk.
Thanks so much, gents. And there we go. Major Pride getting their second chicken dinner in the competition. Of course, they got their first one yesterday on Vikendi. Only Major Pride and Rook Esports claiming 2 chicken dinners so far. And I want to take us right back to the beginning. Max, man, how did you feel about the positioning of the teams on Sanhok to start us all off?
I mean, we got to talk about Major Pride. Sure, they did win the late game, but also the early game, them sending it from boot camp instantly into Trifecta was just such a good play, because you saw that phase 1 circle happen, right, Kranz? And we were like, we don't know where it's going to go. Which island is it going to finish on? And when you have that question arise on Sanhok, you just instantly go for Trifecta, because it gives you easy access to every single one of those islands, which keeps your options open until the very late game.
Yeah, and that is something that, you know, I was kind of envious about at the beginning. And also, we also had our doubts, like, do they have enough loot to, you know, hold that position, given the way they left bootcamp quite early. But that did work out well for Major Pride there. And even when it boiled down to nobody trying to push into their position, they decided to push out into some people just to get some eliminations. And that was quite admirable coming through from Major Pride. And
Kranz, what did you think of Gladiators' performance?
Was that a Crowns or was that a Max?
That was a Kranz.
Okay, that was a Kranz. Gladiators' performance, I just feel like it was slower than we would have expected. It almost felt like they did not want to make some moves, which was quite surprising, because I feel like they could have challenged the side of Major Pride quite early on in the game before everyone made it over to the Trifecta compounds. But they just kept on avoiding that, and ultimately it did work out for them in terms of placement. But, you know, seeing Gladiators finish such a game with 4 eliminations is a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, it's weird because the early game, I mean, we know and we expect this from Gladiators, right, Crowns? We've seen this happen so many times in so many events where they like to stay split a little bit too long. I feel like they maybe should have got to the northern side of Trifecta a little bit earlier, but the fact they slowed down their game when they were trying to cross that river to wait for teams like MADBULLS, like the World of Battle, like Rook Esports to start moving so they wouldn't be that weak against them, I think was a really smart play to try and get a little bit further in. Sure, maybe they could have got more eliminations this time around, but it's still a decent 16-point game, 10-point game on the board, but 20 points to kick off the day here for Major Pride. This is what we needed to see from them yesterday, and now it seems like they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive, which is what we like from this Major Pride roster.
Yeah, I just really like the fact that Major Pride are not sleeping the way they slept yesterday, right? Yesterday, their first game wasn't the best, you know, going out quite early just based off of that early rotation. And then today, they actually got that one right, and they're able to get a winner chicken dinner off of that. I love that. I'm looking at second place there, Rook Esports, and to an extent, I'm beginning to question how long is it going to work for, Max?
That's the thing. We see these circles and you're like, okay, so central position is good, but then you see the circles start moving away from them and they're a little bit slow on the pivot sometimes. I would like to see them try and speed up the process and they can try and be more controlling, because if they did, they could get into MADBULLS position really early on. Gatekeep teams that are trying to cross over the road, and chances are maybe are going to just win the whole thing. I feel like that was how good the position was. They could have potentially got themselves a chicken dinner if it didn't keep going towards the trifecta compound of Major Pride. But unfortunately for you, Crowns Africa, a lot of African teams on the bottom page. Ooh.
Yeah, right now I really want to tear into this because I was saying this before before the beginning of the game. You cannot afford to have a bad first game. It doesn't make you feel any better, especially when you're going up against a region that is presumably better at you, especially in terms of aggression, right? Seeing everybody down there is something I'm going to talk about later because we've got Elims up on board, and I'm glad to see Redox up there because, you know, I'm going to say it, he came from Africa.
Is that your only compliment you're going to give him?
Not my only compliment. I mean, he's got 7 eliminations and it was quite good. Seeing the way he was able to play third party quite perfectly for his team there actually did show that, you know, him being a super sub for the team is actually a very valid statement.
I agree. I'm just looking at the numbers real quick. So yeah, Redox also going to be topping the tables there with a 911 damage, so he's going to be looking really, really good. Flicker actually is a player from MADBULLS that's been a little bit silent, I would say, throughout the past year. So he has been having a little bit of a resurgence, which is always good to see from MADBULLS. Nomi also was one of the top fraggers of the team. But, I mean, we're seeing Pusher. I feel like was one maybe of the most silent players. I don't know if you'd agree, Crowns, for Rook Esports. So it's good to see other players starting to rise up to the occasion on the second day.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw more of the Rami and Eugene combo. And then today, seeing the way Pusher is putting himself in that mix, it gives me a little bit of confidence.
What I'm not confident about is what is happening with the African teams, because like you mentioned when we were looking at those scores, they're not getting placement points, they're not getting eliminations. Maxman, would you blame the map specifically, or do you think they're just struggling in this lobby?
I would say this is a circle specific issue because we know that a circle going in that exact position is going to favor 3 teams in particular: Major Pride, Gladiators, and MADBULLS, because their teams are drop around there. So the fact that you see so many EU teams at the top is mostly because of this circle in particular. I mean, you saw even yesterday, the circle around Paradise Resort was a really rough game, and a lot of African teams did really well because you had more African teams towards that position. So it's fun having PMRC because it's a very PMRC specific issue that teams have to deal with. But yeah, EU were doing good, I would say, because of the circle, so I wouldn't expect that to remain the case throughout today.
As much as I would like to give it to the circle, I'll say it's because of the circle. I would also say it felt like they got, like I said, the European teams would come in today with different strategies, right? Greedy for Qs out there in Paradise Resorts. We saw that SBG wasn't willing to waste any time today like they did yesterday. Instantly took out 2 players there from Greedy for Qs, and Greedy for Qs instantly on a disadvantage at the beginning of the game. We saw Xenon going out early to a hot drop there with Kao, and that's what I'm saying. What happened yesterday with Nexus came in is not what happened today, right? We saw them take out the side of Xenon in a very sweet manner, and I just feel like them going out this early was one of the things that's putting Africa's, you know, the African teams a little bit on the side, because 77K also had a problem with landing. So straight off the bat, or right off the bat, off of landing, we already have 3 teams already at an handicap there from the side of Africa, and it's quite painful to see that this is happening, especially with you know, the way things happened yesterday in Sanhok.
Do you think, Crowns, that maybe the African teams need to work on adaptability a bit more with their rotations? Is that what is lacking in the region?
What I would say is more flexibility, right? Because as I said it before the game started, I'm expecting the European teams to come in today with a different style of play, different strategy. What I'd have expected from the African teams is to be expecting the unexpected as compared to expecting what they saw yesterday. Because I'm sure Xenon is there trying to land in Khao based off of the fact that, oh, we didn't take that fight yesterday, so we should be able to do it. 77K wants to land in Painan because yesterday when they landed with Titans, they did not take the fight, right? So they're feeling like, oh, we can go in today again and try to, and would, you know, look like a happy family and then just sleep. But that was not the case. Everyone's just getting, you know, surprised from left, right, and center. It's painful.
It was painful, but they've got 5 other games today, so hopefully it'll get a little bit better, and like you mentioned, a little bit more flexibility from our African teams, and of course hopefully the European teams continue that momentum. I'm just jumping from either side of the fence now to try to keep everyone happy. So you know what else might keep you happy? A quick break so you can go and fill up your snacks. We'll see you just after this.
has stood up. Black takes the first initial shot. Furia needs to find something now because Black is down. Beck needs to descend to back up the team, but is falling now. It's all on Furia.
En tant qu'équipe, on a quand même ressenti une connexion assez puissante avec nos fans et on vous est vraiment reconnaissant pour ça. Maintenant, le moment est venu, donc soutenez notre région, l'Europe, la France, pour que nous puissions être victorieux.
شكله مش كافي انه يدافع قدر الامكان عن اللاعبين وبالفعل عبود الشراسي واخر شخص يكون لاعب ثور من تيم تريبل سبورتس. يا ثور من وحوش الفيستا جيمنج كان فيها كلاش ورايا ثور الجلسه يكون موجود معايا ولد لعيبه ثور.
It was a bumpy ride, but we made it. Each victory was only possible with your support. Now we need it more than ever.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and we are moving into the first of our 3 Erangel games for today. And before we do that though, because we are going to see the standings in a little bit, I want to talk about the importance of consistency and the end game and sticking it out. I know we've spoken a lot about Rook Esports, but we're going to have to keep speaking about them because they are sitting on top of the leaderboard. They have consistently found themselves in the final 4, and I think now out of the 7 games, it's 6 of the 7 games. They've claimed 2 chicken dinners as well. If they continue to find these higher placement points, Max, man, at the end of the day, they'll be able to run away with this tournament purely because you can see now, look at the points difference between them and Gladiators in second place.
I was wondering, really going into today, Sam, are they going to be able to just continue that wave of success from yesterday and bring it into day 2, hopefully day 3 and day 4 also, if this streak continues? And as of right now, they proved it that is indeed the case on that first game of Sanhok. And the thing is, that gap is going to keep increasing slowly but surely over time. That's the real scary aspect of being a consistent team, is that teams that are maybe a little bit more volatile, like we saw from Gladiators, Major Pride, that still can get big games, but their lowers are a lot lower than what we saw from Rook Esport. So if they get bad games in a row, Rook are still going to get close to that top 5, top 4 position crowns, And because of that, Rook Esport might create a lead significant enough at the end of today if this continues, where it's going to be so tough to close that gap.
Yeah, because so far it's looked like the only opponent, or should I say the only thing that can take down Rook Esports, not like take down per se, but the only thing in Rook Esports' way right now is the zone, right? We've only seen Rook Esports start to falter a bit when they do not get that next zone, of which that only happens like, you know, later on in the, you know, in the phases of the circle, which is something that, you know, I'm beginning, like you said, I'm questioning that how well is it going to work. If going into this Erangel game, another team sends it straight into the center of the circle, is Rook Esport going to have an issue with that? Are they going to be able to work with that? That's something I've got in mind.
So we're going to pull up our predictions right now, and I went with Rook Esports because I really do believe that this momentum is working in their favor. So that's going to be my call, but I'm curious. I'm actually not curious. I know exactly what everyone's predicted, and I'm excited for you to see what has happened here, considering how the first game went. Maxman, tell us which team are you putting your money behind?
I really thought we were going to play it off like, oh, which team do you guys pick? We all got the same chat to do our predictions. We all know who we picked right now before this. But I went for Greedy for Kill. We're going back into some good old fancy Erangel action here for the second day of PMRC. We have 3 games played yesterday, so there's a lot more information that's been granted for these teams to do greatly educated plays. And they got actually a 3rd place was 8 eliminations yesterday, and a 2nd place was 12 eliminations, going for really aggressive third parties, which I love to see from a team like Greedy for Kill. It's just, are we going to see more of that today? I hope so, which is why I went for that prediction.
How about you, Crowns? Who are you predicting? I'm asking, and I know. No.
yeah. But anyway, for chat and for the viewers at home, I'm going today with Black Hand for the first Erangel game. I'm going with Black Hand because I feel like of all the African teams, apart from Rook Esports, they seem to be the only other African team that kind of has their strats in the bag for the Erangel map, right? We've not really seen most of the other teams show us that much consistency and, consistency across the board on the map of Sanhok, and I'm hoping they can do that, today.
I love the fact that we all went with African teams, and considering what the leaderboard's looking like right now with Europe, the European region definitely sitting in the top 8. This is good. Hopefully some of our predictions will come true. And now it's time for Blanky to take over. Let's head on over to Erangel.
There we go, wrapping you up warm on the cast. Come and sit down and pretend you're by a fireplace. Blank, let's get ready to ramble as we get in to game 2.
Let us tell you a story of Erangel from a couple of days. We got yesterday, we got today. That makes a couple. That's all that matters, really, at the end of the day. You got Titans as well as Gladiators being able to pick themselves up a couple of wins there. Really, really good stuff. And now we'll see exactly who can pick one up here, because they're spotting Africa right now. They want Africa to hit some wins, hit their stride on this second match of the day. And to be fair to them, you know what? They absolutely could. I think that it is high time now for Africa to step up and get some big money on the board, because, you know, like last game, there was way too much blue in the match recap, man. Like, I didn't like that. I preferred it yesterday when it was very even Stevens, but at the moment, it is Europe taking it away.
Yeah, it was super touch and go yesterday throughout the whole day. You know, you couldn't quite call it. Fine margins between either side. And I do wonder if this portion here, the back-to-back maps, will be the difference for that. Because this is what we saw, some of that true skill and some of that innovation coming out from the African squads over the course of the day yesterday. Now we're back into that territory. So let's see. Is it a matter of EU already adapting to the difference with the African meta that we saw yesterday? Now having that initial 24 hours to sort of digest it and see what they need to change, or was it just first game jitters? Big questions, and we'll find some big answers. Titan, though, first POV that will be on your screens. Icy going for the peak, but he's been made to sit down instantly.
Fahia comes through with the spicy plays there. Lovely to see. The DPS obviously a little bit better than the semi-auto shotgun. We'll get straight back to cover in the meantime. Sanhok, it is a difficult map to always predict at the end of the day. Major Pride, they got the circle the majority of the time on that map. It was fairly obvious that they would win that one. I think you pick a couple of other teams maybe in this lobby and I wouldn't be so sure, but with Major Pride, the way they're playing, you could be confident in that situation that they had what it took to pull that one off at the end of the day after been blessed, essentially. Titan, though, losing one player and going down fairly early that last game. This is not what we sort of expect from this team, especially that they were quite far up the leaderboard on that last game before it concluded. Now down to 5th place, 54 points. There's a couple of teams getting ahead of them. And Rook, once again, they got quite far into that previous game, got some eliminations. They're up to 81. You know, they're putting up those consistent consistent points, Jackie.
They are looking really good, you know, so much further ahead than the pack when you look at their overall points. I like the peak on this though, good information. Nice mechanics there from MADBULLS as they clear each angle flawlessly, and they're already able to deal so much damage onto the World of Battle. It just feels like the World of Battle have been on struggle streak consistently. At some point they've got to find a way off of the struggle bus and get themselves back into these games. Arthur really stuck up the creek without a paddle, but he tries to use that paddle to clap back, swings onto Fleek, hits him over the top of the head and drops him down onto his knees. Tulica looking for the trade, trying to make his move in as well, as this one's left a little bit of time to breathe. He's going for the heal. Tulica's clearing it and at least getting that info.
Just making sure he doesn't make too many spicy moves. In the meantime, VSS from Zerich along the way. The quick peek out the side. The silenced sniper does take them down. And Tulica punches out his opponent in Alpha as he tries to jump down the stairs to attempt to finish him off with the surprise play. Does not happen the way they like it. But you're right, Jackie. You know, the plays were pretty clean here. You know, the drop shot into the refrag potential. Immediately back down the stairs. Tulica just holds him out. And really, in that situation, you're kind of expecting another player to run across the road to try and assist with the position that the World of Battle was in which case they just hold, allows Zerich to take that off angle. Once again, you'll hear it a lot, that word off angle with Zerich, and he hits those shots, and with the VSS as well. That thing does not do a huge amount of damage, a little bit difficult to control, but still makes it happen very easily. Really well done.
And that results in the World of Battle just having the one man left. We'll check in with him a little bit later, see if he can pull off any snaky maneuvers to keep that survivability as something maybe we can look at. Meanwhile here, Blackhand's POV as well. You can see getting a bit of looting going on, getting suited and booted. But for 77k, oh, well, they have put the boot down, it seems. 4 strikes against Nexus and finds that pickup onto Redux as this vehicle is armed to the teeth.
Yeah, 4 players in one car, it's not my favorite thing in the world, but if it's all you've got, we kind of discussed backstage, right? You know, saying that maybe Morteza really is that player that is leading at the moment. The rest of the team certainly needs to rally round him, and I feel like they've done not too badly there. You were playing 2-2 when we saw them versus Titan as well, which is the main thing. Man, they hunted him down. That is unfortunate.
That's rough to be on the receiving end of. Like a parcel that's meant for the a different address. Now you've got to take it back to the post office. You've got to ship it somewhere else. It's just far more hassle than it's worth. But I completely agree with you, man. It feels like Morteza has so much in terms of skill ceiling, right? And we're seeing him individually being really good at the decision making, taking a lot of those fights. 77k have actually been pretty damn good for consistent eliminations for a lot of the games we've seen from them. We just need to see them building off the back of that, thinking a little bit more into the, you know, the longevity of the overall game, being able to control the battleground a little bit, thinking about their setups for the late game, rather than just the in-the-moment action. But we'll see if that can change. You know, it's still early doors in the tournament overall, Blank. We're only 1 day in at this point, so that's the best bit about it.
Yeah, I'm making clear-cut decisions right now. Your team is not good. I'm not only joking. I'm not joking. This will be a horrible way to start off day 2. I'm just pitting people down.
I've had enough already.
I've seen enough. But no, yeah, I think there's still improvements to be made, and I think that teams have made vast improvements over a couple of days in several different tournaments. One team, though, that does adapt quickly, and you mentioned it at the beginning of the broadcast, actually, Jack, you were talking about, has Europe adapted quickly enough? And I think that, honestly, yes, the answer is yes. This is a very typical thing from Europe, is that they will go home, they will study, and they really will do their homework at the end of the day. And I think that's the type of thing that does bring Europe to the next level, is they're very good at figuring things out. It's a lot of times why you will see Gladiators on day 1, on day 2, not doing amazingly well. Come day 3, day 4, absolutely blasting out of their minds, because they do put in that work behind the scenes. They figure out those rotates, they figure out what they want to do differently that maybe hasn't been working so far, and they change it. But again, this is an even scarier Gladiators in this PMRC, because they are popping off right from the get-go.
I think that's an interesting point you raised as well, because it probably also goes on to further back up MADBULLS being able to use those previous games as a benchmark and adapt off them so quickly. You know, you think about the coach with Mr. BTR, right? Someone that's got such a great grip on the game as a coach in PUBG Mobile. He's going to be able to have a field day with the wealth of information they'll have from watching back the VODs from yesterday, going over those demos, and then adapting to come into today. And already you can see, you know, it's a tad bit quicker. It's a tad bit more confident from MADBULLS, especially backed up with just how good all the players were looking blank. So a lot of tidbits we can delve into over the course of the whole event. Here though, 77k, the warlords that are just roaming around the map and cleaning up at this point. They are bullying NEXUS.
They are. I mean, they sniffed them out earlier on. They've got their scent, and like a pack of wolves, they are after them at the moment. NEXUS down to one player off the back of that. 77k took no prisoners versus this team. That is real unfortunate. It's kind of interesting because this is the first time in a long time we've seen NEXUS kind of drop out from their usual spot towards MUERTE Power over towards this western side. And 77k was so furious at the prospect of a team dropping anywhere near them that they weren't fully prepared for, that they just took them down. So NEXUS down to one player in EXO. It is not a good way to start out day 2. Yes, they put up a couple of points, and I think they could be pretty happy with themselves the way they dealt with Xenon on Sanhok in Cow. But yeah, this is not ideal for them.
Definitely not the dream. More of a
It's
bit
not
of a
the
rough
dream, bro.
nightmare, I suppose, isn't it? You know? It's like one of those where you wake up and you're not actually wearing any pants. Like, where am I? What's happening? But then you realize it was just a dream. It's fine, blank.
It's all good. You can get straight back under the covers and get back to it on match 3. That's what it's all about. Circle, though, man, this is a pretty crazy circle. Off towards the eastern side, look at that, Jackie. Look how much water is in this bad boy. This certainly is a glass half full type of circle because goodness me, there's not a lot of land over here. Lipovka, very much out the way. Doesn't give you a huge amount of sight lines off towards that western side as well, playing in Lipovka because of that hillside that's up towards the west. There's a few compounds that are really strong, though, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Major Pride is congregating around one of the stronger ones up on a bit of high ground that looks down. There's a few dips you can play in, which is where we've got MUERTE right now, and Gladiators are hovering around. It is an interesting circle, to say the least. If this drops over towards the roadside as well, even more carnage, because there is really limited amount of space where you can play in that area.
And that's the crazy thing, right? You've got like 60% of the actual map geometry in the circle to really work with. There isn't an awful lot.
It's gone.
It's just completely gone, mate. Wow, how much is in the bin?
It's at least 40%.
Why is so much landmass in the bin? Full
It's
Gordon
bloody
Ramsay
gone.
on that one. That
Yeah,
I
it's
do
not
quite
good.
like as well, right? We talk about a team that has been a bit of a masterclass cook in the kitchen. Rook, you know, the whole damn event, they've looked really good. I also like the way they've created a bit of space, kind of carved their own way of playing this already positionally. They don't seem to conform to any sort of play style we expect to see, but the way they have played it, at this point, it's making me think it's actually kind of really meta, the approach they're taking. They've given me a lot to look at that impresses me.
They're a quietly confident conundrum, honestly, within the lobby. It's really smart, a lot of the moves they're making. Yeah, obviously, down towards that western side in the center, there is loads of those areas you can play, but it is difficult. It is rough. You have to drop pitches. You have to play around the tree sides. You want to see MADBULLS on that northwest edge trying to make... They make the long swing towards that northwest side to play around the roadside. Yes, it's not an ideal place to start in this circle, but it gives them a lot of space, and it's something they work with really well.
I think that's the fun bit about it. You know, the roaming's the bit that's going to work out well for them. We say goodbye again to another squad, though, as SBG go out in 15th on this one. So 2 full squads down, an awful lot left to contend with. And actually, in terms of the overall numbers, if you're looking at the battle of attrition, there's a lot of players standing still at this point. So it bodes well. One thing I have just clocked onto, though, man, Old Boy, head and shoulders completely in the opposite direction from the rest of the pack of Titan, with Robs and Havlik miles away, trying to make that rotation into group up with him. Luckily, he's put the brakes on, and we'll wait for the rest of the team to arrive. I was a bit worried about that one. He's got a lot of confidence, but sometimes it does go wrong. That's Havlik down as well to the zone now. Well, kind of left on that one.
Yeah, thinking a little bit too quick, moving a little bit too quick for the rest of the team to quite keep up with. And I think for Old Boy, I think he needs to realise that maybe sometimes he has to allow the rest of the team to catch up to him. If that means that he needs to slow those strides down, that's absolutely fine. Not everyone can keep up with Old Boy, not everyone is his own team. So if he needs to bring things back a little bit so the rest of the team can group up around him, that's fine, and I'm okay with that. Robs has got over there. We've seen Robs perform absolute magic on the stage when it comes to just 2 players alive, or even just himself on his own. So there's still a chance here. And again, as mentioned it earlier, there's a lot of divots around in this map where you can play and keep things going. They crashed Alpha?
Oh, we've joined just towards the tail end of that one, but you could still see the spectacular plays. The question is, though, Mandarin, what can he do with this? You can see he was trying to get down there to actually be within a close enough distance to aid the rest of his team, but they're gone. Wiped off the face of the battleground. So, Titan, you can get Old Boy back up. You could potentially build from this. And I love the point you make, right? Rob's the robber. In this situation, again, he snatches away an opportunity where Alpha, they go from looking like they're doing pretty good to being completely dismantled into just 2 men left standing.
Yeah, I mean, that is an obnoxious robber as well. I mean, he's crashed through the window, he's made a lot of noise downstairs, and he's still got away with it.
He's stolen the whole chimney. He's taken the whole thing. It's just gone. The roof's just got a gap in it.
Mate, they have no idea what just hit them. That was a really crazy play. I'm also just wondering what's going on here. The reverse drive. This is the safest way of getting this vehicle into position, by the way, guys. This is completely the correct play.
Although the damage he's doing to the clutch, that's a different story.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. Tulika, though, it feels like he has picked up this role that he's the guy they send out towards the blue. Very much a kind of a CIS playstyle from way back in the day. I'm talking 2021, where they used to have this system where you saw it all the time. You'd have 2 guys outside the circle, 2 guys inside the circle, and this is where you'd play the edge. So it feels like MADBULLS have adjusted things a little bit to make full use of that playstyle. And I think it's going quite well for them. Reflect in the meantime, yes, the rest of the team got decimated by Titans, but currently absolutely making it happen versus Falcons.
Reflect waiting for the right timing on the swing as well. Takes a bit of a dink on that one, and that might knock the confidence for a second. You can see the chicane on the movement to get into a better position as well for Falcons White. Meanwhile, MUERTE finding a great opportunity to strike from the rear. Diana gets a jab in and actually shuts down Reflect. So you can build from the back of this. This gives MADBULLS a good opportunity to try and get some space moving in as well. We have to wave goodbye to Titan Gaming with Robs and Old Boy finally falling.
Yeah, it's a bit too much when MADBULLS pushes like that. So it's nice, though, because we were talking about before how they're playing 2 in the blue, 2 inside the circle. And this time around, it feels like they're very, very good at, like, contracting and expanding as a team, right? So when they need to go for that full death ball, they're happy to come back together immediately and then quickly spread up again. You can already see them taking a 2-2. They understand that this spot is vulnerable. They need to have a secondary angle on it. So really, really well done from MADBULLS to identify exactly what needed to be done there to effectively crash that spot. In the meantime, though, we got Rook actually taking that engagement versus Greedy for kills. They're in Lipovka right now. They were able to slide down on that coastal side. UG sent up towards the north just to scout out where they came from before, because they have little to no info. Remember, Lipovka's in a little bit of a difficult spot in the sense of sight lines just really aren't in your favor. Eugene has spotted Blackhand, returns to the rest of his team, passes that information across. This is why Rook is at the top of the game during this tournament so far. Their informational knowledge of what's going on around them is kind of unsurpassed at this point in time.
Oh, like trying to get out your seat at the cinema, Blank. Everyone's rubbing shoulders, it feels like, with how awkwardly close these squads are to one another. Diana with the tracing, eventually being able to land the sucker punch on that one. Clacks back onto Falcons White and finally waves them goodbye. Can quickly move in as well for the rotation with the vehicle. Scavenge what's left like a vulture. Get the additional ammunition. Get that utility to play with, because you're going to need it. We're getting deeper and deeper into this one, and we're really starting to thin the herd now. Squads dipping left, right, and center.
Now, I talked about this way earlier on, Jackie, but Major Pride, they picked up that compound right in the center. They'd gone to it straight away. And this is a trend that's starting to pick up now, Jackie, where Major Pride, very good identifying positions on the map. And this is where they're taking a book out of the African regions book, right? Which is a case of, you know, you quickly go towards those simple solution positions on the map. You're confident about it. You pick it up. No one was even close to contesting them. And now they've picked up one of the strongest positions in the lobby to play this game out with. It's fairly towards the center, so they could be confident that this circle is going to be going over towards them. So yes, crowns on the desk. And I think everyone else was like, the circle's blessing them. The circle is going towards them every single time. But it's feeling more and more like they're just making the correct decision and taking these confident positions on the map.
I think that is the good, the big takeaway for it, right? It just seems like they've got such a good read on the game. They make it somehow look like understanding these circles and the movements, it's like a Dr. Zeus book to them. You know, they know exactly what to do. They can read green eggs and ham in a matter of seconds and just play it perfectly. Circle's still going to be in a good spot for them here with the movement that's coming through. But again, you look how tight all the spacing is on these few squads we got ahead of us. Clear vision. They got to go for a quick maneuver. You got smokes down, sure. For DMR, MUERTE, they know where you are, and they're attempting to slay from a distance, barraging bullets down, and just making it uncomfortable.
Yeah, Malo on our screen there for a second used to be one of the heaviest fraggers back in the day for MUERTE. Still doing fairly strong. One shot here looks over towards Greedy for Kills, who are trying to get away from Rook, but feels like one shot's not going to let up. Take some nasty shots. Will take down Desha and a single other. Hemo moves forward, but Vito gets up close and personal.
Vito wants to veto this play from the rest of Greedy for Kills, it seems, as he tries to command respect individually. Backed up from the rear as well, so bullets raining in, making it very rough for them. Greedy for Kills continuing to drop down to their last legs, as you've also got Rook right there in the rear, doing the same sort of damage. You're being shot at from all separate positions. MUERTE are also now thrown into the mix. Oh, blank. Everyone's taking a bit of a fight on this one. They want to get stuck into it and try and be in a better position. For Mandarin, he's so close to something dangerous and eventually spots onto them.
I love he turns around, one shot from the TVS, that's all he needs. Will drop to the floor, but this is the kind of circle where there just really isn't anywhere to play. It's practically a plateau a lot of times. Yes, there's some rocks, there's a shack here and there, but it's rolling. But once you get to this top side, it's practically flat. A lot of these teams are going to struggle in terms of the actual sight lines that are available to them. And this is what makes major prize positions so strong. Yes, it's towards the edge of the circle, but having that compound, having that cover is what makes it so important. They do have to deal with Xenon first, so that is probably their biggest threat from that north side, but once that is removed, they can start looking at a lot of the rest of the lobby.
Movement here for 77k, just trying to stay close to the edge and use that to a little bit of an advantage for yourself. Gladiator's getting stuck in as well, but the flick back, Kitsune spotting the last man for 77k there and able to fire a couple of bullets down range and rough him up a bit. Seems like Four's actually still alive. He's just over towards the smoke and going to have his belly down on the floor. I mean, if you can play a little bit of snaky gameplay long term, maybe there's the odd elim point for him, but overall it's looking really rough in terms of the positioning he's got left to play with. A last-ditched attempt to get something on the way out. Doesn't quite go the way he would have wanted it to.
I mean, for 77k, you were saying it backstage that like they can shoot the guns. They absolutely can. And you identify that it's just that positional play that just seems to be a problem for them. And picking those spots at the right times, there is teams within this tournament that are not as good as them when it comes to gun skill, but they are just getting to such higher placements because they understand what needs to be done when they need to move. Rook's a perfect example of that. They hear the third party between them and Greedy for Kills that they've been harassing on the Povka. They quickly move in. They take space off the back of that. They're able to take down one or two of the players from clear vision off the back of it. Now they can move forward. One thing that has happened though is that Eugene was on the north side trying to spot out for Blackhand, but Blackhand was in a position to move ahead of them. They're currently in a dip that will allow them to play further into this match. So Rook's going to have to maybe make a bit more of an aggressive play than they're used to. This is a team that likes to take position, and they have to have that advantage to get a good game, I would say.
You talk about advantage. This is like an Anakin type situation. The advantage is the high ground, and that's what Major Pride have to use as a big boon for themselves, positionally there, fighting downhill if they get pushed upon. MUERTE have a similar sort of setup here as well, and it actually makes it a little bit more rough for the MADBULLS. They've got to be the balls on parade here and quickly try and clear the distance they have. They jump in the vehicles, they go for the rotation. Xenon, trying to struggle on the getaway. They're being spammed down by effect from the elevated position. You thought maybe there was a chance. MADBULLS even as well, receiving a lot of damage on that one. And they go down. So that's from all four of them being alive to just left 4 dead at that point. Not looking too great, Blank, but this fight really raging on now and getting harder and harder in terms of the amount of players we actually have left in these squads.
Yeah, instantaneously, Major Pride identified. They've got rid of that threat we were talking about earlier. Now they can start to move down again, and it's Rook. We said this before. If they don't have that positional advantage, they struggle just a little bit. They are a very smart team, but when it comes to gun skill, don't always win out in that favor. And Major Pride is putting them in a very difficult spot, forcing them into a position that I think Major Pride 100% knows is taking. You can see the tiny dip that I was talking about before for Blackhand, where they can play this spot and be relatively safe from a lot of other teams.
Van Kid still alive and kicking as well. The last man for Clear Vision.
Hello.
And the one blessing he has is, luckily, he's obscured himself from Clear Vision by just hiding inside of the shrubbery. But in comes Furia to deal with him. Shovel gameplay there.
Just rips the weed out of the floor, pops it in the bin bag. Blackhand though, Keme will goes down, a Fury drops up, takes down Storm as well. What a good initial engagement coming through from Fury. We said how good this guy is when it comes to adaptability. Right now he's transformed into Fragger mode.
This is nice. You could see the target prioritization from him as well. The way that he was actually taking those fights really is a testimony to just how good Fury is in very high octane situations like that. Don't count out Gladiators though. They have been fragging the whole game and they're going to keep it going. That's a big drop onto Major Pride. Taking Nomi out of the equation like this makes it so much harder.
Hello, whoa, Matic, right through the middle of them as well. It's a dangerous play, but that is the Matic Classic in question. Now, this play from Gladiators, they were always already on the western side of the map. They have shifted all the way across. I'm so glad to see it as well. So many times we see Gladiators lose games because their decisiveness is not there. They're so passive sometimes, but this is the most aggressive we've seen them in a long time. They identify this is the time to move. Now they're going to quickly pass back over towards where the circle is and try and finish out this game strong. MUERTE currently sat at 11 eliminations, a really big game for them, looking to make it further. The Molotov not quite in there inside the building. Mozero feels the heat of it on his side, but just won't cook away yet. Never mind. The grenade will do the trick.
Yeah, it goes from being a slow burn to the pressure cooker when the frag comes flying in through the window and blows his hopes and dreams of snaking away some more eliminations or potentially placement points at the end of that one. Out in third, and now we turn our attention to what we've been left with. The stage is set in our second outing. Gladiators up against the MUERTE, 8 alive and kicking on the battleground. Everyone spaced out quite nicely in terms of the spacing. You look at the positions they got to work with. Furia and Diana, quick movements with the vehicles, trying to draw out the first fight, see if they can get the crosshairs off of the correct angles here, make it harder for Gladiators to hold their positions. Seems like there's a ton of utility for MUERTE as well, and they are not holding any of it back. Constant aggression with the frags being thrown over, trying to keep Gladiators feeling like they're out of this fight before it even kicks off.
Both teams just swinging past in the vehicles, trying to gather as much information as possible. Another nade goes through, does a good amount of damage to Furia, but already packing the first aid kit into those wounds. Malite zigzags forward, gets behind a tree here. Matic was going for an off angle, and he is quite far down the hill. And this is where the trust comes into play. Can he make a strong move here? Can he catch off one of the MUERTE players?
And who will be that Russell Crowe type talisman for Gladiators and be able to really go head-to-head in this arena that we have left ahead of us? Smoke wall down to block off the line of sight. Kitsune still really trying to draw out that peak and gather the information on the quick drive-by. Corker's right there with just a small shrub to defend him. Behind the rock, he's got a bit of backup from Furia. Kitsune not quite getting the contact he was looking for. Matic, though, taking this prime opportunity. Spams into the back. Diana dinked down relatively low. That might be the first engagement they wanted. This slows everything down. They're going to be forced to heal from this.
Yeah, it's a slog now for MUERTE. Getting the heal off as well, losing your player who's getting all the information in the vehicle because he's not going to be able to park it easily next to a teammate. So MUERTE now left in the blind.
MUERTE slowly moving further forward as well. Corker trying to live up to his namesake and hit an absolute corker of a shot. He's still got nades in the back pocket. Same could be said for Malloy. And this is a hell of a flank. He's got himself into a great position. Raining them down from the sky. Can strike onto Meku. If he finishes him off here, that gives them the edge to work with. This is the go time. Now you've got the opener. Build off the back of this. Utilities at an all-time low. You can engage from this one.
Quickly, Kitsune drops out some utility to try and keep them back as long as possible, but MUERTE's not going to let up. Malloy moves forward into the actual Molotov, but Tixi takes him down. That is much needed in this situation. Kitsune still flying through inside the vehicle, tries to pick up a cheeky knock and get some more information. He's still going as well.
1-for-1 trade. We're down to a 3 versus 3 in terms of the battle of attrition of these two squads. And this is really quite intense. They've had so much to work with. Kitsune, he tries to make the play, but he's been slain as Corker shuts him down. Furia, hard committing onto that one and finishes him off. Gladiators with just a duo left to work with now, Blank.
Man, Kitsune thought it was PMWI where he finished off the game with 3 knocks in a vehicle, but this is not it. This is the PMRC between Europe and Africa. And MUERTE still going strong on that top side. You cannot play silly games with this team because MUERTE's ready for it. Matic now looks for another one of those cheeky angles, but Malloy, I think he's ready for it this time around. Diana swings down. Matic has to hit these shots, but MUERTE, they're isolating him. This is really strong play.
Oh, Furia as well is pulling no punches. A big delivery. Again, Gladiators down to 2. Matic trying his best to leave on black and blue. Quick switch, has good target prioritization. Spamming behind the rock. He hits it. He frags out onto Furia. Oh, Blank, they could build from this. This is a fight that's not going to end anytime soon with the way they're playing it.
Tixi now versus 2 players. Does a little bit of damage to Corky. He has to get behind the rock here. We'll look for another peek. Can he find the damage? He's not too late as of yet.
Oh, he's hard committing to it, goes for the swing in, tries to close it, but MUERTE have dealt the damage as they will be able to find their way through that one. That's ridiculous. That entire final fight resulting in such an explosive finish with MUERTE taking the chicken dinner.
Absolute firecracker game there, and honestly, MUERTE with that 5 head at the end, they look so smart the way they were playing that. It was real strong, Jackie. Honestly, they let up not for a second. Diana losing the vehicle, having to pull back. Yes, it limited the information, but what a misplay coming through from Kitsune. Tried to gather a little bit too information in that vehicle, Jackie, and it just did not work out for him. Did not pan out well at all. But honestly, yeah, I think that the way MUERTE played that, you could see the synergy between them. And the 2 different play styles were going on. Matic kept trying to get that off angle, but it was just that group gameplay from MUERTE that really just pushed the boot down on the side of Gladiators.
Absolutely, I agree with you. You could really feel just how clear the comms were there. I mean, our opinions, we can go on about it all day, but we got to give it back to the desk because they're going to have a field day with that one. I can't wait to hear what they thought about that intense final circle.
What an absolute masterclass on how to combine aggressive play and get elim points and ensure that you get the chicken dinner as well. MUERTE did the incredible job there of getting that 100% right. And Maxman, I think that it started so much earlier than we would even realize. It was like they had a strategy, they had a game plan, and they just ticked every box until they got to that chicken.
I genuinely thought for the longest time they were just going to wait in their compound and get the freest top 3 in the world. And that was not going to be enough for them. It was not going to cut it. They wanted to not only aim for potential chicken dinner, but they wanted to go and get that win in style and get so many eliminations along the way. And we saw it at that game, right, Crowns? The moment they pushed, the timing of that push, especially onto Clear Vision, G4K, Rook Esports, and Black Hand was so strong, where they just completely overwhelmed the teams because they're already in the midst of that fight, not ready to have another team join that position, and they just clear the entire eastern edge. What a great showcase of aggressive play from them, and I want to see more of this MUERTE. This was awesome.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they went into that southern compound with the mindset of, okay, we're probably going to be here for a while. Hence why they stopped on their rotation to take out the side of Falcon, because they're like, if we're at least going to wait, we might as well get a little bit of elims before we go away. But the instant that fight started off on the east, they're like, you know what, let's just do it. And that was a game, you know, making play coming through from them. And bro, I'm looking at that final fight that just happened. 2 zones, or 3 zones actually, for just 2 teams to fight.
Yeah.
That is sick.
Though we're looking at 77k replay here, they were an early game MUERTE. They were like, instead of MUERTE taking eliminations at the 25-minute mark, we're going to do it in the first 5 minutes. Just start fragging out onto Titan and Primorsk, which also is a really weird drop to have a hot drop happening. And then they just start chasing down NEXUS. Weird stuff was happening all around. Though this dip, you can see in the replays, really strong, so teams are going to try and crash it. But this was a great game. It's a boring circle that from it in a position that's not super interesting. But really, Sam, the way teams approached it, which just made it so interesting. There's so many ways you could break down every play because everyone had a goal in mind, and a lot of them did come out on top with how they executed their plan.
Let's flip the script a little bit. I want to ask you, how could Gladiator have won that final fight?
Well, I feel like the casters hit the nail on the head talking about Kitsune trying to get a little bit too information. I don't know if you agree, Krams, maybe also getting a little bit greedy with his position with that card. It keeps getting damaged, and you can't do that play multiple times in a row. The fact that they instantly lose Kitsune, it's a 3v4 instantly. You're not going to win it.
At that point, when they lost Kitsune, it became a 2v4, right? And I think, given the fact that that fight was pretty much just mind games from the beginning till the end, it was just a situation of trying to play. And I think that's where Kitsune kind of got it wrong, because I wouldn't say he got it wrong per se, because he's trying to play mind games on the side there of MUERTE, trying to make them focus on him while they try to get that revive on the next player. But unfortunately, he went out in that process, which also did not work out for that team. But ultimately, I loved the patience that came through from the teams out there at the ending fight. It was just so nice to see teams slow a game down so much to take just a 4v4 fight in 2 zones.
Europe on an absolute clinic, though. This guy was an absolute Giga Chad from start to finish in these final engages, and he just got so many opening knocks that just enabled the entirety of his team to not only go for the breach onto Rook Esport, but then to just start to take the fight versus Gladiators. And it's the Europe show right now on this game, Sam. They just gave themselves 4 teams up here on the first page, and 26 points for MUERTE. They're going to be ranking up high after this.
This is going to be really great for them, but I do want to pull people's attention to that team in the 3rd spot and the team that is sitting in the 6th spot, because both Rook and Major Pride are keeping themselves consistently in the placement points, which is obviously allowing them to consistently add points to their tally. They're sitting towards the top of the table, so something to keep an eye out on. And before we sort of wrap up what we've seen, we've spoken a lot about the end game, but I do think it would be interesting, Crowns, for us to break down the very early battle that we had a chance to see between Titan and 77k. It was a bit of a hot drop to start, so explain to me what exactly was going on there right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so this was something we did not see yesterday, and then we're seeing it today because the VODs do happen, right? And it's almost painful to see, given the fact that Titan Gaming has the previous IGL for the team there from 77k. So that way, both teams have the same drop locations on at least 2 maps. I think the only place they do not share drop locations is on the map of Miramar and the map there of Vikendi. So that's basically what just happened. 2 teams landing where they feel like the other team did not go to yesterday, and they could have fun there. But, you know, when you have 2 play styles clashing against each other, it becomes a whole trouble when you go into the lobbies.
We'll talk about that a little bit later, but right now on your screens, of course, you got a chance to see Furia doing a phenomenal job. Not only the most eliminations in game, Max, but also the highest damage. They just popped off, and it allowed him the space to do exactly what he needed to get as many points as possible on the board.
Exactly, and it wasn't just Furia. You had Corker doing really good, as you can see, being the 2nd top damage dealer of this game, but also Malloy. Malloy maybe wasn't as impactful in that final fight versus Gladiators, but he was super impactful on the initiation over to the east versus your Rook, versus your Black Hands, etc. Like, he really enabled the team to clear that fight pretty much instantly, and the fact that the fight lasted such a short amount of time enabled them to just quickly recuperate from their wounds and then start to put their focus down onto Gladiators. If that fight doesn't go as quickly as it did, chances are you see the entire team of MUERTE get completely decimated, and then Gladiators do the Gladiators, which is just go for these massive splits in the late game to just suffocate the teams and get the win. But the fact that it was so quick and they lost no one allowed them to not only win that fight, but transition to fight Gladiators and win the whole game.
What an absolutely fantastic way to start the first of our 3 Erangel maps. We're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're jumping into our second Erangel.
They go. Tixie picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only onto Matic. It is the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Europe up against Africa, and we are moving into the second Erangel of the day. But first, of course, what we wanted to ask you right now is what you think of the show. There is a link that is jumping into the channel. It is the survey that we would love you to fill out. It gives us an opportunity to make sure that you get the best possible action, and also that obviously you get to see everything you want to see. So let us know what you think. Make sure that you click that survey link and give us your feedback so we can adapt the show to be best suited to you. Now, we saw the first Erangel, and for the second one, I want to touch back on that conversation that I was having with you earlier, Crowns, specifically about the hot drops. Do you think that's going to happen again because we're going straight back onto Erangel, or do you think one of the teams that we were talking about is going to potentially reposition themselves to avoid that fight early on?
Yeah, I think we're not going to be seeing that Primorsk situation again. I feel like 77K did look like they wanted to get out of Primorsk as soon as possible that last game, hence why they ran into the side here of Nexus.
Yeah.
And I feel like we'd see a little bit of a shift towards Ferry Pair from the side here of 77K as compared to Titans moving. But at the same time, we did see Titans lose one player in that fight. Right, so that means the Titans may not want to go back there, so we might potentially see Primorsk being empty in this next game.
It's a bit tough for Titan because they've been losing players early on both battlegrounds. The first one on Sanhok, they lost, I think, Oldboy really early in Painan, and it's happened again in Primorsk. So they maybe need to try and rethink their early drops because it's clearly not working out. Actually, another drop I want to talk about, Sam, is we're looking at the side of Rosok. You still have MADBULLS clashing a little bit back and forth. With another team that's going to be happening. It's been happening actually pretty consistently so far. Is going to be the World of Battle, and I want to see that fight stop. We talked about it a lot, Crowns, that there are other drop locations that are available. It is Erangel we're talking about, so you can't say there's no other drop spots. There's a ton of them, and I would just like to see that fight in particular stop because no team is really consistently coming out on top of that fight. So for a 4-day tournament, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to keep doing it Erangel after Erangel.
Yeah, especially for the World of Battle, I wouldn't expect them to come back here given that this is day 2, rather than they're currently on the bottom of the boards. If you're trying to put up points, you need to do it on the map of Erangel, given that there's 3 in a day. So, you know, 15 points up on board, you need more. You can't afford to be going out early in the circles.
When we take a look at these standings, we'll talk a bit about the teams maybe after this game, but what I do want to focus on is the big difference between Europe and Africa. And when I say big difference, it's the gap is starting to get bigger. Maxman, why is it that Europe is able to adapt so much faster than the African teams to this lobby?
Because I feel like they're playing a lot more to how they usually play, which is their play style of being super aggressive, playing central positions and gatekeeping teams is really efficient in this lobby. And I feel like if there's any region that's to adapt to the other, it's the African teams. Because we all know them as not being this aggressive, as not being really strong, fragging head-to-head 4v4 teams, they need to adapt and play to the kind of environment of which these European teams play. So because of that, I feel like the European teams are just a lot more comfortable to play this kind of PUBG Mobile esports, and they've been a lot more successful in doing so. But a few outliers have been able to rise up, and one of those here is going to be Black Hand, and their full send it push actually, Crowns. We didn't even talk about it yet, but the Hail Mary push straight center on what I think was phase 5 or 6 was super risky, but the reward was immense.
Yeah, the reward was immense until, you know, another team was like, I see what Black Hand did there. Let us try it in the side of the MUERTE, which actually did happen to be the needle in their haystack. But fortunately, for the side of the MUERTE, it worked out well for them. Black Hand, watch out for the third parties.
It's time for our predictions, and I'm shaking it up a little bit with mine. And by shaking it up, I mean I'm not changing the team. I'm still going with Rook Esports. But the reason that I'm doing that is because I actually wanted a chance to talk about them consistently doing well, like I've mentioned. The points gap might have become a little bit less, but what I like about them is that they weren't scared to try something new in the last Erangel we just saw them in. They are trying new things, getting a feel. So my prediction for this one is Rook Esports. How about you, Max?
It's a cop-out answer, no going for Rook Esports. But you know what, I'll give it to you. They've been pretty consistent. I'm going to go with 77k Esports. Why? Because they were just so insane that last game. Chasing down everyone, looking for eliminations in the early game. I love it. So there's no big overarching like strategy to my prediction. I just thought it was really funny, and because of that, they have my vote for this game.
How about you, Krantz?
Well, I'm going for the MADBULLS, going on the Europe side this time. And I'm going for the MADBULLS because I've seen them play in Erangel quite a while, for quite some time now. And I feel like, given that they're figuring out how to take out the side of the World of Battle a little bit faster, it will play out well for them if they're able to complete that fight in Rozhok and leave Rozhok as soon as possible. They always seem to get distracted by the fact that they've taken down 3 players, where they remain in Rozhok looking for that last player before they leave Rozhok. So I feel like this game will be the game where MADBULLS will realize that, you know what, if we take out 3 of them, let the last one do whatever it wants. Let's get our rotations and find a good position in the circle.
None of us have got a prediction right yet. I've just realized that, Krantz.
I feel like if you keep picking Rook Esports, you probably get one real soon.
Oh, well, there we go. So I'll just keep doing that, and eventually it'll work out for me. But Max, I mean, this is what's so fun, is a lot of these teams are surprising us. Yeah,
there's so many surprises that have been coming out, and we keep talking about it, right? Teams at the bottom can still bring a surprise, so anyone can still get that win here.
As a surprise, we're going into game. Let's get it started.
Thanks, Sam. That's right. We're ready to get our dance moves out. Proverbial dance moves, blank, because we can't be seen, but we can be heard, and we won't be saying things that are absurd. Well, I mean, maybe we will. But we're into the game, blank. It's the third outing of the day. Continuing on from where we left off last time, boy, oh boy, an explosive finish into the previous matchup. If we get anything even sort of similar to that, I'm going to be having a field day with it, blank. You ready for this one?
I'm ready for this. Did you hear any of that, by the way? I was doing my proverbial dance moves. I thought you could hear like the whoosh of the wind. I was shuffling in my seat. Yeah, I was getting it going. That's unfortunate.
We'll upload it to Twitter later. Don't worry. You can find it all there on blank social media. His dance moves. Always dancing, this guy. They used to call him Happy Feet, and then they made that movie about the penguin and ruined it.
Yeah, they did. I'm not that small, guys. Come on. I'm quite tall, actually. I'm not insecure. We're heading straight into game. Heading straight into the game. It's our second Erangel of the day. We got our initial one, won by none other than MUERTE. A nice little win. And me and Max have been trying to will a win into them since yesterday, and they finally find themselves one here on the previous Erangel. Again, Gladiators, I don't want that to be a false positive for them, right? Well, it was just a false at the end of the day, where they lost that fight, right? But I really like the fact they were decisive. That initial third party they took was absolutely stunning, and it's something that I want to see more from them, just making that quick movement across the map, because a lot of times, and I've said it so many times in the past as well, so if you've listened to the cast before, you'll know that I'm not a big fan of how complicated I think Gladiator makes their own games a little bit at times, where they're edging in, they're trying to take these wild splits, and it's just not necessary. You know, take a bit of, you know, what Major Prize doing, which is just picking up these strong positions of the map and trying to play from there. Yes, the circle moved away from them, so leaving that compound was difficult, especially when you've got a target paint on your back at that point in time, Jackie, because everyone's looking that way.
They are. It's like everyone's got eyes in the back of their heads and the side of their heads and probably everywhere else you can fit in eyes. Now, quick little tidbit for you, Blank. Whilst we've got a penguin on screen, based off of the penguin talk we have had, did you know that years ago, when I was a young boy, I actually came across a wheelbarrow full of about 15 penguins at a zoo, and the zookeeper was just
really?
yeah, he was like, hey, you can pet them if you want. So like 10-year-old Jackie's there just petting these penguins. So I can officially say that I've been nibbled by a penguin. They actually are quite sharp. Their teeth kind of hurt a bit. It nips.
You know, this story sounds somewhat plausible.
It is real. It is actually real.
But you started off with like 100 square foot wheelbarrow.
No,
so.
Dude, genuinely, they were quite small. Like, penguins aren't that big. So, but it was just a backyard wheelbarrow, just full to the brim with penguins. Man. So obviously you see that, and I'm like, what's going on here? My parents were like, can he have a pet? And they went, yeah, sound. So I was just there petting these penguins.
That's amazing. I love that. I love that a lot. You know, sometimes that's exactly what happens in life, that you just given a little gift and you've got to pick up on it, and that's and they'll have it. Right now, though, Falcons, this is not a penguin. These guys can fly, and they're looking to soar in this team fight versus Clear Vision.
Yeah, they need to. You've got to get yourself up and flying into a better position. For Falcons White, though, yeah, he's going to be flying straight up onto the elevated face. Oh, and you love to see it. The connection straight back onto Clear Vision. You can see the little peek out, though, from Pocus just playing from the shed here, and they're being swarmed. You've got backup on the ground floor as well, but this fight is really quite rough. It depends on the timing with the peaks. He's trying to focus his attention down towards the balcony. You've got the backline clear out from Dre as well, who can go in and try and first onto the knocked player. But that's going to be the downside. Now it really is all on your main man, Axa, to try and chop his way through the competition and execute them in a position like this. 1v3 effectively. Blank has the shotgun loaded, but can he strike with it? Oh, double face on the timing, but he gets overwhelmed.
Man, the coordination. That was good. That was good. I like that a lot. The way they slip out the side as a duo unit, that was crazy. The World of Battle, though, once again goes into battle with the MADBULLS. Double side over there will get double. No, but Tulika turns round with a bare slip of HP, basically on life support at this point in time, huffing in that oxygen, still able to get Arthur in that position. Goodness me.
That's what you want. Want to write home about. MADBULLS. They're going to see what more they can get done here. Whoa, contact in the end for Fleek. Just saw the top of the head there sticking out over the top of the hill. What a battle. Just trying to jump spot and gather some information back whilst using that tree for advantage. Also, Bison Spotlight. Shout out, Maxman.
Bison!
You got to get it in. You got to get it in, man.
Yeah, Maxman loves that weapon. Look, the thing is, Arthur made a grave misunderstanding. You know, he assumed the MADBULLS were like apricot, soft on the outside, but as soon as they went for it, they forgot. There is that hard center in the core of the apricot, and that's exactly what MADBULLS brought to the party there. It's that hardness, to be able to be resilient in the face of these overwhelming odds versus Arthur through the window.
No, you're right. You know, if we had to compare them to a different sort of food, maybe like a salami, because they're the salami soldiers right now. They hit hard, but they're also damn tasty at the right times. Normally closer towards midnight. Always close towards midnight, though, is the way that we see the approach here from Zerich, just being able to strike from a distance and continue a nice amount of damage until the PP Bison gets an opportunity to lay down the law, spraying all over him and leaving him knocked on the floor then. So the World of Battle, even just being down to just one man in the squad, finding the odd opportunity to keep their name popping up in the elim feed for now. I can't imagine he really goes much more than that, but actually, Blank, here we go. Okay, Bison, oh, it's biting its way for everyone. That was huge.
That was crazy. I mean, MADBULLS now need to fend off versus this lad. Frozen will step up, tries to shut him down, but the PPB's on, still ringing out in the distance, does a lot of damage, but won't quite finish him off. I did enjoy the fact that MADBULLS seemed to think they needed 3 guys to get Zerich back up on his feet. They were like, look, this man is carrying us hard. Let's all get over there and administer first aid ASAP. But it's Nomi off the distance from Major Pride, actually taking down Frozen as he goes to loot up some of the members from the World of Battle and will be finished off by the M249, the big machine gun in the hands of Nomi.
You gotta know Nomi, because he doesn't muck about in spots like that. For now, though, having a quick look overall at how these squads are doing. Standing out like a sore thumb, it's MADBULLS in terms of the HP disadvantage that they've had, but already 4 eliminations. Ties with clear vision that, again, they're being able to find opportunities to strike in the early game and get a bit of a buffer to work with. Rotation here on the POV of Greedy for kills as they're going to start to make their move. All 4 alive and kicking right now. You've got the map as well towards the right, and we can see positionally what these setups are looking like. My eyes are always pulled instantly towards Rook. I really do like the way that they've opted for a lot of the rotates throughout the games we've seen over the day.
You can get a lot of information looking down towards shooting range and North George. This time around, though, you don't see this too often. It's the full man split, looking all the way down from Severny to that south coast before we head over towards Rozhok. They are really reeling in the net here, where if any team comes through this way, they'll identify them quickly and they regroup fast at the end of the day. Now, this is a shift and a half. There is that compound just underneath Stalber. I think that whoever's able to take that early on is going to get a lot of use out of it.
You can be the king of the castle in a compound like that. Like a...
Everyone's going for it.
Yeah, you can just see, man. It's like an absolute marathon to get there as quick as possible. An egg and spoon race, but there is no eggs.
There is only chicken dinners at the end of the day. A little bit harder to balance on the end of a spoon, but that's what it is all about. You know, only one of these teams out of the 16 can pick up that chicken dinner at the end of the day. Diana goes down. Is to the players from Nexus. Octavian, he's able to get a lot of damage for Redox. Down, though. Knocked. Right now, Nexus is rocking with just 3 players. One of them is on the floor in Redox. Exo and Octavian attempting to keep his teammate up in action. Corker will just send away, though.
Quite close there as well, by the skin of the teeth for Corker. It seemed like Exo was actually just arriving on the scene at a great time. Ooh, car crash TV kicking off though. Corker, it looks like he's attempting to hard commit onto this one with the backup from the rear. Spray down, slay down, as Fury is able to assist with the removal of Exo. Octavian from the distance also being fed a ton of bullets, and that won't be very delicious. It will instead be quite damaging, forcing him to go for the quick bandage, and Fury aggresses. Smart pathing as well, tries to go for the quick flank round the back and get into a position where you at least have geometry. The rest of the team's on the getaway, but you've really done so much damage here to Nexus. To reset from this will be awful.
Yeah, I mean, Corker is going to have to get out of there as soon as possible. I think Octavian tried to save on bullets, but now being sandwiched between these 2 players, Furious sends down the hill. Octavian's in a real struggle position. Corker continues to pressure him whilst he's not looking his way. Out gets Furious. Tyres tries to take a couple of shots, but Octavian's holding his own at the moment. Will have to actually expend a frag to get this done. Octavian, just for a second. He was out in the open there, Jackie.
Yeah, I tried to turn tail and tuck, but instead it'll be the peak from Furia that finishes him off. Just a lot of damage for Nexus, not really the placement they were going to be hoping for on that one. As they're shut down in the end, and we can switch on over and see what's going on here. Seems like we've got Blackhand, SPG, and 77K all in relatively close proximity to one another, clashing, it seems, inside of the streets.
I mean, Yasnaya, it can effectively hold quite a few teams. You could theoretically, Jackie, theoretically have 4 teams in Yasnaya, 1 on each corner of the city itself. But again, even having 3 teams here, it does get crowded. It gets real crowded indeed. Looking at the rest of the map, though, Gladiators have been able to rotate past Severny. They noticed that there was an opening from Rook Esports as they moved away from that spot. And in the meantime, Gladiators from North George will pick up this position around Severny. Major Pride, though, this is a really strong compound. You know, it's not towards Stalber side. It's not what Alpha's been able to pick up, which again is also a strong position. But what it does give you is that anyone's coming off the top side of Stalber, off the cliff edges, it is really hard to assault you where Major Pride is playing. Also, teams that head up that way, they have to move over a lip. So for teams like Gladiators, Titans, they want to avoid that position as much as possible. But controlling that rotate over the north side of the lake, that puts you in very good stead, Jackie.
The spacing between them all as well is so scary. You've got so many big name players with these squads all on top of one another. MADBULLS slowly coming in from the bottom side, Titans just ahead of them, Gladiators alongside Major Pride with Rook just towards the top, and then sandwiched in the middle of it all, greedy for kills. So the longer this goes on, really curious where that's going to take us in terms of those elims starting to funnel through thick and fast. The circle's gap will begin to close. We'll see what story that will have in store for us. Meanwhile, joining back where we were with Blackhand, they had a great day of competition yesterday. We saw some very impressive things from Storm. I think individually for me, he was probably the MVP of this side just for his raw fragging potential. And then you had a bit of push and pull with Koa at times also giving them an extra leg when they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, Cole was definitely been a nice backup. Storm really leading the way, like you were saying there. But I think that, yeah, Blackhand had a strong day yesterday, but they have been slipping and sliding down the leaderboard all today. You know, now in 7th place where, you know, you've got 4 of these European teams now, or 5 of these European teams, in fact, sat ahead of them down from 2nd to 6th place, with Rook really doing the African region proud, still staying ahead of the pack there on 91 points above Gladiators of 81. Looking at the circle, though, we'll refocus just a little bit. To MUERTE, more than likely to lose their final member here. Keme from Blackhand looks to finish him off as he just runs past these buildings.
Oh, last second tap into the back of the leg, as he will eventually fall. Shame as well. Furia, definitely one of those players for MUERTE that he can go above and beyond. He's like lightning in a bottle at just the right moment. So you never know what he'll have in store for you in 1v4s like that. But far more than he can handle. Too tall of an order, so he goes down.
You know, there's still a potential, Jackie. Actually, we head down towards the southeast side, which is why you're seeing a lot of these teams clinging to Yasnaya, right? If they can claim a strong spot in Yasnaya early on, and we do get a circle towards this area, you're more than guaranteed at least a top 5 at that point. Teams up towards this northwest side, they're also hoping for shifts over towards their way. Alpha, with this position they're currently holding up on the high ground underneath Stalber, if they get the shift, goodness me, it's going to be hard to dismount them. Equally with Major Pride. Greedy for kills, on the other hand, you said they were sandwiched before, and they absolutely are. This is kind of barren environment they're playing with on top of the cliffside, but it might just be enough.
Potentially so. I think we've seen some good signs of life from them. But can they thrive in a less than advantaged position that they've been left in? That'll be the big old question. Having a quick glance as well, look at the movement towards the top here from Tixi and Kitsune. They're actually edging closer and closer towards where Rook have been hiding out at this point. And Rook's spacing is relatively far apart, basically playing the buddy system with a 2-duo split, watching on the edge of the high ground, so you have that extra info from both sides, and could potentially have a bit of an early warning system to know where that first contact's going to come from. Could be something to focus on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, the way that Stalber works as well, it's kind of like a stairway system, right? So for Rook Esports, at the top of the stairs right now, if they get shot at playing this buddy system, they can quickly just move further up the stairs and get out of those line of sight quite quickly, and then pass that information back at the end of the day, which is really important. They might want to start thinking about how they want to approach this circle going forward, but this is a team that's always been happy to play from the edge side on that high ground. Again, we mentioned it earlier, that positional advantage, that's where they really thrive.
It is. When they're allowed to play their own game, well, they can definitely open up a can of whoop-ass at times. Clear vision, though, trying to do something similar here on the assault down the hill. That'll be one shot firing off a far few more bullets than just the one. Seems like Carry Boy, unfortunately, has been left lifeless as well, as he'll be knocked down, with SPG finding an opportunity to get stuck in against Xenon on that one. And this has been funny for Alpha as well. A lot of information, obviously just lurking away back towards the top of that tower, but not really being able to make much of a play from it. You can see Tulika as well down in the water. Splish splash, but I don't think he's having a very fun time at the seaside there. And this is what we've been waiting for, actually. SPG and 77k trying to fight for control of the compound finally. A lot of damage done, exchange between the both of them, and 77k walk away with their heads held high.
I mean, that was really down to the wire there as well, with Thor being the last player, but 4 eliminations and 4 players still alive and kicking, albeit been on the floor. Means you get them all back up again. They've cleared out a nice space over towards this east side, so they can carve out a little bit of a rotation of their own up towards that north edge. Greedy for kills though. This position within this compound, that's going to give them a lot of support going forward, but they'll have to worry because there's teams like Gladiators as well as Rook Esports that might want to take some shots through the windows, but it's actually default to find a shot from up on high towards Kitsune. Right now, they're playing a very heavy split. 2 players down towards the south side dealing with the remainder of MADBULLS, and quickly, Meku and Matic instantly reshift focus towards the north.
Adjustments that will be very important. Kitsune expires though as he's taken down for good by Rook. Back on the feet for Carry Boy. Save his bacon at the last second there for Xenon to at least have a dynamic duo to work with the longer this game goes on. Not just down to the solo just yet at least. Quick bandage as well here for Clear Vision as they readjust themselves. They've been head and shoulders away from Alpha this entire time. And it seems like maybe now this firefight will instigate for good as the pack starts to move on in. Bullets firing down, Rage one shot looking to try and get a bit of a better position to play with here. Wants to push with a double threat from his teammates on the far right hand side. Got the flank for the wide swing on that one. A lot of damage, but no hard commit.
I mean, they're playing so split right now, so spread in areas that are really difficult to maintain and control. I mean, the whole powerful position that is this area around the map is the fact that, like you can see, Clear Vision has to pass over the lip to fight them. So why are you out in the open? Why are you not playing from the warehouses? I think Clear Vision drops the ball there. Either that, or sorry, I mean, Alpha drops the ball there. Either that or Clear Vision just rocks in at the right time where Alpha's just about to rotate. So a decent play from Clear Vision to make that happen.
It's interesting as well, isn't it? Because Alpha, for such a large period here, you could see they really had Clear Vision's number. They knew where they were. They had that extra bit of info the whole time. But like you're saying, just quite fragmented positionally to be able to play off each other's contact. And it results in them being isolated. Clear Vision do bail out on the hard commit to the fight, though. They've done a bit of damage. They're willing to concede off the back of that exchange of nades as everyone's getting blown away here, though, from the greedy for kills perspective, as they're really locked in a bit of an awkward encounter. Okay, nice follow-up from Xenon. That'll blow Delhap's chances completely away.
Again, I think the thing that I'm focusing on the most at the moment is that mini game, bro. It's Rook on that north side. They came down just for a little bit, took some shots, knocked one of the greedy for kills players, and they've made this infinitely harder for both these teams because they are being knocked down to 2 players left alive. At Rook Esports, they know that Gladiators are off towards their west. They keep them at bay, and then eventually they can actually move down towards the position after this fight concludes. You can see that Toxin takes out Senke finally, and Rook might want to move on this.
Tactical peek from Toxin. I'm surprised he wasn't spotted on that one, but he will be able to find the opening knock that he wanted to work with. 77k as well, really bobbing and weaving their way through. They were hoping they could catch off one of the Black Hand members isolated, but instead they get blown away. Backhanded by the heavy hand of Black Hand. Okay, look at the movement on this as well for A9Q. He's got the gun ready, but he's not prepared for that one. Koa puts him in a coffin.
Mozero as well. This might have been really strong in this engagement. You know, I remember Mozero from back in the days on Big. You know, this guy was one of the strongest players on that side, and it's nice to see him finding his home over in the African region, moving across there from Europe, really making things happen. And I think the Black Hand now have a real good chance here. We kept talking about them. We're waiting for them to pop off. This might be the game to do it. They move down towards Titan now to try and clear out the remaining members. But again, Titan is a difficult opposition to come up against. But for today, you know, they've been pretty lackluster.
Yeah, not quite going that extra mile that potentially you'd hope for. And now we're down towards the last 10 squads at this point as well, with Xenon finally being blown to bits and Rook looking like they got the confidence to aggress downhill. They've been playing with the angles for so long. A lot of damage done on the initial peak, potentially about to use a lot of the vehicle edge that they have as well, with the nades being spammed on top of them. Goodbye to 77k, but it's all about the slays here as we have a scrap going down. Greedy for kills, trying to bob and weave around the movement from Rook. Rook being able to hard commit onto that shot as well. Molotov pulled out for Toxin, trying to buy himself a bit of time. He's the last one left. Rook, you got to pick up your teammates. Nade going back through, double knock, not looking great as GG arrive on the scene as well. Team Nade also round the corner. They're low on HP. Toxin, if he can spray his way through them, he might be the solo dolo, but instead slain by Gladiators. And how did Rook even reset from this blank?
Just Meku and 60 though, so just a golden duo to play around with. Molotov through the window, that could be decent at pushing some of these players out, or at least locking them down in the location. Tixi though puts away the weapon at the worst time, and it's all down to Meku. A double with the DBS, Jackie.
Oh, Meku madness as the madman is dealing damage. Has to get a reload in as well. Effectively a 1v1 versus Rook at this point. Oh, it's from neck and neck positioning. Look at the timing on the face from the far left. Nice jump peek on the corner, and it'll work out to clutch it as Rami swings into action like Spider-Man.
Goodness me. Rook just did not see that one coming. I mean, greedy for kills, not quite like Spider-Man, sputting out the silly string to try and keep Rook at bay, but immediately locked up in the web as they move from that north side. But it was Gladiators to identify a really good third-party opportunity. Despite being two players, that could have maybe been them holding on to that north side, but instead it's Major Pride coming through, eliminating that northern edge, that danger zone. Nomi now holding down towards the north side of the lake. This is a really good setup from Major Pride. Is this going to be the third chicken dinner we see for Major Pride in the past 2 days?
If so, they've definitely got a big set of bellies on them, as they have been greedy for these chicken dinners, and deservedly so. Knives and forks pulled out. At this point, positionally, you got a good angle to work with. Great throwing arm on you as well. Barraging down into the rough area. You know clear vision is just making it so awful for them to be able to reposition, to take any time, to even have a second to heal. And the second that blue starts coming on closer towards you as well, you might be so low on HP that it knocks you out with this consistent aggression from the nades. Effect as well, showing the cause and effect his weapon can have as he wipes Vankid off of the server and lobs in the follow-up nade for good measure.
Goodness me, Effect here, one of the highest elimination count individuals from the previous season in league stage. He has been an MVP in the past and he'll be an MVP again out of that, I'm sure. But clear vision, 8 eliminations, not bad at all. But now it's Major Pride moving down. They jump out the vehicle and just like that, he's down. Dino gets out and closes the jaws of the T-Rex around clear vision. And they're left to nothing. Blackhand now holding out the remaining member of MADBULLS. It's Tulika, but in the whole time, we've got Nomi down here assessing the situation. This kind of information is huge, and he's going to pass that back over towards the rest of the Major Pride, letting them know exactly where the player from Rook is.
And they're going to have that high ground to play with and potentially slay with. There you go. Straight in as the AK will slay from far away, and Rook hit the DECK. Out in fourth, leaving us with 3 teams remaining. One of them just being the solo individual of Tulika, who should be called Too Lucky at this point. Still standing down towards the bottom of the gulch there, just trying to keep himself out of trouble.
The blue's going to close in eventually, but again, I think this is the second time Tulika's got to a 3rd place position. I think the first was between Titan and Alpha, and now we're here, Major Pride, Blackhand, and MADBULLS remaining, and twice it's been Tulika at the end. You know, you either call that lucky or you call that skill. I don't know at this point in time. We'll see if he can pull off a 3rd one. But the rest of the team on MADBULLS will be happy about this. Being able to accrue some points in 3rd place, picking themselves up a nice 6 points for their troubles. This is really good news.
Yeah, good spot to be in. At least helps you in the global standings and thrusts you a little bit further forward. Talking about movement as well, what's the maneuver going to be? Obviously for Major Pride right now, you're in a good spot in terms of the zone. You've got a bit of high ground to play with, map geometry that you're going to enjoy playing around as well. Few rocks here and there to hide behind. Tulika, with that zone coming in closer and closer, timing is going to be everything. How good is this man's stopwatch? And can he actually close a gap, advance further up the hill without being slain by Nomi on the peak or being spotted by the backline of Blackhand?
I mean, right now, Nomi's played a blinder on this game. This position has been so fantastic. Their ability to just leave one behind was predicated off the back with the fact that they knew that 3rd party came through. You knew that the teams on the north side were weak. And honestly, really, really well done. Storm does go down. Can Tulika get a 2nd place, though? That's the question.
Oh,
he's on the upside.
The second. He's made the maneuver blank. He's been able to get himself slightly up the hill. Oh, he sneaks in for a second at least, grabbing at the dinner, but not quite going to be able to get it, you'd imagine. Blackhand go out in third. Major Pride have just realized the absurdity of Two-Licker. Oh, here we go. What can he do from this? A 1v3, Two-Licker, an individual that can certainly pack a punch at times. He's got the DBS to play with as well. He's being pushed, ready for the peak blank. Shots down another one. He's put himself in a 1v2.
Is in fact close enough to hit this nade? I think he might just be. Will move out the way, and Two-Licker goes for one hell of a courageous finish, but it's Major Pride to finish off that game strong. A third chicken dinner underneath the belts for this team. This is a return to form. You know, back in the day, their league play was absolutely phenomenal, and they just let it out their hands in PMPL Spring versus Gladiators right at that last moment. So for Major Pride, I think they're happy to see themselves here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, like the lion, the pride of the jungle, really. They are the ones that are looking like kings at this point blank. The maneuvers have been great. The decision-making is just so clinical. And the aim is there. It really does feel like this squad right now is giving us a great display of how far they can go.
Yeah, again, it comes back to that decisiveness. You know, I identified that compound earlier, right? They pick it up easily. And, you know, I couldn't have predicted how they play out the rest of that game. That Nomi position was unbelievable, Jackie.
It really was. But we'll give you something that you can believe. We're going to head back over to the desk and break this one down.
Thanks so much, Jackie. I wouldn't believe anything I say, but there you go. I mean, this is actually true. Major Pride, the first team to get 3 chicken dinners in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. They have just done it. They started the day by getting 2. They've added a 3rd, and they're looking really good. I'm going to shake things up a little bit. So normally we would talk about that final fight. We'd break it down for you, but I've decided I don't want to do that. And because I'm the desk host, I can do whatever I want. Maxman, I want to talk about the Rook Gladiator battle. So I'm going to ask you to break that one down for us.
Oh my word, you really want me to start heated off in this segment. Okay, so Rook, again, good position, a little bit, actually, a lot of circle luck this time around. It goes hard northwest when they were in the position up there, so a little bit lucky on that side of things. And I really believe they should have sent that fight towards Greedy for Kill a lot earlier. The fact that they just kept delaying it allowed teams like Gladiators, like Alpha Team, like Clear Vision to just close that gap a little bit more every single step of the way. And then Rook, when they send the fight, open up an opportunity for teams around that compound to go for third party. And not only that, we saw it, Crowned, that they took that fight and it lasted way too long, and then Meku comes in like, okay, easy, you're coming to me one by one. I have the DBS, and no, the DBS is great in 1v1, so you just go back to back, and he just gets them so damn easily. But Rook need to just start to be a lot more decisive in their play. They're just too hesitant, and that does cause them times where they could get a win, but they just fumble at that finish line, and they just can't quite secure the win.
Yeah, and that is the same complaint we've had about them even since yesterday. That indecisiveness that we're seeing from them. When they don't get zoned, they get indecisive. They start to make bad decisions, right? The fight between Greedy for Kills, Clear Vision, and I believe it was Alpha Team was going on, and Rookie Sport did not third party that at all, right? They had to wait for all of that to end, and then by the time they sent it into that building, that compound, it was already too late. And man, losing 2 players on that fight against the duo, nah.
I want to now fast forward all the way, and as the highlights are on our screens, fast forward all the way to the final 4 battles, that late game. MADBULLS crown, very, very smart play from them, because it ultimately got them the points they need to climb up the board, keeping that player alive and just waiting patiently so he could sit in that 2nd spot.
Yeah, as much as I wanted to beat him up for waiting patiently, ultimately I'm not going to give the MADBULLS that bronze for now. I'll tell them the GGs, because it was nice. Getting 2 extra eliminations at the end was also quite important for the team. Actually, 1 extra elimination there at the end was also quite important for the side there of MADBULLS. But ultimately, I've got to say, the MADBULLS worked out this time, but I would expect that maybe leave the edge play a little bit. You don't necessarily have to change the entire style, but tried moving a little bit because I feel like the MADBULLS could have done a whole lot from the south there of Yasnaya, but then they decided to go west into the side there of Gladiators, which ultimately could have been a good play, but going one after the other again also did not play out well for them.
Look, I'm going to be nice to your region right now, Crowns. I got to say, Clear Vision has been ramping things up a little bit today. They've been sweeping the eastern side a little bit. It's been enjoyable to see them take that fight towards Alpha Team at some point. It was a really tough terrain to play later on in the game because you just don't have any buildings to play from and you're just on the slope. So teams above you have the advantage, teams below you have the advantage. It's a rough transition, but they are starting to wake up a bit more throughout the day. As we continue going up here, we haven't seen anything from Nexus, we haven't seen anything from SPG, and for the African side, Falcon White and the World of Battle, even Xenon, right? We have not seen these teams step up the way we expected today, and really these are big rosters that have that potential, but unfortunately they haven't just reached that momentum point just yet.
Yeah, and for the Falcons there, it's almost like Falcons, I'm seeing them go out in ways that I would never have dreamed that they would go out. I mean, Clear Vision hot dropping the Falcons, who would ever think that is going to happen?
We've now got your kills on the board from that last game, and I do like the fact that we keep seeing Rami up in the mix here, Crowns. I think that it does show that there is a little bit of aggression sitting there and ultimately keeping this team up at the top.
Yeah, Rami's been doing the work, ultimately survived the game once more for the team at that very end to get them the top 4 finish, which pissed me and Max off there. But we'll take it regardless. Vankid also putting up numbers on the board for the side there of Clear Vision is quite interesting because he's actually been quite the player for the team, and I'm liking how he's stepping up for that team and putting in the damage. But man, Havlik, Effect, and Furia still putting up numbers on the board, liking it.
I thought you were just going to talk about the African players. Thank you. You did mention the European players. You did not forget about the other half of this lobby. But yeah, Effect doing really good. He is known as one of the most aggressive players in Europe. He is so talented. And I feel like they still had to try and rebuild some synergy with the addition of Black White. And I know what's been working out for Major Pride today. Black White has received this jersey. Sam, the synergy is there now. They got the drip and they got the playstyle to go with it, and they've been looking so good on day 2.
I love how you're giving it all to the jersey, Max. Is that the deciding factor here?
It's important, okay? Color coordination and everything. You got to be on brand. So yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
It was a really fun second Erangel. I'm excited to see what happens as we move to our final Erangel. And of course, we'll be hitting the halfway mark of today, which means we'll get a chance to take a look at the standings. I think that there's going to be lots of jumping around, and I'm going to be super curious to see how those points play out. But a team that I feel like we didn't actually get to talk about enough, considering they won that chicken dinner, the consistency from Major Pride. That for me has been really impressive, Max.
Yeah, a big step up because of the jersey. Okay. On top of that is really they've been centering up a lot quicker in these games, which I've been appreciating. And they're willing to go for splits that they didn't do too much yesterday, especially this game, keeping Nomi next to that lake south of the circle, keeping tabs on MADBULLS, keeping tabs on a lot of the teams that were exiting outside Yasnaya Polyana was key to be able to keep tabs on the teams north and south and just being able to just keep an overarching overview of the lobby at that point to make the best play and keep the best position at that time later on. So yeah, Major Pride have definitely changed a lot of things heading into today, and I feel like this is just a start of what they're going to bring to the table in this PMRC.
So the real question is, have they changed the leaderboard and done enough to potentially push Rook off of that top spot? We'll find out after this.
points that were earned by Kanina Power. 152 is the mark. MUERTE spotted though by Furia. A massive force to be reckoned with. They need more.
Не дивлячись на всі перешкоди, ми виберемо перше місце для нашого регіону. Дорогі глядачі, не зволікайте та підтримуйте нас.
الله يا ولد، ولكن دير بالك البلاك هاند يحوموا على احلامك ليتدخل رينو. لا 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 لا، ما تقوليش ما تقوليش ما تكلمنيش ما تعطينيش يا رينو.
باخر بطولة واجهناها خطينا جميع المشاكل والمصاعب، ونشكر جميع الداعمين والمعجبين الذين دعمونا، وان شاء الله راح نحقق في البطولة النتيجة ترضينا وترضيكم. G4K out.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It is day number 2. We are going to the third Erangel. It is the 4th game of the day. And we are halfway through day number 2 as well. I just changed the maths up there because it's fun. We have had some epic games today. We've seen a lot of fun. I like the fact that Africa is starting to wake up. The teams at the start of the day had me worried, but it seems like they're starting to find their footing in this stacked lobby. The European teams have definitely adapted since yesterday. And if you're all caught up on this, I know that you are waiting with bated breath, as are all of we, to see how the standings are going to play out, because Major Pride's performance has just set them apart. Still not enough for them to knock Rook Esports off that top spot. But you know what? The gap is smaller, and between Gladiators and Major Pride, Maxman, I do think Rook is going to have to start getting a little bit aggressive and add some eliminations to their tally. Staying in the final 4, final 5 is not going to be enough to keep that top spot.
Sam, they just can't keep getting away with this. They just can't. It's not allowed. They just keep getting in these top 4 situations and getting away with fights that they should never get away with in 1,000 years. But they just keep making it happen. And we saw it with teams like Gladiators, sometimes Major Pride. They got those topsy-turvy results, which allow the consistency of Rook to just really outshine a majority of this lobby. So it's very, very scary for a lot of these EU teams, but they can still make it up there. But the thing is, and we mentioned it, Crowns, if we see Rook starting to be a little bit more decisive, I feel like they could be like at 110, 120 points possibly over the course of these 2 days if they started to frag out a bit more at those opportune times.
Yeah, like they would have been breezing through these leaderboards at the moment. But I'm going down looking at the side of MADBULLS. I do not understand how the MADBULLS are still out there in 4th position, but I'm liking it. They're holding up quite nicely, doing so much in terms of eliminations as compared to placement points. But I'll vibe with it, given that they're able to get those points down up on the board. MUERTE, it almost looked like they had like a little bit of an incline coming in today. But right now, I don't know, it almost feels like all they've been doing is not really enough because they're still out there in 6th.
Yeah, and for Titan in 7th position, they keep losing players really early, so they need to fix their early game. Their late game, we saw what this team can do, especially on one of the Erangels yesterday. It's just the early game is rough for them when it comes to drops and their pathing, so we at least know exactly what they need to try and work on to get more points throughout the rest of these days.
I just want to jump off the back of the remark that that Krans was making there about MADBULLS. The reason they're sitting in that 4th place is because of those eliminations. Look at that, 49 eliminations. That is what is going to have to be the thing that teams do if they want to set themselves apart now on this leaderboard and catch up with Rook, in my opinion, Krans, is they're going to have to start getting the eliminations along with those placement points.
Yeah, they really need to start putting up those eliminations up on board, because you can't just keep getting away with only placement points, right? It's not going to get you too far, especially with the new placement point system that we have currently going on. Speaking of which, 9 games already into the tournament, Falcons still have 0 placement points.
Oh, still? Yeah. I didn't even realize. Didn't even look.
I mean, let's dissect this, because we are halfway through day number 2, which means in 3 games we'll be halfway through the competition. What is going on with that team, Krans? In your opinion, is it? I mean, I could say on day 1 maybe you just had a bad day, but now it's starting to look like you're having a bad run, full stop.
Yeah, it's almost like, and the thing that is killing is taking the Falcons right now, what is really slowing them down is their rotations, right? In games where they survive their drop location, their rotations are usually slow, and we saw that come through in the first in the Sanhok game today, where they rotated slow and it did not play out well for them. Other than that, every Erangel game they played so far, they're going out early. So if they can actually defend their drop spot and get a little bit earlier rotations in, they might just be able to get themselves at least 1.
Also, they need to be a lot more cautious as to when they defend themselves in MUERTE, because we saw it multiple times. Clear Vision have like a vendetta against Falcon White. They just keep chasing them down in MUERTE, clearing the entire team and having an easy rotation in the south. So, yeah, weirdly enough, Clear Vision just have something against this team, it seems.
Yeah, I think it's them trying to put a statement out there. Like, I feel like this is Clear Vision not just playing for the PMRC, but also making a statement towards the PMPL Africa 4 that is about to start. That Falcon White, if you're coming to play this PMPL Africa 4, find another drop spot. We've got MUERTE.
Right, Krans, if you had to choose a team that you think was going to get that chicken dinner today, who is it going to be?
I'm going with Gaming Gladiators. I feel like we've gone so far without a Gaming Gladiator chicken, without a Gladiator chicken, that I'm feeling what's going on. Where is the chicken? So Gladiators for this one.
They have been reasonably consistent in some of their placements, and we see them obviously sitting in that 2nd spot. A chicken dinner will set them off. I see there you've gone with MADBULLS, Max. Why is that?
Yeah, thank you, production. I just wrote it. I forgot to do my prediction, so appreciate you guys. But MADBULLS, because they've just been, as you guys already stated, really good on the elimination front of things. But I want to see that good old chicken dinner coming through for the MADBULLS. I don't know why I did the Italian hands, but you know what I mean. I want to see that win eventually. So yeah, MADBULLS all the way here.
But with the way MADBULLS have been playing on their slow rotates, in Erangel, I'm beginning to doubt the MADBULLS as to if that gameplay is actually working out well for them.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, we're doing the predictions in the early game. It's just like a shot in the dark. So I'm just... let me go for my EU teams, Crowns, okay? Let me do my own thing, please. Thank you.
I do enjoy it, because I do think that even though the predictions might not come true, we might not see the chicken dinners from our teams, it gives us a really good idea of which teams to keep an eye out on, because normally the ones that we call for do give us some awesome moments. So you see, desk analysts do know what they're talking about. If you're watching in the chat though, why don't you make a prediction? Throw your name in the hat, let us know who you think is going to take it. We are getting ready now to move to our final Erangel of the day, and I'm sticking with this. Blanky has got you covered.
We're here. We keep you warm on cold winter mornings, or uncomfortably warm on hot summer mornings. So I suppose take your pick on that one. But I tell you what, Blank, this is going to be a trailblazing game. Getting close towards the tail end of day 2. And the whole date today is delivered, but in a much different fashion. It feels like Europe again starting to pull ahead of the pack. And one pack in particular has been delivering time and time again, with Major Pride giving us constant surprises. I'm really quite excited for this one. It's our last outing here of the 3 in a row, so let's see how this is going to go, Blank.
You're 100% right. I mean, Major Pride is come as a major surprise for a lot of us. Like, I don't think this is the team that we were expecting to do the best out of most of the European teams. You know, we were looking at our Gladiators, we were looking at our Titans, maybe even MADBULLS, but Major Pride, it feels like they've really rein things in a lot. They used to be quite a wild card team that would make some crazy plays. I think one of the things we identified over in the PMPL is that they would lose players right off the bat a lot of times, but they've nipped that in the bud, mate. That is no longer a problem.
Yeah, shut that down instantly. Similar things could be said about what we're seeing on our screens already as the hot drops are coming in terms of the elims we're already seeing racked up here. 77k on the receiving end already, it seems, with one of them being down on the deck as SBG try and clean up there. Meanwhile, similar sort of scenario for the Falcons and Clear Vision. Will the Birds have their wings clipped? No, seems more so like it'll be one shot being one-shotted.
Clear Vision looking a bit blurry right now. What is their game plan? How are they going to deal with this one? I mean, right now they're stuck in one building inside the actual showroom, whereas Pocus is trapped upstairs. And Falcons, the one looking for these angles to try and take them down. The majority of these engagements, guys, have been predicated off the back of this playing path. All the way on the eastern side makes it very difficult to get towards the west. So these types of hot drops were definitely going to come through. And iNows has absolutely dominated versus 77k. This looked like a fight that was going 100% in favor of 77k Esports. And iNows has turned things around in a big way.
Don't talk too soon though. Morticia, the madman, jumps out the window like a magician and makes them disappear as he shuts them down with a Bison. We always say it seems like Morteza is the key for this team. 77k, all off the back of him with a 4k to his name.
Max would call that one a force breakers. Morteza breaks apart the opposition in SPG, and Blackcan look to chase him down here, also in Yasnaya. So 3 teams dropping in Yasnaya together. Not something you see every single day of the week, but if Blackcan can get rid of this final player in 77k Esports, they have such a nice amount of room to play with at the center of the circle going forward. A lot of these rotations, you know, past Potato Hill, down on that south side, you know, there will be shifting teams through Rozhok, shifting teams past Farm and Yellows. So we're going to cause some of these traffic jams. So I think for Xenon, they're pretty happy with their position up towards Kameshki at the moment, Jackie. You know, this is going to give them a lot of time to rotate, a lot of time to think about things, because there is going to be that traffic jam down towards that southwest side.
You never want to be stuck in a traffic jam. Unless you got the tunes on the radio blank, get a bit of karaoke on the go. You never know. It could give you a good bit of momentum.
Well, it could do. I mean, for Titan, that's certainly what's going on. I mean, they're chilling down towards Primos and Ferry Pier. They've got 2 extremely good looting spots all to themselves. Gladiators, though, they might be the surprise pick here at the moment. You know, they used to drop in Ferry Pier a lot as a secondary drop spot. But now they've even taken up Sosnovka as residence recently. So these guys have got backup drops on backup drops at this point in time, which is very, very nice when things start going awry. You saw exactly how that can backfire as well, as if you only got one backup drop, you fall into a situation like 77k Esports and SPG. You find yourself in a situation where you're surrounded by other teams because no one has a secondary option.
You've got to give yourself more than one plan to work off of. Keep the adaptation as a strong suit and go with the flow. Move like H2O. And don't get stuck in a position that you're not really going to be too favored with. Talking of holding your positions as well, we saw Clear Vision and Falcons the entire time being neck and neck on top of each other. Vito has been able to bypass the one angle where he could have been clipped by 6. He's got away and got his belly back down on the floor, at least for now. You have high ground to play with as well, with roof control here, with the dinner plate in position to potentially serve up some pain to Clear Vision. Taking a bit of the lower ground as well. It's actually closing the gap between the both of them. Just depends on the contact inside of the house. If he's got the confidence to go for the swing in, doesn't seem like there's much utility for him. So it would have to be off the skin of his own back just with his gun skill.
Couple of players surrounding this spot at the moment. Clear Vision, you've got Pocus as well as Vito still up. Falcons just surrounding right now. I think Zeke knows exactly where he is, but the headshot into the body shot just lets them go down.
Seems like today was not a good day for Falcons as the AK will be used. And that's one of them dropping. 6 though, running on in. Can the slugs be delivered? Straight to the face for the first as Pocus knocked onto his legs and then firsted upon. Vito with a similar sort of maneuver. Peeks around the back line and they go blow for blow in the close engagement. Trying to outplay each other in terms of the audio cues as well. 6 backing off, but he's been spotted by Vito. Information for either side. Nice repeak on that one. Confidence for it. Gets inside the building. Bandage being pulled. You can take the fight out through the window. Vito aware of this. Sets his eyes towards the sky and quickly tries to get himself into a position where he isn't going to be exposed. Plays around the door and keeps them guessing.
Man, Six has been constantly on the move as well. I mean, this guy proved himself as one of the powerhouses from Falcons over in the PMWI. He's certainly showing up here. Vito once again takes a nasty shot out the window. Cannot quite clean things up with a shotgun, the S12K, and Axa will finish him off there. 4 eliminations, but losing 2 players in a situation looked fairly simple for Falcons to finish up on is a bit unfortunate for them, especially down towards Milta, where there was a clear position to rotate up towards that north side. Xenon have moved off the top of Stalbert and moved south towards the edge of Yasnaya Polyana, trying to control around MUERTE's area, just the north side of Lepovka.
Quick highlight here on the World of Battle as well, as they really have been through so many battles. It feels like we've been saying all of yesterday and today again, just been quite unlucky into a lot of these encounters, down to 1 man already. Bit of a replay coming in here as well, and this further backs up the point. This is when the World of Battle worst lane out, with Flique having a hell of a jump shot on that one, being the Mac Daddy with that maneuver. Sublime SMG work.
But that's through a tiny window and a door frame to get that elimination. Yeah, the World of Battle have had it rough. And I mean, dropping next to MADBULLS is to be expected, right? This is a really good team. And at the moment, the World of Battle is just feeding MADBULLS. 4 eliminations after 4 eliminations. I mean, if we take this at face value, right, over the 3 games that we play on Erangel per day, World of Battle is making up 12 points of the daily earnings from MADBULLS. It is pretty ridiculous, and you know, they're currently sat in 4th place, so it's showing 75 points with 4 eliminations found again this game, which leads them up to 79, just 3 behind Major Pride, who've been on a bit of a streak so far.
And that's Rook as well, sat still at the top spot with 99 points to their name, about to break even further out into the upper echelons with this one. It's been a big day of earnings for them. So we'll see just how much more they can funnel into their back pockets over the course of this one. Having a quick look down as well, I always like to see just what Titan are up to. We've had a few games today already where Old Boy's been up to his old tricks in terms of going for very aggressive rotations, trying to play just off the skin of his own back. At least here looking a little bit more grouped in terms of the slow rotate coming up. You've got Major Pride just ahead of them, and then down towards the bottom bridge side where Robs could be in a position to maybe get some info depending on the timing. That's where Gladiators are coming from.
Yeah, Gladiators really have had to wait a long time right now, and I think it's smart as well. The way you look at it is that an eastern plane path, you're assuming most of the teams are going to be bridge guarding on that eastern side. They know that Titans are going to drop in Ferry Pier / Primos, so they have to wait until around about Zone 2, Zone 3 before they start making their move. At that point, Titan 100% will be starting to make their way into the circles. This is a very safe play from Gladiators. Yes, it puts them right at the back of the queue, but at least it leaves them with 4 players to maneuver around that edge side. And they're very proficient at edge play as well, Jackie, so this makes 100% sense for them. Major Pride, on the other hand, though, because they had to move out quite far to get towards Pachinki, we're not seeing that similar decisive fashion, in which case they pick up a quick position within the circle. That's what Pachinki's made for. It's what it's good at. Center of the map means you can instantly get to anywhere you need to go, but because that looting spree has taken longer, we are not seeing them towards the center of the circle this time around. So let's see what they can do from the edge.
Another factor as well, of course, is just all the bells and whistles they'll have about their person with taking that slower approach to it all. Quick pit stop to heal up for Titan, as they've had a long old trek through the blue, so they'll need to take their moments to bandage themselves back up, pop the stims, and then get on moving again. Is the MADBULLS POV as well. We've been touching on them an awful lot over the course of the day, and a lot of that goes down to just their sheer firepower. They really have not been pulling a single punch, and there's been no ring rust when it comes to the actual 1v1s, the 4-on-4 engagements. The way that their aim capability just puts them really head and shoulders above some of these teams has been the boon for them. It feels like they can pass the baton between any one of the 4 players on this roster blank, and they know that they're happy to contend.
I mean, 59 eliminations found so far, right? Isn't that a crazy number to think about in terms of eliminations? Because sat right now, with the points they've got in this game, they're at 79 points, which means that 20 of their points are from placements. It doesn't quite check out in my head. This is what MADBULLS have done a lot of times. It's just elimination after elimination. So if we saw MADBULLS getting towards a couple of these ending games, we would 100% see them in first place. It's just that they are having so much carnage in this early game. That's what's bumping their points up a lot of times. Coming out these matches with 5, 6, 8 eliminations at a time. I mean, if it's the way you want to play, it's worked for teams in the past, and it can work right now.
I mean, it's definitely viable, right, as well, because it's just sustainability. That's the biggest issue with it, is if at some point you're not able to consistently deliver that level of frags in and out game after game. But hey, with how they've been playing, I don't right now see any reason to say this is going to stop at some point. It feels like the longer the day goes on, the more confidence they gain as well. A team that really does embody that idea of kind of feeding the hot hand, right? If someone's fragging that day, let them go off the leash a bit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened with Zerich yesterday. It's what's happened with Tulika today. You know, I mean, Tulika, I think, has made up the majority of the placement players just with him getting towards those end games, which is really, really nice to see. In the meantime, Gladiator is actually able to get to a really central spot. Now, this is massively surprising, Jackie, because we saw them. They were in Sosnovka. I said that they were going to be the back of the queue, but they've proved me completely wrong. And again, that decisive nature that we were a big fan of before comes back in clutch right now as they send across and thread the needle through a lot of these teams.
They've jumped the queue, Blank. They're going to be told off for their naughty maneuvers, but it might work out to put them far further ahead than they may have been. A lot of scraps occurring over the course of the battleground, all at the same time here as well. You've got a few teams fighting amongst themselves and fitting the numbers down. You can see reflected here towards the right-hand side just how many squads are either, you know, you're looking at 1 to 2 knocks or just low HP across the board and greedy for kills. In a bit of a rough position. This one's explosive though, as Dino gets the bounce round with the frag. Tulika's going to try his luck through the window, see if he can get the trigonometry to bounce it in. Lands perfectly, the clap back. So MADBULLS and Major Pride basically in a locked on 1v1 here. Again, spam down from the back line. That'll be Nomi that's able to assist, letting Black-White get his teammate back up to save Dino.
Yeah, I mean, this position for Major Pride is really good. In fact, Jackie, we played this exact position a couple of days ago on Erangel. And it's a struggle because you can get easily cut off between both sides. And with the position that MADBULLS are in, that high ground is really tough to deal with, especially leaving this compound.
Yeah, you're just going to be so exposed positionally.
Yeah, we died to that spot.
Yeah, we've been there. We've been there.
We've been there, my boys. Don't worry. We know how it feels.
And that's probably the scary part about it, right? I mean, at least there's the benefit of the quick getaway with the vehicle. Otherwise, you are just leaving yourself in what could probably be described as not the best spot, Blank. I think if we're giving it a fair look.
Yeah, it's not amazing. The fact that Major Pride have been able to get out of it is really good, but I think that comes off the back that MADBULLS are in that spot on the high ground, that yes, it gives you really good lookouts down towards the Alamo, but what happens off the back of that is that, you know, you're also spotted from along the way. So MADBULLS losing 2 players means they just have to give up the ghost on that engagement between them and Major Pride. The Alamo gave Major Pride just enough cover to restabilize in that position and move over towards this lip, this ridge to play around with, looking into the circle itself.
Man, Zerich as well. It feels like you really do have to give him props for a lot of these engagements he gets himself stuck into. Unbelievable confidence, but really unbelievable aim for some of the spray that he had there. The control to be able to guide that recoil, still hit the shot, get the knock onto a player who's just speeding miles ahead of him. Still, MADBULLS. Maybe it wasn't worth the maneuver. As Fleek's been down, you've got 2 smokes to work with. Big gap in the middle. Fleek's also taking a few pot shots as they want to hard commit onto it. Koa does not want to allow him to be brought back into the action. So they commit to that one and remove him. Hard being able to find that elim and leaving it basically just on Zerich. Just kind of stuck, trying to shroud himself in the smoke to stay alive for as long as possible, really.
Now, we've got Major Pride actually just sending it direct through to the mansion itself. They're on the back building at the moment. Xenon's along the way. And they're all holding inside this position, right? It's going to be difficult for Major Pride to get up towards the fences. Right now, Xenon's also got players in that 3-story. It's really difficult to pinpoint which window those players are actually shooting out of. So Major Pride's got their work cut out for them. But for the time being, it's actually a fairly safe spot. And they can coexist with Xenon at the moment. They don't have to force the play. They don't have to force the move through. And they can sit in this position for quite some time. Fortunately for them, with the majority of the teams on that western side, they're going to be first to face.
Oh, Know Me as well, supported by Dino. Able to cut their way through Axe quite quickly. And Falcons, white wave goodbye as they flap out of this one. Alpha as well, replying back. They were getting barraged with utility from the downside of the hill. So they thought, you know what? You want to throw nades? Let's throw nades back. As they will launch them down, blow Delhab into a very uncomfortable position. And they're just going to keep trying their luck with this. It's like an explosive game of chicken blank.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason this is called heaven, right, this position, because underneath it is just hell. Luckily, the shots that come back from Hemo, able to keep them still in this one, reflect, again, just a confident player that you can just let loose a lot of times, and Alpha can be happy for him to make those plays. We'll have to move back to the team at the moment. One of those teams is Titan.
And Titan arrive on the scene, and a man that's always known for making obscene maneuvers, it's Old Boy. He's sniffing out these low players. But Zerich, he's doing something quite similar. Oh, how has he kept himself alive and kicking as well? Chicaning on the movement, manipulating his hitbox to make it as awkward as possible. Actually clears the gap. And there's not really a clean line of sight for them now. They'd have to hard commit to it and chase if they want to. They jump in a vehicle and look to close that gap as clean as possible. Will he actually get this heal off though? That's the big question. Has been able to. HP's back. Zerich always good in opportunities like this, but 2 is better than 1. And they shut down the Bulls.
Man, you really felt Zerich could win that one. I've seen him making those movements up a hill, especially on Miramar yesterday, but just not meant to be. Greedy for Kills, though, will be having to deal with a lot of the teams looking their way on that eastern side. I mean, they are first to face them, which is why they've had to expend so much utility in terms of those smokes. Robs will also send a smoke that way to try and eliminate some sightlines so he can look directly towards Greedy for Kills. And the circle moves actually down towards Gladiators. This is not something I expected. I thought we'd be finishing over towards Mansion itself, but actually heading over towards this pretty sparse ground down towards that south east side, right? A lot of tree line in this area, so some sneaky plays could be what we have on the cards.
And with the sneaky beaky like maneuvers. We'll see what they've got in store for us. Any real surprises that will be coming our way. Like a Christmas morning, a present delivered fresh under the tree. Having a quick look as well where Rook are. Haven't touched on them for quite some time, but of course the top dogs overall still sat there with 99 points to their name. I like the way that they have kind of broken away from the normal maneuvers in a lot of these rotates. Titan though, quick on the feet now. Icy seems to have kicked this one off, finding the connection onto Octavian. Big name player taking out for NEXUS. Old Boy drawing the crosshairs as well as he drives in looking for info. Got to get himself over the gulch. They'll harness all of the damage onto the vehicle, blow him up at that point. So Old Boy's down on his legs. Robs trades it back onto Redux. Furia also biting in for the hard commit from MUERTE. So this is not looking good. From Titan thinking they had the upper hand on NEXUS, they've been sucked into a really rough spot now, with just Havlik basically trying to bandage himself back from almost looking lifeless.
Yeah, I mean, that's some crazy focus fire coming through from NEXUS. They just eliminate the vehicle. And I think that Old Boy wasn't expecting the amount of divots in this location, so his vehicle just doesn't quite go as fast as he might like it to. Titan, Havlik will go down as MUERTE start to move their way up into this position. They hear the shooting, they hear the firing, and they want to carve out a bit of space for themselves down towards the southwest side. But you're right, Rook on the east have a compound to play around with. Default's playing on that south side, gathering information towards those teams on the south, and they're getting themselves set up for an engagement. But I still think Gladiators right now have a really strong spot, and that comes from a decisive decision to head towards the center early on and try and decimate the rest of the lobby.
Going by the beat of their own drum and pounding it at quite a fast BPM, it seems, with how quick they've been about this. Also, trying to keep Major Pride in the back of your mind, as they've just shown us again and again the sheer consistency they've had today, how well they've been playing in each and every fight, being able to reset at times, not hard committing to things where they don't really have level footing to fight from. Seeing Blackhand maneuver around as well. Blackhand yesterday that looked quite decisive today. We've been talking about the fact they're starting to slip down the overall standings. This is another chance, potentially the last chance of the day on a map that we know they feel very comfortable on, to show us what they're made of.
They've got a couple of points right today. You know, I think it was around about 6 because they started the day on 59, which has kept them in 6th place overall. But yeah, as 4 players right now, coming down from Yasnaya after being able to, you know, finish off 77k Esports, play it safe versus SBG as well as 77k. This is a real opportunity for them right now, and a lot of teams have to leave. They have the freedom to roam on this north side too, so all these teams that have to move out from Mansion, they might be able to get the sideswipe on them, Jackie, which is the main thing. And Gladiators, they have been rewarded for one hell of a brash rush towards the center. But this was smart. This was good.
It might have been brash, but it also had a lot of brains behind it. Whew. Looking at the brawn on this one as well, it'll be just how strong those throwing arms are. As we can see the frags landing in. He's actually been able to pull off the maneuver. It won't matter though. You close the gap, but he probably should have been minding the gap like the London Underground, Blank, as Xipa will finish him with a shotty up close and personal.
I mean, the bunny hopping that he got through, looking more like a kangaroo, to be honest with you, with the length and speed that he able to get inside that building. I mean, really, really well done. Not meant to be, though. I think the entire time we've seen Greedy for Kills just on their bellies, just trying to get closer and closer towards this position. Blackhand understands the assignment, though. They want to move towards the circle, but clearing out these teams is a high priority for them. If they can do that, they can maintain control of a lot of this northern side. Rook starts to push in, but they've been passive, and Max has been talking about this. When they're forced to move, when they're forced to get a little bit crunched towards that circle itself, they can lose a lot of that power.
Here, they're actually completely backing off as well, trying to just utilize the high ground they've already got and not hard commit to a fight they don't feel favorable in. Major Pride, though, from going from strength to strength, suddenly it started to go a bit wrong. Greedy for Kills, it was just Hemo that was left alive. He was able to get a backstab off onto one of them, remove one player and leave them with 3 left standing. Now they've got stuck into an engagement that they thought they had a chance to build off the back of towards the MUERTE. Instead, they have eaten lead, and you have just got Effect, who is having frag after frag thrown towards him, trapped in the open with just some shrubbery to provide company. Hemo's even still here as well, just lurking. It seems like Xenon have got his number, but this is just such a change in the page. Now Major Pride are in the same position Greedy for Kills were, and look at this aggression that's coming out from Alpha. You've got Reflect flanking in from the left, great frag as well, consistently followed up with more. Fury is taken away as Hilby drops, the MUERTE are gone. Now they're going to hard commit with the nades raining in to see if they can shut down Xenon on this one. 2 versus 4.
I mean, it's sort of a death sentence Xenon set themselves up for, right? They sit inside this building, the Blues pushing in. Yes, they might be able to get some exit frags as people try and maneuver away like Major Pride, but at the end of the day, with the amount of space that looks towards the position, this is what Blackhand has been waiting for this entire time. Marshall moves out, will finish off the last player of Tenchik, and he's able to get around the side just in time, Jackie.
Oh, he was indeed. Hit that one nice and heavy, spraying his way through them like an air freshener with a shotty, as he will remove them. Looking back here at GG as well, the Gladiators trapped in a hell of a clash. Are they handy with a steal? Can they earn their keep in a position like this? Replying back, exchanging nades between either side. Low HP on a few of the Rook players as well, and they're basically playing quite isolated. Trapped behind a car, therefore trying to at least get a heal in. Curry Boy going to be swung on as well as Blackhand trapped in the 3 versus 1 here. Lazy Boy just inside of the vehicle. Low HP, not looking good.
I mean, this is a sneaky move though. He's got the DPS and finally Keme checks him. I think you got to take shots earlier than that. I mean, eventually people will take shots at the vehicle. Blackhand, really, really nicely done from them. I mean, they knew exactly what they needed to do. They heard all the engagements over there, and they waited to set themselves up in a spot where they could take advantage of a lot of the teams leaving from Mansion, understanding that that position can hold, you know, 2 to 4 teams at the end of the day, and it held a lot, which made leaving it so incredibly difficult. And Blackhand was so happy they did, in fact, go for a stay at the Mansion itself. Hemo steps up though, last player from Greedy for Kills, but what a nade from Koa over the top, which completely takes him out.
And that's actually given an opportunity for Blackhand to reset themselves and still potentially push for a little bit more. 3 players standing in the squad. If they can get him back on his feet, you've still got Storm alive and kicking as well, and he's been the big name for this roster, it feels like. So having them all alive Maybe you can work from this. Having them all alive is not something that you can say about Major Pride, though, as it's just effect. He's been trapped on his lonesome for a while. Got vision across onto NEXUS. That's Kappa Hala, who's jumped in the car, but he's Kappa gone. Shut down by effect, as he'll be able to frag his way through him and completely wipe NEXUS out of things in 5th place, leaving us with the 4 remaining teams. Rook, Blackhand, Gladiators, and Major Pride for the final clash.
Rook sends in now through the smoke, gets up the initial building. Kitsune drops the Molotov out the side, and that might cause absolute chaos on the edge, as they're stuck on top of the barrels right now. A nice nade, and Meku peeks out with the UMP, flushes out one of them, and Rook's push feels a little bit lackluster, but in comes a nade, changes the pace of the tides.
Oh, he's got the Vision in the back pocket as well. That's a lot of bullets that you can spam out onto the opposition and the Molotov to increase the pace of things. Therefore, what can he do here? He's got timing to work with. Teammates getting themselves back on their feet. He opts to take the high ground, going for the elevated face. Kitsune is inside of the house. Matic's fallen back to play around Tixi. In effect, he's still lurking on in. But therefore, with the high ground that he's actually got contact across now. So he's been able to hard commit onto that one, shut down Major Pride, and he can still take pot shots in the distance, Blank.
Koa actually hits a fair few of those and defaults backed off of it. Eugene goes down to some shots coming through from Blackhand. And this is what you're talking about before. It's the potential for even more of a push coming through from Blackhand themselves. We're down to a 3v3v3 at the moment with Rook, with still 1 player on the ground. Does finally get back up on his feet now. So 4 players for Rook, the highest amount of players in a squad in the lobby currently, with Gladiators shifted all the way into the corner of this compound.
This will be insanity. The tempo between this steadily increasing as well. You can see that they're really trying to give it their all. Koa, he's got a recoil like a boa constrictor as he's just received so much damage. A gift that you do not want. He has utility in the back pocket though. 2 frags to work with. Same could be said for Storm. Packing 4 of those bad boys. If he can get an arc across, the splash damage could be huge for them, as you've still got the close quarters engagement between Rook and Gladiators inside of the compound. Default still trying to play from the high ground on the roof. Seems like he wants backup from Eugene as well to have the 2 players on the top, 2 players on the bottom.
Moving in slowly now from Blackhand, waiting for these 2 teams to make contact with one another and hopefully take each other out whilst they apply the pain from the outside. They've got a fair bit of a spread right now, so if one of them goes down, it's disastrous. So each player needs to mind his own at this point. 1 nade in the pocket from default. They send 2 in, and this has to be good for them. Doesn't connect at all. Does a little bit of damage towards that backside, but Stims might be able to deal with it. But look at that. There's absolutely no utility on the side of Gladiators.
Oh, it's completely drained everything they had, and look at the attack. Koa trying to snipe, backed up by Rook's nades to go rolling on in. Gladiators, they thought they were in the prime spot in the middle of everything, but that's worked out so much worse for them as they just receive all the damage from either side. They'll get blown away. They're out in 3rd, down to Rook versus Blackhand now. 4 versus 3 on the head count for the squads, but it could actually be a 3v3 quite quickly. Koa, wide swing, snakes his way in to strike on the first. Eugene replies. Ready for the counter-attack. Storm trying to close the gap, but Eugene, he's got eyes on this one. He knows where he is. The blue's going to force the move, and Eugene should be able to strike and abuse with this one.
Storm taken down. Now it's just 1 player from Blackhand, 2 players on the floor for Rook. A 1v2 with Keme trying to clean things up, but the shot's round the side and he's taking a huge amount of damage. Drops one through the side with the grenade, hopefully trying to pull something off here. The blue is pushing in and he's got a decent position on this rock. Molotov burns behind him, but it won't burn him out. I think Rook is really suffering when it comes to that utility, and 2 nades in the back pocket is massive for Keme. He has to make them count here, and there's 1, Jackie!
That's the opener he wanted, but now he's got to deal with Default, who's trying to create space here. He's already aware of this, though. Look at the reposition. Blows the nade towards the left-hand side, so Default is trapped.
That's a massive molly.
He set the place ablaze, Blank. The house is on fire, and he's burning brightly. Trying to quick switch between his weapon, prioritize taking the fights and getting a heal in. Eugene, first on to Koa. Makes it really just a 1v1 from Kemi. Follow up Molotov. Nice peek. Damage done. Low on HP, though, and he's finished off as close as it could be. But Blackhand let it slip as they get taken down by Rook. Chicken dinner for the Rook lads on that one.
I mean, look, honestly, Keme used his utility massively there, but you've got to give a big shout out to Koa. COA in the name, but not DOA in the game, because this guy came alive in those final moments, Jackie. He looks so good there, and I think that realistically, you've got to give props to them. But it is Rook to take the finishing game. I think that they really took a lot of that potential from those earlier games, Jackie, where we're like, they need to push more, they need to be a bit more aggressive, and they certainly put that into play here.
They did. I think the longer this competition has gone on, the more and more we're seeing the evolution of Rook in terms of being able to adapt, but show just how much firepower they have. That was a crazy end circle, especially just with the final 3 teams alone. I really want to see what the analysts thought about that one, so let's not dilly-dally. Let's get back to the desk.
The second team here at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash to claim a second chicken dinner. Rook Esports has finally done it. And ironically, the last Erangel we just watched, the one before that, very similar time in the game, we saw the Rook Gladiator battle. We broke that down on the desk, talking about how Rook waited too long to push Gladiators. I thought, and I think all of us thought, Max, that this was going to be a very similar situation for them, because it seemed like they were waiting. And yet, this time, that play worked out for them.
I was really expecting a repeat of them delaying things to the last second again, to the point where of no return, where teams are just going to be able to just pressure them against the blue zone. But they did push in, and I feel like the one ballsy play, could call it, that worked out great for them and gave them so much more presence in that final circle is sending Default and Eugene on that roof position. I mean, we were nerding a lot about it, Crowns, that game. Him being able to forget about Gladiators for some time and able to keep the rest of Blackhand at bay bought them so much extra time to just kind of flesh out their position and then to start overwhelming the competition. So yeah, it was a ballsy play, but at the end it did work out, and that's a very big cap.
Right? I feel like they bought themselves, oh, he moves too. Anyway, I feel like Rook Esports bought themselves quite the time out there, because they could have pushed on to Gladiator a long time ago, but we saw them delay that push. And I want to commend them for being able to slow down time in such critical positions, because I can imagine what the pressure must be like in these type of games, right? And being able to slow the game down to that point to buy yourself as much time as you need worked out well for them.
Can we do a deal, Crowns? Can we just not talk about these hot drops on Erangel anymore? Because I've had enough. Yep. I've had my fill, okay? I don't want to talk about Rozhok, not going to talk about what's happening in Primorsk or even Southern Georgia, so we're just going to ignore those early skirmishes that have been happening. Though, this circle, not the easiest to maneuver, because it's very flat terrain. You've got some very specific compounds that are big POIs, big points of interest you want to hold on to, and you've got a few dips here and there you can use and abuse to your advantage, but they are very limited amount of options you can really play around. Though MADBULLS and the Major Pride, nice back and forth, but Major Pride sent it early on in the center of the circle. The circle didn't end up going their way in the end, but Major Pride really being so center focused throughout today, which has been super successful so far.
Yeah, and I feel like they're tearing a book out of Rook Esports, tearing a page out of Rook Esports' book from yesterday, finding themselves that good position, doing so much damage there, or maybe even Africa's strat, right? And doing so much damage, making it work out. Unfortunately, they did get caught up in the whole mansion saga, where they had to fight against this idea of Xenon, Major MADBULLS, greedy for kills. There was a little too many teams out there around the mansion area, and maneuvering their way around that became that much of a problem. You can see it here when they tried to get out, that's where the problem did get started. But on the other hand, Black Hand, I really want to say this, because I saw a little bit of indecisiveness coming through from them. They did hold up the north for quite a while, and then we saw them go over to the east. And I thought, okay, what are you doing, right? They did leave all the fights that was going on in the mansion that they could have easily third-partied and, get kept. And then we saw them go to the east, and then they came back to the north, and I'm just like, what do you want to do? What is the decision-making process there?
If you take a look at Rook Esports, yesterday, 5 out of the 6 games, they finished in the top 4. Today, 3 out of the 4 games we've played so far, they've finished in the top 4. And the 4th game, they actually came 5th. So now I'm curious, Maxman, what is it that this team is doing to ensure that they are always in the late game?
It really is. Okay, so there's 2 aspects to this, okay? One of those is they do early game rotations really well. They get in positions where teams are not rotating in. Like, their early game is textbook when it comes to playing in this lobby in particular. And look at that, another game, the game itself, this time the chicken dinner, 8 eliminations because their position was so good. So another 18 points, they're going to be able to lengthen that lead once again. But the circle does come their way quite a bit, Sam. I feel like that is a factor that has been coming back multiple times that has allowed Rook to be so successful in PMRC. I still... It's weird to say because they're first place team, and I rarely say this about first place team. I still want to see more. The fact that this team still can improve so much, and yet they're still in first place, shows that this team has so much potential. And if they can bloom even more in the rest of 2023, maybe this is the team that's going to represent Africa heading into PMGC. I would be stoked to see that, but we need to see more Elims coming in, more like decisive plays. And if so, this is a team I feel like could be so strong on the international stage.
Yeah, I feel they have what it takes. Like, we're seeing the way they're doing it. They have this way of just holding up till the end. And I don't know. If anyone knows in the chat, let us know. Who did Rook Esports pay for these zones? Because they keep getting that zone every single time.
I want to draw your attention to the fact that Africa was able to win this one. You can see there the 50 versus the 42. And a really strong showing from both Rook Esports and Black Hand, Crowns.
Yep, and I'm enjoying that from the Africa side of things. Seeing them actually step up now kind of gives me, you know, more ginger to keep going on. But I keep saying it, we cannot have just one or two teams up there doing the work for us. I saw a little bit of Greedy for Kills doing that much work on the top side of the leaderboard, but still we need more work there from the side of Greedy for Kills. Where we see Africa do well, they do not do too well. Like they only give Europe a gap of, like, you know, 8 minimal gap. But when Europe is winning the games, we're seeing them do so much, you know, gap between them and the African teams.
Yeah, and I want to jump back onto what Blank was saying at the end of that game and after the game, actually, about Koa. He was an absolute fire, an absolute tear throughout this game, and he was just beaming down all the teams around him. He was creating so much space that was so necessary for Black Hand to apply the pressure. They were able to just put on display in those finishing moments. So Koa is definitely an integral part for the success of the team. The whole team, of course, is doing great, but Koa this game was really the MVP of the team to get in that second place.
We're done with Erangel. Oh, sorry, carry on.
I was about to say, this is the Koa that we know, right? To be honest, that's why I was saying, like, Storm fragging out yesterday, I'm like, what is this going on? And then seeing now that Koa is looking to be back on his feet, okay, I'm glad, I'm happy.
We're done with Erangel. We've had our 3 Erangels for the day. 4 games are done, and actually 10 games have been played so far here in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. So now let's have a little bit of fun. Crowns, out of those 10, how many of your predictions have you got correct?
I would say it's quite similar to the amount of placement points that Falcon Gaming has right now.
There we go. I like that. Maxman, how about you? How many of your predictions have you got correct?
I think about this. I mean, what counts as a correct prediction? A win or a top 3? Because we can have different rules.
Listen, whether it's a win or a top 3, I'm still going to win the whole thing. So you can have whatever you want, actually.
If it was top 4s that counted as a point, you would win by a landslide, Sam, okay? Picking Rook as many times as you have, you'd be definitely in first place. But
if we're just going with chicken dinners as well, I still win. It actually doesn't matter what we do. I stayed true to my one team, and I just needed to point out that I'm the prediction winner. And also, the reason I had to do this is because I'm not humble. I need to own this. I am currently winning the predictions.
Okay,
Sorry,
I want to bring up a new rule then, okay? And we have to follow it. We cannot pick the same team twice in a row.
That's so dumb. I hate that rule. And at the Desk Host, I have decided that no, that rule's done. It's not going to happen, and we're going to break.
Vikendi's made its way to the 2023 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash of Europe versus Africa. It is a compound-heavy map where DMRs will be more useful than ever to whittle down those opponents' utility in the endgame before making those dangerous crashes as the blue eventually closes in. In the last episode, Max was talking about Mount Kresnik, but if you can take the highest spot in the game, why don't we take the second highest spot in the game? It's Winery. It's a great place to be. It's one of my hot drops I'm picking out here. Great scouting in the early game, as it is the second highest spot. Everyone knows second is the best. You know, first is so last week at the end of the day. But this position is a place where you need to be. You need to have utility on board. You need nades, molotovs, because it is heavily contested at times, Max. Obviously, you need to be getting people off the edge to those warehouses when you can. Circle often comes down this way as well towards that south side, so you can stay here for a very, very long time if needs be. But if you're in a bind, getting down off Winery is not too hard either, because there's a lot of natural cover in terms of rocks and trees as you head down from that high ground.
My drop I'm going to be looking at here is going to be Cement Factory. Of course, one of the reasons why it is so good and prevalent in Vikendi is because it's just all that loot is tightly packed in the compound itself, so you don't have to really split farm wide. You can just stick together, and if a team breaches you, you should be relatively safe. And it's a position that's pretty close to castle / the river, so you can make an easy dash to the other side of the map if need be based on where the circle is. But Blank, you know, you talked about that second high spot in the map. Well, that's so last week. Right now, third best high ground in the map is the best, because you got one right to the east, which is good for scouting. It's hard to get up there, but it's high. So that's something you got to keep in mind.
Good. Thanks for joining me and Maxman here, learning all about Vikendi. Stay frosty, PUBG Mobile enjoyers, and we'll see you in the chat.
We are heading to Vikendi. My name is Sam, also known as Tekel, and I'm keeping you company through the rest of the day. Joined on the desk by now we're DJs on the desk by Maxman and Crowns to bring you all the action of this PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. And like I mentioned, heading on over to Vikendi, it's going to be very interesting because if we take a look at that leaderboard, Maxman, Rook is running away at the top there, and if someone doesn't stop them from finishing in the top 4 spots continually, they are going to run away with this entire tournament.
Look, I said I didn't want to see any more hot drops, Sam, but like, does someone want to hot drop Rook? You know, at least let's not have a champion decided at the halfway point of PMRC. Let's have it still up in the air as to who's going to win. But a lot of EU teams on the first page here, and that lead actually from the European squads is starting to lengthen up. So, Crowns, your region needs to step up soon because we're going to get to the point of no return pretty soon.
Yep, and when you say my region has to step up, at this point, I'm not even talking to the teams on the left-hand side. I'm talking to the teams on the right-hand side. Falcon, Xenon, the Water Battle, Clear Vision, 77K. Wake up. I was saying this earlier. Baby numbers are not going to do this anymore. I mean, we're looking at these bottom 3 teams not able to breach 10 placement points. Like, what is going on?
As much as waking up might help, I'd be curious, Maxman, from a Falcons point of view, still 0 placements, right? We've played 10 games. What can they do differently to ensure that maybe the results of Vikendi are a little bit different for them?
Look, I know that I'm very critical of what's been happening with Falcons, and some people might be like, Maxman, you can't do any better. What are you talking about? Do you have a strategy for them to do better? And actually, I do. They drop in Milton Erangel, and we say Erangel is your most important map when it comes to PMRC. Instead of fighting Clear Vision, just go to Farm Split. It's a very similar rotational path. You don't fight early game versus Clear Vision. You get loot very safely, and you can go on your merry way on your circle rotation right off the bat. It's the easiest play to go for, and it changes barely anything for how you approach the early game. So, Falcons, if you're watching, do that, and if it works out, you can pick me up as your coach. Thank you.
And left to me, I would actually say that is something I would want them to do, because you're going Africa against Africa. You know, these are your brothers. Don't do that. You're letting the European teams get more chances to put points up on the board. You know, give Clear Vision MUERTE, go over to Farm. It's easy. It's the same thing. They're used to that play. We've seen them play from Farm before. They can do this.
It's anti-teaming.
Anti-teaming, right. It's time for our predictions. We've realized how important they are, especially because I'm now in the lead. So, of course, in predicting the team that I think will take the next chicken dinner, Maxman forced my hand. I had to go with Rook. But look at that. I've converted both of you. Maxman, Talk me through your decision here.
You know, Sam, you just keep getting away with those wins, just like Rick Esports get away with their own wins. So we're just going to steal your strap, and we're just going to... There you go. If we don't keep losing, then we're just going to start winning, taking those rook picks. I don't know.
I'm picking them based off the fact that I feel like maybe all
No, crowns. No, it's in spite of Sam. Okay, let's agree. It's in spite of Sam.
I was looking to jinx them if everyone goes for Rookie Sports. Jinx them.
Listen, we all think. Well, it's pretty clear that we thought this would be funny and it's a bit of a meme. But you know what will be really funny is if they do actually win back-to-back chicken dinners and we had them all on the predictions. I would have a good giggle at that. It's going to be interesting. Vikendi's always a good time, Max. What can we expect from this map?
A normal circle, please. Just don't go 50% water on phase 1. That was absolute hell, and it made it interesting for sure, but can we have a normal Vikendi game? I would like to see that happening. Just a central position. Mount Kresnik. You know what? I would enjoy a good old Mount Kresnik finish, so please, Circle Gods, I'd appreciate it.
That's what Max would enjoy, but you know what I enjoy? Listening to Blank and Jackie cast the game, and we get a chance to do just that because we are going to go into Vikendi. They are ready on the mic, so let's get straight into it.
Oh, vicious, voluptuous Vikendi. A map that is chock-a-block of carnage from the get-go, Blank. You ready for this, bad boy?
Are you ready for this? I am ready for this, man. I'm ready for it big time coming into Vikendi. We liked what we saw from Vikendi yesterday. We didn't like what we saw from the circle on Vikendi yesterday. So hopefully we get a bit of a fairer circle that isn't just 50% water. I would hate that indeed. But we do have this plane path coming over on the north side and we should get the circle shortly. In the meantime, we've got a couple of teams that are starting to bring the thunder. We're seeing Rook Esports, which everyone on the desk did predict. I enjoyed that. You know what? If you can't beat them, just join them. And Rook Esports currently so far have been incredibly consistent. If we were going by Max's rules, yeah, Sam would be in the top lead by far. She has picked Rook Esports enough to see themselves towards that top side. Also, she's got a lot of those top 4s, top 3s. It's pretty decent. I think that we should have a tally calculator which shows Max dead in the last and Sam dead in the front.
Splitting ahead of the pack early. But it seems like there could be a scrap early here, Blank, as already Titans, over the course of the day, it's felt like they've been hit with the unlucky stick, and it's 77k. They're getting stuck into a bit of a back and forth bout between them. We'll see how this one resolves itself with a nice layer of damage applied early, like the bottom of a cake. Delicious, but sometimes not enough strawberry.
Mate, lacking a strawberry, probably the worst thing in the world. Right now, though, lacking a Rob's also very much bad for them. But Havlik bring things back, takes down Fajita. It feels like Titan and 77k seem to have a bit of a vendetta against one another, and Havlik certainly does not like Fajita himself. DBS comes through, finds and that will be it. Icy, goodness me. Putting the team on his back here just a little bit with the DBS. Looks out for one more player, but A9Q, he doesn't know what's going on. Stuck between Icy, but it's Old Boy that comes from the side to eliminate him.
Man, call this guy Mr. Cool because he was not afraid to let it go. Frozen with fear with 77k when they run straight into the face of Icy. Shuts them down with a shotgun, Blank. That was beautiful. Basically making it look like a Underperforming.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Could have said it better myself. Look, 77k, they've got frostbite after that fight. And they've
lost their fingers.
They've lost their fingers. They can no longer play PUBG Mobile versus Icy. Xenon here, we're taking a look at them right now. They're down towards that south side as Major Pride makes their rotation. They've got a lot of teams to get through towards that north. In the meantime, they're going to send towards Abbey, towards Winery, try to get some looting done. We do have a fairly friendly neighborhood circle up towards that northwest side. It will be encapsulating Garoka, one of the best positions in the map ever. Such a nice spot to be in. Titans picked that one up away from 77k. They've got it all to themselves now, and they're going to be living it large.
The life that is lavish is where they're going to be at. Homing in as well to see how things are going on across the board. You can see a bit of a rotation here for Clear Vision, who again today have had the odd opportunity to pack a punch when it comes to eliminations, but have been falling short of the final hurdle now and then. Close quarters combat against Xenon could be in their future if they try and advance too far forward here, with two of the close compounds being contested for. You can see Titan as well, just having a look towards the right-hand side. Already two players relatively damaged and one of them fully eliminated from the game as well. It's felt like Titan, as much as we've built them up and expected to see great things from them, it's been quite hit and miss today. Very individualistic play styles, Blank. The whole team hasn't quite been on the same page the entire day today.
Yeah, it's a question we were asking yesterday as well, was like, was that synergy there for Titan? And towards the end of the day, it looked like they had it on board, but feels like some of the communication maybe a little bit off here and there. And I would agree with you 100% that individual style is starting to come into favor and trend for Titan, in which case they're all just playing off the back of someone else's play. You know, you could call that synergy, but in my opinion, that's just a case of this guy's doing well, I'll try and support him. There's not much communication going on though, but we can try and make something work. And that is just coming off the back of how good each player is on this team, is that they are finding themselves in these situations where it works out just because they understand individually the right play in that moment. But those types of plays where they come in as a group, as a unit, they're making the crashes, they do look a little bit sloppier, Jackie.
It has at times. You know, you expect Old Boy and Icy really to be able to work together so well in quick situations where they have to pass back and forth, where you need the comms to be clear, just the experience they've had together for a long time. Robs as well. I'm still thinking we haven't even seen the peak of the skill ceiling on this guy. And then Havlik, what more needs to be said, right? This guy's just got so much firepower to him, incredibly effective in the team. But at the minute, it just kind of seems like it's Icy and Old Boy going on solo missions. How many times is that going to be sustainable? How long will this be sustainable as well? As Blackhand forced into a clash versus Greedy, 4 kills in the bottom of the house, plays that will make you feel ill. As Storm's down on the deck, you've got the rotate in as well from Mozarro. He's at least got the DPS to work with, trying to find an opportunity to get stuck in with the backhand of Koa from the far right-hand side. So you're peeking this together. You've got a lot of damage off. Wide clear on the far right here. Could be clean if he gets the connection. Will deliver that one as the slugs will be right on target, and he's dropped.
Hemo in the car, just observing as his team slowly dies. Immediately crashes into a tree as well, so got someone against those trunks, but he'll have to put the rest of his gear in that trunk and get away with it because he's got no other teammates to play with going forward. Keme did go down, so Blackhand down to 3 players total, but in these compound type of gameplays, you can move out the rest of the game with 3 players as long as you get a bit of that circle look go in your favor. Gladiators up towards that north side as well, just to the east of Crit Chess. They'll be able to play out this game, relative safety with that center. A lot of these teams will be looking for those central positions, which is why you'll see on the map when it does pop up, a lot of teams directly on the edge or directly in the center. There's not much any other way you can play it. Either you have that central position or you don't, and you have to play safe.
Playing safe is definitely not what you expect to see over the course of Vikendi, especially if yesterday is anything to go by here in the clash of styles between EU and Africa in our back-to-back clash for the 2 regions. Here on day 2, already starting with an awful lot of early encounters. But I think actually at this point, we've having a look where we've got to MUERTE as well. I always like to see between the 2 styles how these 2 teams approach things. The MUERTE, this time around, they're going to be taking a bit of a slower roll. You've got Falcons White on the move up as well. And then Nexus all the way up there by Cosmo in a bit of a position where they can move in late.
Yeah, NEXUS passing by Cosmodrome at the moment, looking fairly decent. I know it's a slow rotate once again, but NEXUS seems to be finding a little bit of success here and there. We still are a bit concerned by that slow rotate though, Jackie, and I think that it could speed things up just a notch, just move those dials a little bit around, you know, see what works at the end of the day. And I think right now in PMRC, for NEXUS, who are currently 11th place, this is where you need to start testing things. You need to start seeing what sticks, what doesn't, which is the pasta that will hit the wall and stay there at the end of the day. And right now, this is not the pasta I want to see. No, these rotations just aren't working out. And I think coming up to PMPL, which is just around the corner, I think working out what's going to work well with this team at the moment is a smart decision. On the other hand, though, a lot of teams starting to squeeze themselves in. MADBULLS currently playing in the highest position in the game, up towards Mount Kresnik, trying to get some info working early on from that position.
Got me thinking about pasta at this point blank.
I'm sorry.
That's all I can think about. I mean, I tell you what, though, it really does feel like one of our teams here in Rook is the homemade pasta with some of the other squads trying to maybe be a bit closer, right? But, God, Rook, if we have to describe them as one word, I think fettuccine Alfredo. It's bang on the money.
It's perfect. Exactly what you want to see on the menu. It's the one I'll be selecting every single time. You give me a 100-item menu, I'm going for that one. 10 times out of 10. I love it. I will be flipping through those pages looking for me a little bit of that pasta that reminds me of Rook. The consistency is there. It's good stuff. And I think for Rook right now, breaking those centuries in the leaderboard, actually on 117 points right now. Look, every single game doesn't feel like a firecracker. It doesn't feel like a banger. Now and again, they come out with those chicken dinners last game where it looked quite strong, but they're still consistently ahead of these other teams by 10 points, 20 points now. It's getting away with it. They're getting away with it right now, and it feels hard to catch up. Considering as well, Jack, you know, Major Pride have had 2 chicken dinners today, and they're 21 points behind. Something's off.
No, yeah, that's the thing, right? When you actually sort of delve into it like that and kind of have the overall view of how the games from all of yesterday have gone, plus you factor in the results we've had today, it's ridiculous that the majority of chicken dinners are all stacked on one team. They basically got a warehouse full of chicken at this point, and I hope it's a freezer because otherwise it will be going off. But you talk about going off, that's Rook in a nutshell. They're just fragging out. They're being able to play smart rotates. We've been talking a lot about the fact, is it the circle blessing them? I'd be willing to say, in fact, it's just Rook having a really good read of the game and playing an unorthodox style, right? At times, they really hammer home, put the pedal to the metal, go for a quicker style of place. They're able to play the buddy system very well, so they can split off into duos. They just have a bit of a different flavor to them, but have been adapting so well to deal with the European meta we've seen throughout the course of these past few days. I think it's an interesting tidbit, and it's definitely one we'll keep under the microscope the longer this tournament goes on. This is where things are going to start to get a bit more hectic, though. Give and go is where it's going to kick off now. You're looking at the close grouping, teams on top of one another, no real room to breathe rather than a broom to sweep with. That's not what you need in a spot like this. You need a firearm, and that's what MUERTE have, as Malloy strikes on the first, Alpha as well, pushing up to try and steal away a compound from Xenon, and it's Carryboy and Marshall that'll get found at this point.
Mandarin, though, moves up the top side, looks to see what he can get done from here. Carryboy, though, looking around the edge with the DBS, see if he can spot out some of these players. He will pick up Mandarin to start things off, finds the second, but the Molotov will finish off the job. But will it burn out his teammate as well? That's the real question for Zajipa. He's not done yet. He realizes there's probably opponents coming over towards his location right now. Tries to go for the pre-fire. Can he finish him off? No, he cannot. And Xenon hold on to their building. Lazy Boy goes down, but easily resurrected. But look, one thing we got to consider right now is that Jackie, don't put away that microscope just yet. Pull it back out the bag, because look at Rook. A late rotate from MUERTE. They move up, they wait for the circle shift, and instantly find an injection route into this circle. They're on the western side now, not that far away from the center.
I'm zooming in with this bad boy. I'm looking at the DNA makeup. I'm seeing what makes them so good at decision making. What makes them able to hit these worldy shots. And it looks like, Blank, it's pure skill in here. I don't know if we can bottle this, but this would be worth millions.
It would be. I mean, look, we've had the 6x, we've had the 8x. Jackie's pulled out the 100x and examined the exact formula it's inside. Unfortunately, we're not giving out the recipe for free, and we're going to let Rook do their thing until the end of the tournament. So if you want to find out exactly how to be like Rook, you better pay attention to the PMRC itself, because we've still got 2 days left to go, and another 12 matches after this day concludes to crown a champion. And right now, Rook looks like they're on set to get that champion card their way.
Oh yeah, definitely one of the biggest contenders, it feels like, out of all the squads. They've just been impressing us consistently, with Major Pride certainly in a close second, and Gladiators just nipping at the heels. And then, I mean, if you go a bit further back, right, it feels like MUERTE and MADBULLS, they've kind of been neck and neck over the course of the past few days, being able to deliver with MADBULLS just being absolute fragging powerhouses. And MUERTE, a lot of that for me still always just goes back to Furia. It feels like he lives up to his name. Absolutely ferocious, but knowing how to dial back the pace. And we get some action with MUERTE here, as they're kicking off a clash versus Titans. Havlik, he's a big name player, but already down on the deck as he'll be finished off as Diana hard commits onto that one and strikes against them.
I mean, Furia may be a little bit sad about that one, considering Havlik used to be one of his teammates back in the day, very not long ago, actually. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done. And in this case, MUERTE is able to find themselves maybe a path upwards towards SBG. Major Pride, though, also leaving this compound. They've got to head further up the hillside, through the tree line. That's the thing keeping them safe at the moment. There's some shots going over towards default. That's from the guys in the vehicles from Major Pride, trying to keep them at length. But it looks like they're actually going to head back into the circle itself, outside, pick up some more loot, try and get some utility on board, because maybe this is a setup for a full send, Jackie, because you want to be able to get as much utility as possible, get stimmed up, and ensure you can make that crossing. But if you send towards the center of this circle, you better make sure you've got enough utility, enough smokes, enough nades, because you're not leaving that compound anytime soon.
Yeah, you're basically hunkering in for the long haul. The
long winter.
winter. Exactly, right? That's why you need to have the cardigan weather on, because winter will be coming. And if you ain't got the utility to back yourself up and the stims to keep you in the thick of it, it could really come back to bite you in the bottom. And it's interesting as well, right? Because I feel like really a bit of a backbone for Rook has been just how good they've been in terms of not only playing as duos, but utilizing that utility. The frags have been on point. The timing with the smokes has been unbelievable. Really good placement. Great understanding of when to engage with it to open a fight or close a fight. It's been definitely interesting to watch them using these over the course of the event so far.
Major Pride, though, sending in over this sideline. This is not a good place to be. This is one of the positions that just kind of gets a lot of teams caught out. If it ends here, this can be a very, very fun spot. But Major Pride looks like they're going to send all the way up towards the west. A really long rotate. This is what we expected for them. Getting the stims on board, getting to full HP, ensuring they had enough utility. And this way, they can actually just slide in on that western edge, perhaps even pick up a compound just to the south side of Crutchers. This was a nice rotate coming through from Major Pride, a well-identified one too, considering they see so many teams spread out over Garoka, that lovely position of the map that we talked about earlier on. But now they've got further to go, as this is a very much a hard shift down towards Garoka itself. Titan could have been so happy living that lavish lifestyle that you were talking about earlier, Jackie, but they lost 2 players, and MUERTE coming in to finish the job.
They want to try and capitalize, find the walking wounded, and completely cauterize the bleeding on this one. Old boy, though, he can certainly pack a punch. Strikes first onto Diana. That's a big opening frag. And he's got confidence from it as well. Wants to take the peek onto him. He's trying to kick off the fight, using the peek as advantage. Cleaves around the corner, hits the first. Oh, timing on it's awkward between both of them. Bullets being flown around. Icy gets swung on as Furia will leave him with a frown. And it's all down to old boy. He's got Nace to play with. Bounces it round the corner. Tries to keep them back. He's got timing at least. You can reset the fight for a second here. Get the bandage off. Window in the back. If Furia goes for the jump peek, he could find a connection, but old boy's still standing. Furia, he can't deliver the bullets.
Man, these are some courageous plays coming through from Old Boy, and that has set MUERTE back massively. Again, it's one dude that you just can never count out. The fact that he runs out from the bathroom into the line of fire whilst they're trying to set up utility, trying to set up nades, just shows you exactly what kind of guy this is. MADBULLS, though, they've been sitting in the wings for a long time. They have this high ground to play around with. They already find the shot over towards AXA, but 6 cents frozen off that position.
And Tulek, he's lining up these frags. Oh, so much damage has been done from a substantial distance. Perfect arc on it. It's just ruining them again and again. Tulika's nades are just blowing them to bits. AXA feeling the brunt of that one. You're going to be asking, what on earth do we even do from this point? Because half of the team's been blown away.
Teek's retreating. He's getting out of there. He's had enough of it. Tulika just sending mortars their way time and again. I mean, there's probably a veritable hole in that location now, the amount of explosions that have been going over there, and he's practically made them a self-made grave over in there. And I mean, honestly, really well played for Tulika. Really well placed on those nades. He was on the other side of things. You identified it. It was really good stuff. Now, Valo with a nade of his own, looking to toss it over towards NEXUS' side. See if he can find the same kind of success as Tulika himself.
Problem is, he's eating shrapnel back as they've exchanged nades on this one. Throwing stones and glass houses, never a good position to be in, as now everyone's positions have been compromised. Seems like Flique, though, bit off more than he can shoot as he'll be dropped. Bit of a trade back from Koa. This is very intense at this point. You can even see from the grouping, everyone having to scrap to even have an opportunity to start rotating closer towards the new zone. And Rook bypassing everyone further down towards the back line. They might actually have an opportunity to pick up some of the weaker players off the back of the engagements that are going on right now. G36, see you later, EXO, as he's waving goodbye. Shut down as they just continue running rampant with the rifles blank. There is no time to breathe.
Redox trying to get done. Oh, he runs through the molly. It's unfortunate effect. Alongside with Nomi, will finish off the remaining players of NEXUS. But you know what's funny? Funnier than anything in the lobby is that Gladiators have been sat with their feet up watching reality TV for the remainder of the map. I actually even saw in my map feed just Kitsune sat in a bathroom with a DBS in first person mode without a care in the world, looking at tiles on the wall. They've done nothing, and this is the beauty of Vikendi. Now as the teams start to get closer though, they'll have to turn the TV off and put their attention elsewhere.
Forget about the dramas and focus on the reality that's happening in front of you. And look at Nomi. Do they know about his positional play, lurking in through the back and hoping to see if he can find an opportunity to strike in the rear? He can also just waste a ton of time on this. Obviously, the last man left standing for Major Pride, and all he's going to be thinking about is how far can I push this with placements. We saw with MADBULLS earlier today, you can always steal away a close second. So Major Pride now opting to go for that maneuver. MUERTE here as well. Close quarters engagement between Clear Vision with hill control being given up. Oh, driving straight across the road. Corker barely jumping over the bonnet on that one. It's the intro to Bad Boys.
Corker still going strong at the moment. 6 drops away. Slides over the bonnet too, like you were saying, Jackie, but Clear Vision, they see a clear path to victory as they move forward, try and get in on this third party. They've got further in towards the circle, but still a little further to go. 6 goes down off in the distance, and Malloy waiting for these players to come up the stairs to try and give them the DBS in the face.
Furia's nades are a difference maker here as well. Look at the amount of damage he's done. They both wanted to try and double peek their way up the stairs onto Malloy. Instead, Furia, well-timed nade, delays the push. That actually causes 6 to hard commit onto the fight of Furia specifically. He's rotated off and isolated the advantage that Clear Vision had in this engagement. Now it's just Pocus. And in the blink of an eye, Hocus Pocus, this man's probably going to disappear. Malloy running through the smoke, doesn't know he's there. Hard turn, can't deal with it. Shotgun served up as he's dropped. Trade back, Furia on the quick maneuver. Diving through the window to keep himself alive. Spam into the smoke as well for Rami as he wants to get stuck into this one as this carnage keeps on going.
And look at that, Pocus tries to apply the bandage, but it's not enough to save you from the nade. In the meantime, Gladiators once again get the circle as they draw it over their way. Blackhand tried to assault their position with a good collection of nades and well-coordinated gameplay from the team. They have held out this warehouse for so long, looking to fill it with chicken dinners of their own, just like Rook Esports, who are currently on the south edge, still going as a strong 4-man team. They noticed the carnage happen up towards their west and east side. They opted to not get involved. They know that if they did, they would get mired down in the combat. But now they have a direct line of sight up towards that north side. Perhaps MADBULLS could also get invested too.
Oh, Hemo, he's just watching, waiting. He realizes, though, of course, if he reveals his card too early,
it's got 10
it's not really going to work, right? Like, a single bit of info given up will be him blown away. He's just got to wait for a prime time, someone else to kick off the fight. Or at most, maybe a well-timed nade, because he's got all of it in the back pocket. This man is a human hand grenade, Blank.
I mean, that's all he's got, really. I mean, he's got bandoliers on bandoliers at the moment. This is beautiful stuff. I mean, he's got no HP, though, and no first aid kits, which is sort of a problem. way more focus on the explosives to the point of demolitionist addiction. Does move a little bit further in. Tulika might spot him now as he takes the shots, does pop him out the vehicle, but the blue will force him further in, just looks to confirm the point, won't be able to get it, and that's crucial for the MADBULLS. Having 3 members is really important to be able to make this push. They need to get these smoke trains going. Furia from MUERTE tries to move in, just swerving through the smoke, but it's not enough as Rook spots them.
Oh, fast and Fury are, but no Tokyo Drift as he's down and out, leaving us with a final 4 decided now. Rook, Gladiators, MADBULLS, and SBG. The only team that doesn't have a full 4, like you were saying, is MADBULLS. No chance to get the revive and reset from the fight that was just the one man of Greedy for Kills Hemo. So this makes it rough, but Rook, they're being bitten at. They're losing limbs quickly as the numbers are being thinned down to just one player on his last legs at this point. They've gone from being the big dog to potentially having it all swept out from underneath them, eating nades, and that's not a very delicious dinner.
The locusts are swarming around the farmers. Gladiators' positions have been sat back in the hay bales, but now they have to move out as the circle moves away from them. They have to get the pest control system going and get rid of all these people invading their space, invading their property. 5 eliminations so far, with a fair bit of utility, a bit of medical supplies as well, but realistically, not too much of anything. They've sat in the same spot for so long. They're looking to get rid of MADBULLS, who are going to be the side swipe down towards their edge, but SBG, they've been thrown a bone here, Jackie, with the uphill area to play around with to continue out this game.
Thing is, it's the downhill that we need to be focusing on here for MADBULLS, as that arc on the nades could work well to blow them away. They jump in the vehicle and try and cause a bit of space here, trying to move up with the shrouded smoke line. You could have the flank onto the back of SBG. At that point, it's just about not taking too much damage in these encounters. You'd have to win your 1v1s quite quickly and quite cleanly to be able to reset before Gladiators arrive on the scene. But that's rough. Tixi, bitten off far more than he can chew, completely shut down. They first onto him as well, so not just a knock, a hard commit, frozen as well, shattered in ice. The zone coming in to make it even worse for the Gladiators, as right now they're both down to 3, with SBG the only team with all 4 alive and kicking, and they are going absolutely nuclear right now. They just will not stop forcing the issue. They completely shut down the Gladiators. MADBULLS trying to recover from this one. Zerich is alive. That could be the difference, but I've absolutely cursed him. The devil is here as he gets completely wiped off, and it is not looking good. You've just got Tulika in such a rough spot. Hey, Cheese in the back pocket, but what can he do with the nades? He can't get his teammate off of his knees, and SBG, all they've got to do is wait and take the prime opportunity to peek in blank. This win is in the palm of their hands.
7 HE still left available in the back pocket, tries to go for the spray, but it won't be enough as he's taken down. An SBG in a surprising turn of events. They take the game with the help of an MG3 as well. Goodness me, Jackie, that is not what we expected to happen, but that's Vikendi in those final circles. It is completely unpredictable. Gladiators going down in a blink of an eye despite living out the majority of the game, dude. That is insane. But I think the true story of this game, Tulika, second place, once again. What is with this guy? He's a liver.
I don't know how he does it, Blank. It's madness, isn't it? In situations like that where he just somehow is able to roll with the punches, scrap his way through. He's like a little shrew. You just can't stop him. He's just bobbing and weaving.
Mate, call this guy Bear Grylls because he is surviving. It is insane. But in the meantime, we'll send this back over to the desk where they'll break down that Vikendi.
We'll talk about Vikendi, we'll talk about chicken dinners, but before we do that, we have to talk about the most important thing that happened in that game. For the first time, Falcon Esports got more placement points in that game than they've had in 10 games so far in PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and it was a grand total of 1 placement point. But Crowns, they have it, we're going to give it to them. Finally.
Like, I was actually, this was the first time Black Hand went out, and I was quite happy about it, because Black Hand had to go out before them, before they get that 1 placement point, and it was almost instantaneous. Like, Black Hand goes out, 2 seconds later, Falcons go out. I'm like, yes, but I'm like, oh wait, no, that's Black Hand, but it works.
Probably don't want that, yeah. But But
they got it. But what do we think about Vikendi, Max?
It was an interesting game. We had a more normal circle, of course, so not like 50% water in the first phase. So at least teams were able to play things out a little bit more and have kind of a game plan throughout this match. Though we did have this hot drop that, I mean, Crowns, you mentioned it was going to be happening, and it just keeps happening game after game after game. It's just 77k Esports versus Titan. This time around, Titan do come out on top, but do lose Robs along the way. If they keep Robs alive, I mean, we're right on the west side of Goroka on this finish. Maybe we can see a Titan win, but that push from MUERTE that we're seeing right now onto Titan, absolutely amazing the way they execute it without losing a single player until then, oh boy, started popping off almost. But it was still a good push in a strong position. I like that Hail Mary play from MUERTE.
Yeah, and ultimately I vibed with the way MUERTE pushed onto that, but I'm not going to count out that confidence that did come through from Old Boy there. I mean, pushing out into a whole squad, that was absolutely courageous coming through from him. And Hocus Pocus putting in a whole lot of trouble on the side was absolutely beautiful play to see. Gladiators held so long in that compound, but then a rookie sports kind of happened to them where they had to leave the compound because of the zone, and they ended up getting taken out.
Look, you have your boy, okay, Snoix, with the MG3. You just know you're not going to cross that road. There's nothing you're going to be doing. And it's good to see the SBG resurgence. My French lads from the super big Gorillas, as the team is called, have been doing amazing this game. Just wide rotation on the southern western side into the west of the circle, clearing teams behind them such as Major Pride and Nexus Gaming more specifically. And once they created a little bit of a power vacuum on the west, they just start occupying so much extra space to deny those crosses from MUERTE, from teams like also Rookie Esport and Gladiators more specifically, and they're able to just apply that pressure super efficiently. So it's a one time that they really stand out, Sam, for SBG. I just hope we can see a continuation, a chapter 2 after this win.
Taking a look at the results, though, the African teams, Crowns, still struggling. And this is not now an Erangel thing or a Sanhok thing. They seem to be struggling across all the games, all the maps. What is happening here, and what needs to change with some of these teams to ensure that Africa doesn't drop more points going into the last 2 days of the tournament?
I think they need to get aggro against the European teams, right? Because unless you're not doing the vote, you should know where some teams might be, right? So having seen most of the African teams go against each other, it's just what is pretty much, making us on that lower losing end when it comes to the points accumulation.
Maxman, taking a look now at the kills and the eliminations that we saw. Any particular player standing out for you?
I already touched upon Snoix and the MG3, so I'm going to go look elsewhere for this one. Furia for MUERTE has always been one of the standout players in this PMRC tournament, so I'm glad to see that he has been doing so well for himself. Okay, Snoix, we get it. You had an MG3, so you have to top all the stats this time around, but he's going to be up there, though. Yeah. If there's one player, Crowns, that keeps standing out, and this is a player that you've been a big advocate for, it's been Koa. There's been, again, despite Blackhand not making it super fun in the game, has been able to just bring that presence once more.
Yeah, as much as I'm happy about that, to an extent, I want to just give Blackhand a little bit of a, maybe be that harsh person, right? Because I like the fact that Koa is the one doing the damage. He's doing numbers. I like it. But seeing the fight against Gaming Gladiators there, Koa went down first. And it's almost like a general first. I want to see that day one Storm that is able to put up the numbers, do the damage, get them some eliminations up on board, whereby they don't necessarily have to be relying so much on Koa, because ultimately they lost Keme early on in the game. And then at that fight, I'm just like, as Koa went down first, I'm like, can they do it? And eventually they did not. So step up on the game. Storm, I want to see the yesterday you.
Crowns, you're so tough on the African teams. I don't know if I love it or if I now feel bad. And if I feel bad, it's tough love. There we go. We are taking the final break, and when we return, the final map of day number 2 is going to be hitting us. It is Miramar. We'll see you after this.
Hello PUBG Mobile fans, this is Alan Walker. The airdrop carnival is now in full swing and I hope you're ready to dive into the most incredible event yet. Make sure to grab your own airdrop crate and don't forget to unlock the epic Land of the Heroes theme song and the Walker series in-game. I can't wait to see you all at the PUBG Mobile airdrop carnival.
They go. Tixie picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only on Automatic.
At the end of Miramar, we'll be at the halfway point of the competition as well, which means we'll have a really good understanding of which teams and squads are in contention to take the top spots. And it'll also give us a better idea of which region, because at the moment it looks like it'll be Africa, we'll have to be chasing in the last 2 days to try and come out top here at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Europe's just so strong at the moment, Max, man. What is it about them that is allowing these squads to run away with this clash?
I think it's fair to say, Sam, they found their groove. They just started fragging out. They're a lot more confident, and they're used to the lobby right now, because initially Africa versus Europe, that's really a clash, a regional clash, you could even say, that never happened in PUBG Mobile history. And they just took a lot of time to understand how these teams were approaching it, and I feel like they understood a lot of them are playing pretty passive. We can get away with stuff that normally we wouldn't, and because of that, you can see the left side of the rankings, the top 8, it's covered in blue, Sam, so they are running away with it, but Rook has yet to fall down.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to fall down. I'm just going to say the only reason why Europe is doing better than Africa right now is because the African team keep taking out the African teams. I think that's the only reason. There's nothing else. There's nothing else.
Copium.
We have to talk about the dominance of Rook, though, because look at that. They are leading in placement points. They are leading in eliminations. And I do think that as much as we've given them a very hard time, the stats don't lie. They are making top 4, top 5 finishes every single game. Without a doubt, even if they've got one player standing. And that has to be commended. So Crowns, while Africa might be losing the regional clash at the moment, they are proving that they can go head-to-head with the European teams, because Rook is not going head-to-head with the European teams. They have gone way ahead of them.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying that coming through there from the side of Rook Esports, and I'm really looking forward to seeing their consistency. One thing I do know is I'm not going to be all jubilant yet, because we do know Gladiators are one of those teams that final days we tend to see them stand up and wake up. So I feel like this lead is not even enough against the side of Gladiators, so that is something that I'm also still putting in consideration.
That's the thing, right? Against teams like Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS, this lead could crumble in the matter of a game or two. That is how dangerous the teams below them are, because it suffices for them to get a chicken dinner with 15 eliminations or just double digits in general, and that gap is going to be closed pretty much instantly. But Rook, their strength, Sam, that we've been able to witness throughout now these almost 12 games, is that they just keep getting into that late game, and because you get to the late game, eliminations tend to just flow naturally. And I do feel a little bit bad because I have been hypercritical of Rook Esport in many ways. Even Jackie and Blanca have been saying many good things about the team, and I truly believe they are a strong team, but I feel like if they can perfect just a small amount of aspects of their game, this is not only a team that could do well in these PMRCs or in their home region of Africa. I feel like this success could just bleed into international play, and this is it. Rook, the potential they have, I just want to see this potential come to fruition in a potential maybe PMGC if things work out. So Rook are creating to make a huge name for themselves in this event, and I just hope we can see a continuation and it's not just a flash in the pan on PMRC.
That being said, I just want to throw this one in the side there, that Rook Esports have actually done, we've seen them play on the edge, we've also seen them play through the center and stay in the center, and they played well. And what I really wanted to throw out to the chat here is, would you say that the addition of default has made Rook, play relatively better? I'd like to see some of the answers there that we've got there. But looking further on that leaderboard, I see that decline coming through from the side of Titan. What do you think about that, Sam?
What do I think about the decline of Titan? I think that they had a good run yesterday. I think that they were feeling super confident, but I do think that they just haven't found their footing today. Maybe it's got something to do with the circles. And also I do need to apologize because I can hear my dog through my headset and I think she might be barking. So if you hear some funny noises in the background, what she's trying to say is, I want to get into game, which we will in a little bit. But I'll throw this over to you, Maxman. What do you think about the Titan gaming decline from day one?
We saw it in this last game too. Who was it? They lost Robs instantly to 77k, and this is, I feel like, something that a lot of these teams are doing, and we kind of touched upon it a bit yesterday, and I'm going to bring up the point once more, is that teams are testing things out and sticking to their drops and their rotations as to how they're going to be unfolding in PMPL full season, because that's going to be your ticket into PMGC. So teams are stubborn because PMPL is so important and they don't want to try a different strat. They need to stick to what they're going to do heading into PMPL 4.
Let's pull up our predictions now for the final game of the day. I'd love to know, Crowns, who are you going with?
I'm going with Greedy because I've seen them play so well on Miramar, and the only thing bopping in my head when I was putting down this prediction was they had a 28-point game in Miramar in the PMPL Africa split. So I'm looking forward to seeing them do that again. After 28, on another day they did 26. So I feel like they're able to do it again here. I look forward to that, Greedy.
Maxman, I see you going with Falcons. I mean, they're 100 points off of that first place. So tell me, why are you picking them?
Look, Falcons, they're known to be a good Miramar team. It might have not worked out yesterday, Sam, but they got one singular placement point this last Vikendi game, and that point is so important. I'm calling it, they are the best team. They're going to initiate the best comeback in PUBG Mobile history. They're going to win it all. They're going to get, how many is that? 13 wins in a row. Okay, look out. And Jackie is going to look at that crystal ball and he's going to see what I'm saying is truth and only the truth. So it's coming up.
I love the positivity exuding off of you. Tell me, Maxman, like, we're having fun and we're joking around here, but why is something like the regional clash so important for PUBG Mobile fans around the world?
I feel like it's so important for teams to be able to play against different metas is so important, and to bring potentially their learnings from those metas and those other regions to their home region, and to prepare a little bit more for like international events like PMWI that we were able to witness just a month ago now, and events like PMGC. So if you can just learn from this and bring it back to your region and implement it to your own playstyle, you could be one of the best teams in the world if you do that process properly.
Yeah, I mean, that is like breaking out of your comfort zone, right? You do not want to stay in that comfort zone and keep playing to your comfortability, which is what I need the light there of the world of battle to realize, right? That is the point of the regional class, so you can play against these other teams, try different things, and see how well you can better your gameplay as compared to just trying to play, the same thing that you've been playing all year long in this position. I think that is not the way to go about it.
you don't want to be narrow-minded going into events like PMGC because you got so many strong teams. I mean, look at Vampire, for example. This is a team that has evolved so much throughout the past now year and a half that this team has existed. And because they're just strong when it comes to the macro play side of things, when it comes to the micro also, they're just such a talented fragging team with the addition of Tony K in particular. They're so scary. And if your team is just stuck in your own ways and playing the way your region plays, it is not going to cut it the instant you head out of your region. And that might become an issue in PMRCs or even as soon as a potential PMPL championship. So the fact that you have these PMRCs is like, they're almost like scrims because teams can learn so much from these short 4-day events, and it just makes you so much stronger when you're approaching those big important events to help you qualify even further in PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem. So yeah, really important. I do like that question, Sam. It's really important to see these teams just try and adapt on the fly here.
I think a lot of people watching, we enjoy the action, we enjoy the clash, but it is important to understand that there is a bigger meaning, because win or lose, all the regions actually win, because like you said, they get to learn from one another, they get to expand their gameplay as well. We are moving into Miramar very soon, so I am curious, how do you think this is going to go down? We've had a chance already in this competition, Maxman, to see what the Miramar playstyle is like. Are you expecting much of the same to what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, I would say similar things. There might be some changes when it comes to maybe a few rotations, drops. I think teams are going to be sticking to their old ways. I'm not really too surprised. Actually, one thing that was interesting yesterday, right, Crowns, is that we saw, who was it, Gladiators go for a Southern Los Leones drop, which I don't recall us ever really seeing from Gladiators. Normally, they're very stubborn. They like going for their northwestern drop, and they actually changed it up. And I would say, on Miramar, having 2 drops is so much more important than on an Erangel, than on a Sanhok or Vikendi, because the map is so massive. There's so much terrain. So 2 drops for Gladiators, knowing they're already a prevalent team on that map. They're really good at it. 2 drops for them, I feel like that could allow them to be consistent for all of their future Miramars they're going to be potentially playing.
Yeah, but I would prefer if they're able to get that second drop to be a better one. We saw them land in the outskirts of Southern Los Leones yesterday, and that did not work out well for them. They had to deal with MADBULLS, I believe. They also had to deal with Falcon White, who were also on that southern side, and ultimately they went out in 16th position. So this is where, you know, we started to question what is going on with the mental of the team as per. Are they already getting tired, given that they've already played 5 games in the day? So we're looking forward to seeing them select a better spot. You know, there's probably places that they can look for that. I believe Puerto Paraíso was a little bit empty yesterday. These are places that they could potentially go to.
I am curious because, Crowns, you brought up the mental game there, and I do think that this is something we haven't actually had a chance to speak about, and I know it's very important to you, but do you think that's going to play quite heavily, especially to the teams that maybe aren't doing as well as they would like, coming into Miramar, coming towards the end of the day, halfway through the competition? Do you start seeing those little arguments amongst the squad? Is everyone going to start feeling a little bit tired, a little bit irritated with one another? Or do you think there are teams here that have the fortitude and the mental fortitude to pull it back for the final 2 days?
I mean, given that we've been seeing consistency coming through from a couple of these teams, you know, like some teams like the side of Rookie Sports, even Major Pride, they're feeling more confident based off of they're having good games after good games after good games. It starts becoming annoying when you're not doing too well, you know, and I'm looking towards the side of Titan, right? You know that you've gone out in the same manner for 3 games in a row, almost 4 games in a row now. That is not something that they're enjoying. So I think for the bottom teams too, it'll be a situation of them getting themselves coordinated back together and seeing if they can make this final game count.
On your screen right now, you can see this tournament head-to-head, and I want to draw your attention to Furia, because Maxman, this is a player that, ironically, when I think about it, we've seen him in the top kills, top damage for most of the day. He's really like, he's carrying his team there and making sure that they stay in the running to potentially take that top spot.
If there's any word I would use to describe Furia, it would be the enabler for the team, that when they want to do these aggressive plays and these full send moments, it tends to be Furia that sets up his team. Of course, you've got players like Meloid also sets up really well around him, but Furia has been able to make some plays possible that might be a bit tough to execute in the first place. Though, looking at the average damage dealers, Nomi and Effect, the fragging duo from the side of Major Pride, are still up there and looking so good. But Pusher, really, Crowns, looking at his stats, he's top fragger. I wouldn't be surprised if he's currently MVP of the whole damn event with these kind of stats, and top 2 in terms of damage overall. Pusher is currently doing so well for himself, which you need a fragger like that sometimes to kind of lead the charge for your team.
To think that the fraggers that we saw from different teams yesterday aren't the ones that we're seeing today is just absolutely marvelous, and I'm enjoying that. Yesterday was the Rami show. Today, right now, we're seeing Pusher onto something else. And I have to point this out. I was looking at those damage numbers, and I'm like, Redox has only played today, and he's able to get himself top 5 on the average damage leaderboards. That just goes to show how much work he's doing today. But on the other hand, it's almost like, okay, Redox is here doing this much damage, but we're not really seeing it in the Nexus gaming. I mean, after game 1, we've not really seen that much of Nexus.
It's odd because we have seen how dominant the duo of Doran and Exo Machino were back in the fall championship for Europe, and it's so surprising that after such a dominant season, and the thing is, it's not just a dominant season in your home region, it's a dominant tournament with Turkish teams that are known, it is known to be one of the strongest regions in the world of PUBG Mobile esports as a whole in the past year and a half now. And the fact that they've not been able to translate this success in PMRC during the LAN in Saudi Arabia versus MEA, or here versus Africa, is very surprising to me. So there's a lot of question marks as to how are they going to perform in the full season when they go back to PMPL Europe? Are they going to be able to even make it in the championship? Because with how spring worked out, they were currently in a position where they could compete for a spot in PMGC. But with how they're playing right now, I have a lot of doubts. So we need to see them try and initiate a comeback. We still have yet to reach the halfway point. We're going to be there after this game, so there's still that room to fix things. But I am disappointed because I really was expecting so much more from this team. The hope they built up in spring was so big, but right now the disappointment is immeasurable.
We're getting ready to go into game. Before we do that, though, there are certain teams that are coming out that we are seeing those names regularly in the top 4, in the top 5. There is definitely a consistent group of teams that are putting their mark on this tournament. Crowns, are you expecting them to do the same on this Miramar, or are one of the teams on the bottom end of the scoreboard going to finally rise up and find themselves in the final 4?
It doesn't look like any of these teams are going to stop. As of this time yesterday, we started to see Gladiators play a little bit bad. But this last game, they played better. And we see them coming down a little bit, but I feel like we're going to probably see the same thing again. The bottom teams are not having it right now.
It is now time to get into game. I know that's what you want. You want to see what is going to happen on the final game of day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. So you know what? Blank, Jackie, they're going to have you covered.
We've got ya like a blanket. We will have you covered. Do not worry. And coming into this one, before we get things kicking off, Blank, I've got something fun for you. A geometrical joke, if you will. Yeah, a bit of a riddle for you, mate. What did the triangle say to the circle?
It said, "How are you doing?"
He said, "You're pointless."
All right, sick. Yeah. Yeah. So he's a bit more negative.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about shapes, quite aggressive. But it is another one for you, mate. What did the tree wear to the pool?
They're
Come on, Blank, you can do this. We've trained for this.
They're barkini.
To be fair, I kind of like that one more. I was going to say swim trunks, but barkini, pretty good.
Pretty good.
All right, one last one for you, Blank.
Okay.
Double your money on this one, all right?
Double or nothing.
Double nothing is still nothing, but it's worth it. Right, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Where does a rabbit go for a shampoo?
Grass Valley.
To a hairdresser.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that.
Well done, well done. Rapid fire riddles on that one. But well done, everyone. We are ready to kick off our last matchup of the night. Thank you for sticking with us. And definitely get yourself locked in for one final outing. Blank, this has got to be an explosive finish. If yesterday's last game is a bit of a teaser of what we can expect, oh boy, we could be in for something spectacular.
Mate, look, the way the devs handled that, they really had to get down to the nitty-gritty, right? And like Super Saiyans, they have been screaming, getting powered up for this game for quite some time, Jackie. So it has to be a big one. It just has to be. With a circle like that over towards Impala, you know what I'm feeling, you know what I see in the future, you know what I see in your ponderous orb?
Go on,
I see a city finish. I feel it coming. I know it's coming. In my bones.
I'm channeling it. I'm building up my chi. I'm getting my focus ready. And right now, all I can think is about cities. Oh, it's all rhyming, Blank. I think you might be right.
Budokai Taichi. That's what we like to
Tenkaichi.
see.
Come on. Get the pronunciation right, Blank.
I'm so sorry. But yeah, heading straight to the game here, let's have a quick look at the map for you. Where we got some of these players actually heading over towards. We've got the World of Battle TWOB currently in Picardo. Very central position here. They can move off towards that eastern side. But let's close in on the circle itself. La Bandita Fields. Very open area over on this side, up towards El Azahar and down towards that coastal edge. There is a lot lot of high ground to be taken control of. NEXUS, MADBULLS, all looking to make an immediate escape towards that direction of the map. 77k might be able to take advantage of those hillsides too, Jackie. But in the meantime, so many teams have to move in from that western side. And round La Bandita, that's where a lot of these teams can get caught up in the action. In the meantime, though, the closest teams are Titan and Alpha.
And it always feels like it's kind of an early clash between Titan and Alpha for some reason. It's felt like that's kind of been our bread and butter opening duel. I think even back at the start of the day, it was Titan and Alpha, right? Yeah, maybe that's the narrative we built. They literally despise each other, like hatred on the battlefield. Of course, it's all in good love and glory. It's all fair on the battleground. So we'll see what they're going to be bringing out over the course of this one. As like we said, this is a big last clash for the day, and definitely an opportunity with some of the close grouping. If you look at the shift from 3rd place, even down towards 5th there, a couple points inside of this game, in terms of placement or even elims, could cause such a landslide, momentous movement, getting all the buzzwords in for that one, to get you up those standings towards the end of day 2. And that's halfway through the competition, Blank. So that's a good spot to be in.
Yeah, you've got me like a bee buzzing out of control with that line right there. And honestly, look, Gladiators, you're right. If we look at them, the close grouping down towards that bottom side, yes, that is naughty. But Gladiators not far behind Rook Esports at this point in time. I want to see Gladiators win or a high placing finish here on Miramar, because if they can take over, you know, Europe takes control of that #1 spot, that would be a cool way to end the day. Top 5 elims, goodness me, sorry. We've got to get back to the hatred.
Old boy bouncing up and down. Man's got spring shoes on, but he eventually will switch out to the shotty and say goodbye to Kshipa as he finishes him off. Hello, look at the repeat on that. Ready to rumble from the top of the hill.
I mean, Tenchik, he's running scared at this point in time. He stepped up for a bearish second, got about 18 bullets in his ribcage. Old boy, though, steps up to the plate on that top side. Will feel the brunt of some nades as they go far through. There's one nade on Mandarin. Tenchik moves up into position, but look at the health bars on the side of Titan. Extremely low. Old boy steps up, but a good spray comes through, but it's not enough to stop the old boy in his tracks.
This old boy, wow, he is dealing a substantial deal of damage. He moves like a young man as well, dodging, diving, dipping. And right now it's Alpha that are slipping out of this one. Robs dives down to finish off as well, as he'll rob away the chance from Tenchik, furthering any sort of carnage in favor of Alpha. Mandarin won't be able to deal with much here as well, down on his last legs as he's gone. So Titan, smooth recovery to get themselves into a great spot off the back of the clash with Alpha. Meanwhile, Reflect, well, it's a damn good thing he's got his running shoes on, Blank, because he's got to get out of here.
He absolutely has to. I mean, old boy, us, Alpha the club, and they just could not handle him right now. That was some insane repeat coming through from old boy Jackie. I just couldn't believe what I was quite seeing. You were right. Like, the way he was flipping backwards and forwards, like, they kept trying to peek him. They kept looking his way. He diverted the attention all the time. And yeah, Robs went a little bit unnoticed in that fight just because of the way old boy was playing that one out. But he really was the linchpin. If Robs wasn't there, taking those shots, hitting those really nasty peaks, you know, that fight would not have gone the way of Titan. They do lose one player, but from a very difficult position they were in and the amount of nades they took in the process, that was a really impressive team fight.
It was a nice way to set the stage, really, for our last matchup of the night and give us a taste of the potential flavor we're going to get over the course of this one. Had the POV of SBG there as well, of course, and they really did command respect last time around on Vikendi. Here, will they follow on from their strong shoots, and so as that it wasn't a one-off and that it is something that can be repeated, a sustainable day for them, rather than just a flash in the pan, like cooking some bacon on too high of a heat?
Does that happen often for you?
Not as much these days, ever since I realised, you know, the first time it happens, you kind of never do it again. Yeah, maybe I just put it slightly lower down.
Yeah, that's fair play. That's fair play. Sometimes that's what needs to happen. And for some of these teams, like you say, like, we want to see more consistency out of them. We want to see this happen more often. Titan, yeah, they can win these initial fights off the get-go very easily, but can they translate that into a good game? And right now at 3 players, it's not ideal. They've slipped slowly down towards 7th 7th place. I'd like to see them end up in the top 5 by the end of the day, because we have been hyping them up big style. But it's been interesting because, you know, they've been getting that synergy on board from yesterday. We talked about the individualistic plays from today. But again, it feels like 6th game, that synergy comes back online. I don't want to see that go away for tomorrow.
No, yeah, it's one of those where you're just hoping that really all the benefits that we've seen from today will be continued rather than being one-offs. MADBULLS, though, one of the big things that has been super consistent is just how good they've been when it comes to eliminations, and continuing with that strong suit here, as they've already got one under the belt. Titan with 3 elims to their name as well. SBG pulling into a new compound as they start to make their rotation. And for the World of Battle, it's been another unlucky day in the office. They've got one player knocked, one of them fully eliminated, and it's not looking like it's really going the way they would have wanted it to on the last game of the night here to even give them some kind of way back in early.
Yeah, mate, they've been twibbly and twobbly all day today. It's just not been going well for them. I do want to see them stand up a little bit straighter in these matches. Just not to be so far. They have a real vicious name, but not able to bring the vicious gameplay. Minas Generalis at the moment, where we're looking at with a bit of Impala still locked in down towards that southeast side. So if there's anything to go by our prediction, we're hoping this is a southeast shift and some of these teams will have to quickly go to the urban environment. MADBULLS though, they lose one player on a knock. Not quite down as of yet, but it's Titan to go up against. And these guys are a little bit warm from their initial engagement between them and Alpha.
Now, this is a very explosive game of baseball that's going on in front of us. Tulika, he'll be the pitcher, and the same could be said about Robs. They both exchange nades, going off like a very explosive secret Santa, but they've got the flank that actually could work quite nicely. Ooh. Look at the position, though, for Frozen. Oh, this is big. He knows to back nade off the arc of the window. The splash damage, lowering the HP for Robs. Tulika, though, burning and not ignited in the way that you would have wanted him to. Not burning brightly in the game. Instead, literally on fire. Frozen using the elements to his advantage. Molly down, jumps out the window, ignites the entire building. He's going to get peeked from the balcony, though. Robs doesn't hard commit on the face. Oh, boy, taking bullets to the lips. He's going to get shut down. Frozen's got time to pop a stim as well. Gets that energy drink in his system and his heart is pumping.
Quick smoke goes down to prevent them from peeking off the side there. But yeah, he's done really well. Getting rid of Old Boy is really important considering this is the guy that caused the majority of the problems. Now it's just Icy left remaining. The deadly duo down to just the single lad. And let's see if Frozen can silence the Titans on their spree at the start of this game.
Frozen, bobbing, weaving, looking to strike from the back line. Icy, though, he's proving that he's too hold to hold as he'll be able to battle back. Diving around the corner as well, up into the elevated position, but he eventually crashes back down to earth as we wave goodbye to Titan Gaming one final time tonight, going out as the first team in our last matchup.
Man, the skill from both of those teams, though, you could only imagine what would have happened if the Titans had their full 4-man squad there. I think maybe MADBULLS would have gone out. And if it wasn't for the fact that, you know, Frozen had been studying his trigonometry in math class and been able to bank those nades off the window, been able to get a really seriously good knock to start things off. That could have gone very, very differently for MADBULLS. And, you know, their spree today could have been stopped right there because their streak has been looking quite good. Currently on 93 points, up to 97 now. Just 1 point behind Major Pride. Have been very consistent today. You know, they could be ending in the top 3. At the end, if they continue performing the way they have. And currently this compound they hold is very strong when it comes to holding out teams coming in from that northwest side. We do get the southeast shift, so maybe the Impala City Dream finish is here for us.
You know just how strong that compound is, Blank?
No, tell me.
It could lift a 50 kg dumbbell on one arm.
Man, that is a unit. Just like the warehouse unit that is on the north side of this compound. Lovely stuff to see. And realistically, they will need some serious strength coming into this endgame because they're holding out against a lot of teams coming in from the west. Major Pride, though, they slink their way down towards that south side to meet up with MUERTE, currently holding in Church and Impala, giving them a really strong high ground position to play around with a couple of players sat in the front.
But it's not just about the strength, it's also the stamina. And we will hopefully have the stamina to get you back into the gameplay as soon as possible. Do not worry for right now. as you can still hear our lovely voices. There we go. Don't worry, just a little tease for you, keeping you on your toes, because that's what it's all about the movement, the sustainability of going from blow to blow and dealing with the unknown blank. That's what PUBG Mobile's all about. You never quite know what you're going to get. That nade is absolutely gone, but the follow-up actually going to do a little bit of damage. We've got Falcons roosting up towards the top. That's what Falcons do. They come home to roost, blank, because they are animals that are of the avian variety, of course, also known as birds.
You are correct, mate. You're like a Wikipedia, bringing out all these facts on the get-go. You're like a storage unit, a data unit. We love to see it, and that kind of information is exactly what makes you the best kind of guy to be breaking down these fights during the game. Just like the way you expertly handled that "we will be back soon" screen, which obviously soon has never been sooner. We got straight back into the action, and like you said, that's what we're all about here in PUBG Mobile. Blackhand, though, from a distance, takes down Reflect. What a shot with a Mini 14, using the DMR to full advantage on this large map that of the big ranges. Really, really well done. Now Fajita, as well as Co. I just love saying Fajita. I can't help myself for 77k Esports. But they will be looking down towards Falcons, who are attempting to reclaim this position down the hill.
Oh, man. I do like the fact as well, we are starting to see little bit by little bit more and more DMR over the course of this tournament. I really hope it starts to ramp up even more as well. One of my favorite category of weapons, just by some of the sheer gun skill you can display with it, even up close if you're able to maintain composure. And the Mini 14, it's not done yet. Seems to be popping up a lot in the elim feed as Matic, he's not going to be able to handle what he's just been given. Bullets straight into him. 6 as well, replying on the hillside with the nades, but 4 hits heavy like a hero and shuts that man down.
That might be a good grenade to finish it off, but doesn't quite find it actually. A lot of teams all pumping into a quite scary area of the map now as we head down towards Impala. I can't feel nothing. I feel like, you know, I've seen into the future. And it's caught me by surprise just a little bit, but that's okay. We'll get back on with it over on 77k Esports as Morteza tries to look up towards Falcons and put themselves in a precarious position. Rook are just sending the guys from Xenon back, but a nice nade will maybe allow them to get in.
Rook, you've got Rami running rampant with the UMP. How sublime will this SMG be? Trying to peek, both of them playing a game of chicken here, baiting the other one to peek in. Utility in the backline as well. He fakes the audio cue, baits in the peek from Lazy Boy and absolutely annihilates him, showing up like the wicked Skeng man, as that was a hell of a rap maneuver as he's dropping bars with the SMG. Rami cleaning up on that one, switching over to the rest of the squad as well. This is Blackhand, and they can guard the edge of the blue. Rami on his rotate in, he's just going to be eating bullets from an advantageous position. As long as they can click onto him, they'll shut him down, and you can wave goodbye to Rook on that one as they've lost Rami and are out of things in 13th.
Blackhand take him down, and like you said, Rook now out, but they got 5 eliminations, which sits them comfortably at 131 points. Going to be hard for any other team to catch up to that. Major Pride would have to have a seriously good game. Gladiators are just 2 players. It's unlikely to see them in that big elimination feed game as well for chicken dinner. They are in Impala right now, but I don't see them getting too far into this match. Major Pride, though, over on this ridge towards the western side, they could have a big game. But I don't know, man. I think Rook might have done just enough here today to lead Africa to a first-place position.
It definitely seems like it, head and shoulders above the competition. Now, you mentioned Impala, but it's certainly no tame Impala, because the less I know, the better about what's going on over there, because some of the fights that could come through are going to be absolutely haphazard with the positions that we've seen. At this point, the rotations are coming in again for Blackhand as well. Storm, rapid response unit is he sent up to try and save his teammate in Koa. Gladiators also removed from the equation. So both of our number 1 and number 2 top squads here over the course of the day not having a chance to fight through into the final circle of this one. Storm tried his best, but Koa low on HP, knocked again. He'll be down and out at this point, and Storm, you've got a hard task ahead of you of even surviving on your own now.
Yeah, getting away from this one. I mean, Blackhand still aren't even in the circle at this point, and NEXUS directly in front of them should be able to shut them down before they can even start to begin. A bit unfortunate for their side. MADBULLS also taking casualties. Fleek takes a knock, takes a knee, will need needed to be actually picked back up again, and Tulica seems to be sending that way for him, but Clear Vision in the meantime might take that as a go sign, head down that way. Furia also takes a knock, but I did like the way they quickly cleared out a lot of the players inside Impala. They got a little bit too close. Gladiators were in there for a couple of seconds trying to warm some of the seats in these buildings, but MUERTE, they want it all for their own.
MUERTE are here to stay in the zone, has blessed them as well with the position they've got, but no blessing here for Blackhand as bullets barrage down upon them. A fantastic flurry of frags coming through as they're finally finished off, and Frozen in position, scoped up and ready to try and shut down. Shooting at feet like Quinton, not going to be able to clean up on that one though.
MUERTE down towards that south side, like you said, they do have a lot of the zone to work with, and they just cleared out a lot of Impala as well, so they can comfortably move towards that northeast side, not worrying too much. In the meantime, Falcons, they're spotting 77k as they make a mad dash to get out of there, but it looks like it will just be one player that's able to leave unless Puncher can do something about this.
Man won't pull any punches in a situation like this. 77k getting blown away as the bonnet of the car will remove them. You just got A9Q in the back of the shed at this point, trying to bury his head. Frozen on a fast rotation as well. He's just eating bullets, but he's actually getting out of there.
The fact that he got in, you know, he got out of the vehicle as well. He was about to make a decent play, tried to dive for cover, but like an action move, the explosion blew him away at the end of the day. And realistically, MADBULLS maybe could have gone further there, but they prioritized this position on the ridge a little bit too much. I think it's fair play, though. If the circle did shift west, they had a really, really good position to play with. And sometimes you've just got to gamble with a circle like this. And they tried to send it in, get Frozen towards an endgame finish, but he's no Tulica, mate, so that won't be happening. Nexus, though, on this northwest side, they currently have 3 players still alive, and we mentioned it yesterday. Miramar's kind of their playground. That's where they like to do the damage, but with 3 players, it might not be enough, Jackie.
Man, I want to hit quick home with one thing as well. You see the elimination feed constantly coming through. The mini 14 looking more like the major 14 with the amount of elims. That gun alone has been able to pick up here. Absolute dream to see it being utilized so much by a lot of the players. The range capability that it has really being hammered home on a map like this. Dino, though, oh God, got to bail out of the vehicle, looking like a stunt driver, quickly able to find himself back on his feet, as it will be a hell of a feat if he can find some damage on this one. Impact coming through from Falcons as they strike, spanning through the smoke as well, leaving Black-White broke as he's down, knocked at this point. Nomi, we know that he can go huge, but it's going to have to be a hell of a clutch. Complete swing on, couldn't flick towards the angle in a quick enough time as he goes down.
That's an interesting play for Major Pride. You know, I feel sorry for them because that kind of rotation moved early and maybe they would have got further into the circles to be there. So a decision is made and they are caught off guard by it. Now, for Falcons, I think they can start to move a little bit further into the circle with 2 players. It's not looking so good, but those 7 eliminations, they'll be certainly happy for them on the leaderboards. MUERTE staying out of the way down towards the southwest side in Impala, and I think that's fair enough. You're waiting for this next circle to come through, Jackie. You want to see which side of the map it favors. If it comes down towards Impala, maybe then MUERTE can start to push up, but it's away from them. It's up towards the silos, and now MUERTE do need to move out, but with 4 players and on a bit of a streak already, maybe this is their game.
They've got to scuttle forward, sure, but you've hit the nail on the head, right? They're the only side that in the battle of attrition are above the rest. They should have higher trading capability just off the bat. They've got 4 players as presence alone. It just depends on how this rotate goes. You're looking at the spacing on it, more so focusing towards Falcons that are going to be able to cut that one off and could try and nip it in early, see if they can get a bit of damage out to potentially thin out MUERTE. And it seems like that fight is kicking off. Furia, though, there's a reason why we highlighted him in terms of some of the ridiculous statistical work he's had over the course of the day, and he is still finding more opportunities to pad those stats.
I mean, we've got to highlight him because he's constantly in the spotlight. This guy is so good. In terms of just being able to identify, this is probably one of the rotations that this team is going to make from that southeast side. They quickly move across to it. it. This is the same way they called off the members of Gladiators who got a little bit too close and towards their territory, and now they are completely freeing up all the space down towards the south side. It's so smart. Now, if MUERTE does get a shift down towards the south side, it will be simple business to start just taking shots to some of these teams that are moving out from that position towards the north. It's really, really good. Very, very smartly done from MUERTE. They've played their cards right here, waited for some of the more dangerous rotations to come through, and dealt with them handily.
Dealing with it fantastically. You've got to keep that level of pace up. Greedy for kills, getting another opportunity to strike again as well. And they have had some big moves here. 3 eliminations to their name so far at this point. It's also crazy. Falcons have been able to pick up all their pieces with 7 elims in the back pocket at this point, but only 1 man remaining after being picked off by the rotate from MUERTE. MUERTE that are also taking a bit of damage here. You can see popping up on the right-hand side. Clear vision, trapped with just a bare fence to defend them as well. And Furia, he's reaggressing, realizing that Axe is here. He wants to try and ask him a question. More of giving him an answer, really. And that answer is, can you survive this? Seems like he can for now. Shotgun bites back, strikes against Furia. Hard commits onto it as well. Wants to take him down for good, making it harder for MUERTE to actually get placement points out of this one.
Man, if that nade had been placed just a tiny bit to the left, potentially it's an instant knock and an instant flush over towards Axe. You got to feel bad for Fury there because he really did line it up very nicely, Jackie, the way he was tracking the movement coming through. Now MUERTE just down to 2 players, and Axe keeps the dreams alive for Falcons with 8 eliminations so far, already set to get a past alpha in this game towards the end of the day. Now, NEXUS, though, we talked about them. They're out just a little bit at the end of the day to raise the spirits.
It's got them back in the driving seat that we needed to see from them. Yeah, we've been talking about the fact that NEXUS, they haven't looked like themselves, right? They've looked a little bit slow to the roll, like they haven't quite had the confidence, and I think you might have summed it up perfectly. Maybe that's all they needed. Just try and buff them back in. Toxin, no. Taking pot shots from a substantial distance as he's able to hit another one. And MUERTE, from the spot they were in, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And Axe, he's finally got the confidence to go back with the smoke to shroud onto the body of Furia, quickly grab some extra bells and whistles to play with. Now going head-to-head versus Corker. He'll peek over the top of the wall there, firing some bullets downrange. Molotov to make it awkward for the repeat for Axe. HE thrown in himself. He's hard committing to this. He's got so much utility that he's just picked up from Furia that he's content to just lob these out again and again. A9Q though, rotating in from down the hill. It depends if Axe can spot this one out. He's got high ground and he's got a vehicle to get away as well.
Yeah, he's going to push down the hill here, try and take the eastern side approach as he heads over towards where A9Q is currently playing. Maybe gets sprayed out just a little bit, but he's able to get just on the top side of the road. Can he use this third-person advantage peek to actually find A9Q? Does just about peek him out here, but he's getting shot by a behind. Can he take out A9Q in the process? No, just a bit of chip damage, and underneath the vehicle, Malloy finally takes down the opposition that's been giving them so much trouble for so long, and out moves MUERTE down towards the south edge. They should have heard that grenade and assumed that Axe was actually taking a fight with a player down there, so they might be able to clear out 1 additional player, bringing their elimination count up to 5.
7 squads still standing on this one. And you look down at the bottom, TWAB, the World of Battle, they're still in it right now. Let's see how long they can survive, as they've not had the best day of things. For 77k though, it's not really going the way they wanted it to. Finally finished off as the solo man is struck upon. Malloy building back up the confidence to try and keep the MR at least building a few more elimination points off the back of this one. They lost 2 squad members on a fight that probably shouldn't have gone the way it did. Heavy tag there though. Seems like Corker losing a lot of his life, so they're getting sniped upon. Greedy for kills, being able to get that chip damage out.
Takes out the vehicle. One of the wheels gone now, makes it very difficult to move out from that position, but greedy for kills, Dasher picks up the AUG, 400 bullets in the back pocket as well. This guy is decked out. He can spray for days during this match. Right now, the World of Battle, it's the first time in a long time we've seen them towards the end game. Like you say, Jackie, see what they can get done here, but currently on the outside. NEXUS, it's been a boom from them to be inside the Sunny Smile warehouse for themselves. And that's what they're feeling this game, getting back on the bike once again. And for NEXUS, I do feel like, no, it's not the vitamin D that they need. It's not the sunny map itself. It's just a bit more confidence. When they feel like they can do it, when they really put themselves in these dangerous situations, a lot of the times they do succeed. And I think they're just a bit scared at the moment to put themselves in these central spots. But they are thriving in them right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you got Kapahala, the warlord, so let's let him get stuck into the thick of it, right? Don't just skirt around like mice in the night. Instead, let him go off. Be the big blade of the team. See what he can get done. We know the firepower's there. We just haven't seen them in an opportunity to display it. This is one that's working well from them, though. They're being able to prioritize a lot of these fights nicely. This is interesting, though. Look at Pocus for clear vision, playing around the edge. Knows he's being swung on. Clean hit. Octavian being able to steal that one away. Pocus, he's going to be a bit frustrated with that. As NEXUS, they not only clean up, but they also aid him in wiping SBG out of the equation.
That's an interesting spot taken by Redox, actually. Tried to push far out to attempt to stop this fight from happening. But Pocus really assisted there with the AKM, with the amount of damage it does each time on those bullets. You know, in those types of engagements, if you can control the recoil on that bad boy, then you're doing well. Malloy, though, spectacular play there. Moves over the road in the vehicle, instantly identifies that he's most likely going to get naded from, moves straight away from the vehicle, and what was a position that was about to explode, he's away from. This is really good game knowledge from Malloy.
Oh, Redox is ready to rumble as well. He's trying to prioritize which one of these two angles he's most likely to be attacked from first, knowing that, of course, you've got the last man from clear vision, actually just Vankin with the backup of Pocus. The duo there towards the backhand side by those shipping crates up on the hill. He's got the info as well that you've seen with the bullets that have been coming across from TWAB. Surprised they're still in this one as well. Malloy, is this one on the money? Dashes it out. Oh, big Skrilla on that.
That's what we like to call a corker, as Corker moves through the smoke on a beautiful smoke train that they have actually indeed made. And let's see if they can keep the gravy train growing here in this game. As Toxin goes extremely low, Redox sends out the side. But MUERTE, we never thought they'd come this far in this match with just 2 players. I thought it was all but over, but they're in the top 5 right now. And NEXUS currently have to leave with the blue at their backs. And I think right now, MUERTE has a lot of space to work with, still dropping those smokes, still trying to deny that vision.
They've got such a good read on the game. Just as a duo alone, they're playing this really nicely. Toxin, he was forced to flank around the right-hand side as well, so clear vision from NEXUS. Kapahala takes that fight with open arms, happy to deal damage as greedy for kills are out. Kapahala now focusing on medical duty, get Redox back on his feet and back into the game. Meanwhile, well, the battle finally waving goodbye, out in 4th place this time, as MUERTE are the ones to shut them down, leaving us with our final triple threat of MUERTE, Clear Vision, and NEXUS.
This has been a brutal battle for MUERTE, but Clear Vision and NEXUS have been holding this position for so long. Pocus keeps getting sprayed out by the players from MUERTE on the outside. Pocus finds Redox, the Warlord moves forward, not able to make it happen as Clear Vision see light in day on Miramar. Malloy moves up, just Corker remaining, very low HP, has to hit this first aid kit, but he's on the outside, the blue. Can they finish off? Yes, they can. And Clear Vision from underneath, they find a foundation that makes the chicken dinner happen.
Oh, what an intense back and forth the entire time. NEXUS, they had complete grasp on the game. MUERTE trying their best to be the duo to save it, but in the end, it's Clear Vision, the team that were having to scrape by, basically skirt through with nothing for so long, to come in and clutch it out and dismantle the Warlord in incredible fashion.
I mean, Pocus on that side with the AKM as well, Jackie. What a difficult position to play, and he clutches it out. If that doesn't happen, that chicken dinner doesn't come through. But again, big props to MUERTE. What a long way they had to journey through AXA, through everything, through that road with the smoke train. It's a surprise Corker even made it.
Man, that whole game towards the end there, you know, you're thinking at a certain point, Clear Vision, they were kind of just nipping at heels, but it was going to end for them. I didn't expect them to actually be the ones to end the whole damn thing, but there you go. Clear Vision take it. Let's get...
Big shout out to Clear Vision for taking the chicken dinner. What a fun way to end. All of our top teams, the teams we've been talking about, the most consistent teams, the ones that we've seen in the final fights, every single game up until now, all out before they can get any placement points. Maxman, they opened it up for those teams that are sitting in the mid-pack to allow them to try and close the gap.
Yeah, and Clear Vision just struck gold on this game. Clearly, it was the best opportunity for them to just come in, swing in, to not only secure themselves a win, but also to get a lot of eliminations. And I think we saw Crowns, they got like 10 or maybe 11 at the end there of that game. So really, really strong performance from Clear Vision in a position that they had to breach. And it was such a tough breach because so many teams were already installed in strong buildings, and they just came in swinging as a duo mainly. And I did not expect them to win it the way they did, but they just came out and just wrecked everyone north of Impala.
Yeah, I think they capitalized on the passiveness that came from the side of SBG, because SBG was actually staying in those compounds for quite a while, and I've expected them to hold the defense against the side of Clear Vision. But Clear Vision, I just want to point out how much they played this game based off of momentum. This is not something we've seen from them based off of how early they go out in the games. Right, coming into today's game, they started off on that northern side, and they were able to get themselves quite the elimination count, I think about 3 to 4 before getting into those final zones, and they were able to work on that momentum. From here on out, they were just able to work on that momentum that they had, and it worked out quite well for them.
We saw Rami actually die in those clips, but despite the fact that they died pretty early, all the teams were like competing for first place. We're talking your MADBULLS, your Gladiators, your Major Pride. They got less elims than Rook Esports again. So despite the fact that that was their one opportunity, Rook still lengthened that lead between those top 5, top 6 teams. So it's pretty insane how they just remain at the top. Though MUERTE trying to send it over that field position. G4K were really a main issue for MUERTE this entire time, but the moment they make it over to that ridge and they cleared all the teams in these fields, man, they became such a threat that they were able to get into a second place, which I really didn't expect that.
Yeah, they actually turned the tides there on the side there of Greedy for Kills, because Greedy for Kills were looking to be the ones dominating that eastern edge of the circle, but that they lost Desha there, which was pretty much what got them down, and ultimately it didn't play out for them. But I really would like to talk about this final fight. You know, I was enjoying the way Clear Vision was playing. They had so much momentum going into that one. Like, they just kept on playing like a different Clear Vision. Like, where has this been? The last time we saw this type of Clear Vision was in the first game yesterday.
Look at those results from this game, Crowns. All that green. Finally, we've been calling for this.
I tell you, it is so satisfying. And I really want to point this out. The world of battle. Able to make themselves get 4 placement points. It's not the most, but 4 placement points, I believe that's 5th position. It just goes to show, like, they can actually put up the numbers if they do not go out early. And I really hope they're seeing this too.
And Falcons, they got their first placement point last game. Now they got another one. They doubled their placement points. Congratulations, Falcons. They are the true winners of this final game of day 2. I know I'm messing around, but they still get 9 points on the board, so they're still getting involved. They're not falling too far behind, but we still need to see a little bit more presence, though. Onto the second page, we said it, some big heavy hitters like Major Pride, Titan, Gladiators, not able to really translate their success of today into this final game of Miramar. And Blackhand, you know, a little bit more silent, but you know what? They had a good day, Crown, so we can give them a 1-break game.
I don't know if I'm going to count that as a good game. They came in today in 4th. They believe they'll be going out in 7th by the end of the day. But yep, they actually still wave the African flag quite all right, and I'm vibing with that. I really want to point out here, Alpha Team, they've been on the decline a lot, right? We saw them attack so much yesterday, but today it's almost like they've been slacking mostly on that defense, and they're not doing too well.
We've got our kills up. I'm so surprised. I thought we would see Furia in the mix here. Obviously, I wasn't following the kill feed, but I did think that maybe he would have popped off because I just got so used to seeing his name. So thought he might be there, but for the most part, love the new faces and players coming in here. I don't say new, we all know who they are, but they're finally making sure, Maxman, that we know they exist and saying, hey, we know we're halfway through. but don't write us off just yet.
Yeah, Vikendi, I think this is one of the first few times. We saw him I think we saw him once or twice already today, so Vikendi has been able to have a little bit more presence in these games, which is always good to see for Clear Vision Esport. And Toxin has been, in my eyes, one of the standout players, one of the most predominant players for the entirety of Greedy for Kills. So good also to have some individual players. Of course, we know, Crowns, that solo players are not going to be everything you need to try and secure a championship in a PMRC. You need to have just some more team-wide presence behind those solo players. As we look here, still a lot of European chicken dinners, but man, we could see still Ruck remain on top because they not only get himself that chicken dinner, but were just so consistent once again.
Yep, they're doing this every single time, and I want to ask the question, would they do it tomorrow? I kind of feel confident that they will be able to do it tomorrow. As I said, Rookie Sports do know how to start a tournament, and right now 131 points up on board. I cannot complain.
You have to do the math here, though, and realize that it actually is a lot closer than we realize when you take a look at these top 8 teams. There is 1 or 2 chicken dinners that are going to allow some of these teams to hopscotch over the others, which makes for a really exciting next 2 days, because if we've hit the halfway mark, yes, Rook Esports 131 points, but all they need is 2 bad games, and for a team like Gladiators or Major Pride to pop off, Max, and it could be enough to knock them out of that top spot. This is what I like. No one wants to see one team run away with the victory.
That's true, Sam. It really requires just one bad game, but a bad game for Rook Esport, because of how consistent they've been, is like 5 points. And 5 points adds up significantly over the course of now 24 matches total. So it is a scary thing, because Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS, I mean, we saw this game, they were just not able to perform, and Rook still brought in 5 points, which seems like their minimum amount of points they can bring home. It's written in their contract. They can't do less than 5 points. But a lot of EU teams, but we saw, Clear Vision might be able to just add up to that front page heading into the last 2 days.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing there from the side there of Clear Vision. At least to close out today, it gives me more confidence that tomorrow, at least they're one of those teams that are still willing to step up. I'm really looking at the bottom side of the leaderboard, and to be honest, the major reason why these guys are there is just because of the hot drops. But the MVP, we did not see this one coming. I knew it had to be someone from Major Pride, but I thought Effect, but no me.
Yeah, he's the other fragger alongside the side of Effect, so I'm not too surprised to see. I thought actually I was going to see Furia. We were talking about it before this segment. I thought Furia from MUERTE was going to be the MVP of the day, but yeah, Nomi and Effect put on an absolute clinic throughout today, of course, securing himself 2 chicken dinners on the first half of the day, and this is the Major Pride that we initially wanted to see. Day 1 was a bit slow, but they just built that confidence heading into today, and now this is the Major Pride that we are not only hoping to see throughout the rest of PMRC, but I would even say for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I have one question. Who stole his 2 eliminations? Because he had 14 knocks and 12 elims. Someone stole it, and they have to come here and say who it was.
It's Effect.
Heather, I love the fact that I set it up for Furia, knowing full well that I was going to be like, I'll just mention his name so it's fresh in everyone's mind when he comes up as MVP. And then I got hard done by Major Pride. So now I know how lots of those teams in the lobby feels. Maxman, Crowns, it is time now for us to wrap up the day, the halfway mark. Are we expecting even more incredible games tomorrow, Crowns?
I'm expecting so. To be honest, I'm expecting tomorrow to be better in terms of gameplay coming through from both regions, right? Europe, I'm pretty sure they've got this in the bag, but I need Africa to do what Europe did from yesterday coming into today. Adapt and learn based off of what has happened. I don't want to talk about drop spot. I feel like I've said that a little too much today. So by tomorrow, I don't even want to mention the word drop spot, right? I don't want that to even be in the discussion. So I feel like if they're able to get those done, that will work. I mean, we saw adaptation coming through from the side of Rookie Sports. We mentioned yesterday a whole lot of indecisiveness, but coming into today, we see them start to make some actions going towards the game. It might not be as much as we'd like, but I mean, towards that Vikendi game, we started to see them do better. These are the kind of plays that we're expecting from all the other teams in the lobby, and I'm especially on the bottom side of the board, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
I definitely think that they're going to be using the momentum that they're probably feeling from these last 2 games. So it's going to be really interesting tomorrow. Halfway mark. Make sure you're back. Same time, same place from all of us here at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Good morning, good night, or whatever time you're watching. We'll see you tomorrow.